So welcome back guys, we are back with another story. So today we are going to see, what if Bella was born with superpowers in Twilight? Before that I'll request you guys to like and subscribe our channel to stay updated, so let's get on story. Bella Pav. It was Sunday morning in Phoenix. I was looking at myself in the mirror. I was really small for my age. I was 11, but looked like I was 7 or 8. Luckily no one could see how skinny I was beneath my multiple layers of clothing. My mother, Renee, never wanted anything other than vegetables at the house. And she never let me have much of that either. My wavy chestnut brown hair reached my waist. I was really pale, unhealthily so, and my dark, chocolate brown eyes stared lifelessly back at me. I flinched when Renee started yelling, "Come here you useless waste of space. I'm driving you to the airport. I'm not looking after you a single day more," Renee yelled at me, coming into my room and pulling me by my hair out the door. It's not like she ever looked after me anyway. I was the one cooking, balancing the checkbooks and doing all the household chores. Probably the only reason she kept me in the first place. And maybe so I can be her personal punching bag, too. Now that she has Phil, she won't need me anymore. He'll make sure all the meals are cooked and the bills are paid. "Go in tea. He car and be quiet," she hissed at me and let go of my hair. I tried to hurry up, knowing it'll hurt if I didn't. But I stumbled over thin air and tried to steady myself on the car, already knowing that was a mistake. But I couldn't help my reflexes. Stupid, clumsy me. "Don't touch my car you stupid child," and with that, she kicked me into my ribs and into the car. Tears started to build in my eyes but I held them back. I didn't want her to see how much she hurt me and how much influence she had on me. This was nothing new. My stomach and back were a mass of bruises in all colors and shapes, from her kicking and punching me. My tiny arms showed bruises in the shape of her handprints of when she held me down so she could use her belt on my back. My whole upper body hurt, but I was good at hiding it. Too afraid of what would happen if someone noticed. Not that I had any friends, and she was smart enough to not hit or kick me in my face where everyone could see. The drive to the airport was silent. And I started wondering, what if Charlie, my biological father, is like her? What if he'll hate me, too? There was no reason why he would like me. He never even wanted to see me before. No one ever liked me. I didn't even know what he looked like. And now I'm moving in with him. I just hoped he wouldn't be as violent as Renee and let me live in peace. "Get out of the car and be quiet, Annie said when we arrived at the airport. I learned early on to be quiet, to only talk when I was asked a direct question. She got my tiny suitcase and pushed it into my hand. Then, she took my other arm tightly, making me whimper. But I didn't let it show on my face. She dragged me behind her, holding my arm too tightly. When we arrived at the terminal she talked to the lady who would be responsible for me, as I was too young to take a flight alone. Then she turned to face me, pushing even more on my arm. "You'll behave and be polite to this nice lady. Your dad will get you at the airport in Seattle." Finally she let my stinging arm go and left. "Hi, Bella, I'm Amanda, let's get you settled," the lady said. She seemed nice at least. Amanda held her hand out for me to hold, which I took hesitantly and led me down the halls and into the plane. I took a seat. "If you need something, I'll be over there," she pointed towards the front of the plane, gave me a smile and then left. I closed my eyes and hoped that it would all be alright. Bella Pav. Charlie awaited me at the airport. He had a sign saying, "Isabella Swan," in a messy scrawl. He was fairly tall, had dark brown hair and chocolate-colored eyes like me, and he wore a police uniform. I slowly walked towards him, not wanting to stumble again and give him a bad impression already. My whole body shook slightly. I hoped he wouldn't notice. Please don't let him be like Renee, please don't hate me. Once I stood in front of him I looked up. Charlie?" I asked in a timid and shaky voice. "Yes, are you Isabella?" he asked, seeming indifferent. "Be Bella. Please," I stuttered out. Charlie looked at me, frowning. "Shouldn't you 11? "I am," I answered quietly, not wanting to explain that Renee never let me have enough food so had I could grow like a normal healthy child. Not that I felt like I deserved better anyway. He led me to his police cruiser, not touching me, which I was really thankful for. My arm still hurt from where Renee had grabbed me earlier. And everywhere else, too, for that matter. You can give me your suitcase and then get in, but get in the booster seat, he said, and I complied. Charlie put my suitcase in the back and then got in at the driver's side. The car ride to his home was quiet, none of us said anything. I didn't want to ask any questions and get him angry at me. It was already early in the evening and it was getting dark. It was also really cold and I started shivering a little. At least my shaking had stopped and Charlie didn't seem angry, yet. I hoped it would last. After a while, we drove past a "Welcome to Forks" sign. And a few minutes later, Charlie parked the car in front of a small house. "We are here. You can get out. Your room is upstairs, first room on the left. The bath is directly beside it. If you want anything to eat, you have to make it yourself, but tell me if you use up anything," he told me when he got my suitcase out and we walked towards the front door. "I can cook for you, too, if you want. And I can also do the laundry and clean the house," I offered nervously, hoping to get on his good side. He looked at me in shock. "Sure, that would be great. This is the house key. I work every day until 7 p.m. I enrolled you in high school. Renee told me you skipped a few grades. You should get there at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow so that you can get your schedule. School normally starts at 8 a.m. There is a bike out front for you so you can get to school and back by yourself. I don't know how your mom handled it, but you'll have to get by yourself most of the time here." He gave me the key as I stared at him in shock. "UG got me a bike. I only managed to stutter. Renee never got me anything. I had to do everything by myself. Yes, I don't have the time to drive. You to and from school and it's quite far if you had to walk. You can meet your friends, but if you'll be gone later than until 7, give me a call." I could only nod, too shocked for words. Renee never even allowed me to have friends. Which wasn't hard to accept. It wouldn't have been easy making friends, having classmates who were around 6 years older than me. "You can go unpack now. I'll go watch TV." With that he turned around and left me in the hallway. Wow, this was more than I hoped for. Hopefully his mood wouldn't change. I silently made my way up the stairs, tripping on the last one. But I could steady myself in the last minute. I walked towards the room that would be mine and opened it. It was a small room with a window on the left side, white walls and a small children-sized bed. Which I guessed used to be mine when I was little and we still lived here. There was also a little closet and a desk on the wall opposite to the door. I made my way in and put my clothes and other stuff away. I was finished after a few minutes. After all, I didn't have many clothes. Renee never gave me money to buy anything, and I was secretly tutoring older students so I could get some things at the thrift store and save up some money. I also had some clothes and books which some people left in front of their houses for free when they didn't want them anymore. Then I made my way downstairs. Once I walked into the living room, I saw Charlie in front of the TV watching baseball. I watched curiously for a second, since I had never been allowed to watch TV before. Ch Charlie. Yo. UW want me to CC cook something for DD dinner. I asked quietly then, but loud enough so he would hear. My heart was pounding in my chest. I really didn't want to disturb him, but it had gotten late. And I didn't want him to get mad if I didn't cook for him after he has taken me in and was so gracious towards me. He turned his head to look at me. "Sure, there should be steak, potatoes and a few vegetables in the fridge. You can make that. You can eat wherever you want when you're done, just don't make a mess and clean up after yourself. I'll probably eat later." I nodded at him and turned to walk to the kitchen. I found everything easily as well as a cookbook, as I had never made potatoes or steak before. When I was finished cooking I fixed myself a small plate of vegetables and a little potato. I didn't want to eat all Charlie's food and make him mad. I would also be full after a small portion anyway. Renee always made sure that I knew that I wasn't worth enough to be eating away her food. I ate slowly, savoring each bite. When I was done I cleaned up and bid Charlie good night. I got ready for bed and set my alarm for the next day. My bed was so much softer than the mattress on T. He floor that served as my bed at Renee's. I curled in on myself gasping at the pain that went through me. My ribs were still hurting bad and I hoped that Renee hadn't managed to break them so that the pain would go away soon. Tears filled my eyes again, but this time I allowed myself to cry. I cried for the pain I was in. And I cried because I was so afraid that I could never be enough, never be L. Then I was frightened that if Phil ever left Renee, she would want me back. I knew Charlie didn't care much about me, but at least he hasn't hurt me yet or even called me names. After a while I had cried myself to sleep. Bella Pav. I woke up gasping from my nightmare, tears streaming down my face. I looked around me frantically, realizing I wasn't in Phoenix anymore. I was finally safe. For now, anyway. I blinked at my alarm clock. It was 5 a.m. My alarm would ring in an hour. I turned it off, knowing I wouldn't sleep anymore, and got out of bed. I put on a few layers of tops and leggings, own jeans and a dark green pullover for the final layer, so I wouldn't get cold and no one would notice just how skinny I was beneath my clothing. Then I made my way to the bathroom to get ready for day and made the laundry that was there. As silently as I could I made my way downstairs, hoping I wouldn't wake Charlie. I went into the kitchen to make some breakfast for him. I knew men needed a lot to eat and that they got grumpy when they went too long without food. I found all the necessary ingredients in order to make the healthy banana pancakes that we learned to do in school. Once they were done, I got myself a small one and put the rest in a container for Charlie. Looking around I found a stack of notepads and a pen. Taking one, I wrote to Charlie that I made breakfast for him and tea. Have a good day at work, and put the note on the container. It was still only 6 a.m. and I had an hour before I had to leave for school, still making me be there early so I could get my schedule. Not wanting to sit around and wait, I cleaned the whole kitchen, then got my backpack and went outside, got the bike and followed the directions Charlie gave me yesterday to school. Surprisingly, I got there without any accidents. I locked up my bike at the parking lot and made my way to the front office. Inside, it was brightly lit and there was a red-haired woman behind the counter. She immediately looked up at me. "Can I help you?" She looked at me questioningly. "I'm Isabella Swan, the new student," I informed her quietly, looking down at my feet. She gasped, making me look up at her. She probed. Lee never saw an 11-year-old girl at this high school before, and since I looked even younger than that, she was probably really shocked. "Of course, I'm Ms. Cope. Now, I have your schedule here. You have a few classes with the seniors because the other classes were all full, and some others with the juniors." She dug through a pile of documents and handed me my schedule along with a map of the school and another paper. "You have to get this slip signed by all of your teachers and bring it back here at the end of the day. Do you need help to find your first class?" "No, thank you. I think I can manage," I answered timidly and went outside again. Then I looked at my schedule. 1. Senior Math Ms. Williams. 2. Junior Spanish Ms. Smith. 3. Junior English Mr. Brown. 4. Senior History Mr. Taylor. 5. Junior Art Ms. Thompson. 6. Lunch Hour. 7. Junior Biology Mr. Banner. 8. Junior Gym Mr. Clapp. Oh no, gym, I never had to take that in Phoenix with the older kids. I really hope they won't make me participate. And I can just do a research paper or something. I don't want to imagine all the kinds of accidents I could get in with students so much older, taller and stronger than me. It was 7:50 now, so I looked at my map and tried to memorize it. As soon as I was done I made my way to class. There were a few students now, all of them looking at me weirdly. I tried to make my way around them slowly to not get run over. Bella Pav. When I arrived at the classroom, a few students were already there, as well as the teacher. Ms. Williams had short gray hair and was completely dressed in pink. As I approached her desk, she looked at me grimly. "Are you lost? That is obviously not your class," she said gruffly. "Oh no, my transfer was probably so short-term that some of the teachers haven't looked up their emails yet." My heart started pounding and my hands started shaking. I didn't like this woman. She reminded too much of Renee the way she looked at me. Sorry, I'm Isabella Swan, the new street student. Why you should have gotten an email." I managed to stutter out shakily. She instantly looked up her emails on her laptop that was set on her desk. "Fine. Introduce yourself to the class, then sit next to Rosalie. That's the only free seat left, Ms." Williams pointed towards a pale, inhumanly beautiful girl with golden eyes and long wavy blonde hair who sat in the second row near the windows. Wait, pale, inhumanly beautiful, golden eyes, vampire. I instantly started relaxing looking at her. My heartbeat slowed and the shaking got less. Kind of weird, right? But I knew she was a good vampire. She had golden eyes like Charlotte and Peter had when they saved me a year ago, not red. But she was even more beautiful than they had been. I absent-mindedly touched my left arm where I knew there was a crescent-shaped scar underneath my sleeves. Rosalie must have seen and heard my reaction to her because she looked at me stunned and curious, probably wondering why she had a relaxing impact on me, when I should feel scared. All of this had just taken a few seconds. I still had to introduce myself. I really hated talking, especially in front of so many people. But at least I had calmed down a bit. So I faced the class and got it over with. Hi, I'm Isabella Swan, but I like Bella better. I'm 11 years old but skipped a few grades. I just moved here from Phoenix to live with my father. I said still a little shakily while looking at the floor. Then I walked towards the second row to sit next to Rosalie. Hi, I'm Rosalie Hale, but you can call me Rose. If you need any help or notes from the school year, since it has already started, you can come to me, she whispered to me and smiled. I was really grateful for her. She seemed really nice. I gave her a little smile back and whispered, "Thanks, that's really nice." The teacher stared at us angrily and we stopped talking. I really didn't want to get into any trouble. The topic for today was derivates. She wrote down the multiplication rule but didn't give an example. Then she wrote a problem on the board and asked who wanted to try and solve it. A few students volunteered but she looked at me mischievously. "Ms. Swan, why don't you come to the front? Since you are so smart." I knew I could solve this, it was rather easy, but my hands still started shaking and I could feel my heart pounding again. I hated being the center of attention. "You've got this," Rosalie whispered encouragingly. I slowly got out of my chair and walked towards the board. But me being me, I tripped, and stumbled against the board, wincing quietly as it really hurt my ribs. A few students laughed quietly. I quickly composed myself and took a deep breath, blinking away the tears that were threatening to fall. I took a piece of chalk and pulled the board down. I still had to get on my tippy toes and stretch myself to get to the top of the board where Ms. Williams had written down the problem. I quickly solved the problem. E2x cos 1/4 x equals 2e2x cos 1/4 by 1/4 e2x sin 1/4 x and put the chalk back, then looked at the teacher anxiously. "Correct," she muttered, obviously annoyed that I knew how to solve that problem. "You can go sit back down." When I approached our table, Rosalie looked at me worriedly, asking if I was okay. Worriedly. Why would she worry about me? I was just a worthless child. No one ever cared. But I had to be more careful. No one could ever find out how Renee had treated me. "I'm fine," I whispered back, lying. I'm sure she saw through my lie. I was never good at lying convincingly. "Are you sure? I see. And bring you to the nurse if you're hurt." "I'm really fine. It's nothing new. I'm the biggest klutz. But thank you." I managed to give her a tiny smile. She didn't seem convinced but didn't ask again. The rest of the class went by without further problems. Ms. Williams just ignored me, realizing she wouldn't be able to catch me off guard. Once the bell rang, Rosalie looked at me. "Do you need help to find your next class?" "I think I can manage, thank you. I just hope I don't get run over and that Ms. Smith is nicer than Ms. Williams," I replied shyly. "So you have Spanish next?" I nodded. "Ms. Williams doesn't teach anything else here. But she is really nice, so don't worry. Maybe we see each other in some other class. If not, you can always come sit next to me and my siblings at lunch. You'll probably meet some of them in your other classes. Though I don't think any of them has Spanish now. If you want to, I can take you to your next class. People tend to avoid me, and I usually avoid them. So you won't have to worry about being run over." She grinned at me. "I really don't wanna be a bother," I said really quietly. "You're not, I promise. And I really like you. Which has to mean a lot. I usually don't like people much." She held her hand out to me, which I took when she smiled at me gently. Her hand was really cold but also very comforting. It made me feel safe. Or at least that's what I think it felt like. I have never really felt that way before. She led me through the halls and into the classroom and introduced me to Ms. Smith, who was already there. Then she waved me goodbye and left the classroom. Ms. Smith looked to be in her early 30s, she had long blonde curly hair, and dark blue eyes. You only had to look at her to see that she was really nice and motherly. She lightly touched my back. But it still hurt, it was still healing since Renee used her belt on me 2 days before. But I didn't let it show on my face. She turned me around and showed me where I could sit. She asked me if I wanted to introduce myself. I shook my head, no. Instead she introduced me to the class so they knew who I was. I sat next to a girl named Lauren, who a few times tried to talk me during class and pried into my personal business, asking personal questions. She also wanted to copy what I did on my worksheets, but I held my arm so that it would be hard for her to do so, and when the teacher saw her, she got scolded and then looked angrily at me. I didn't want to make enemies at school, but I also didn't want to be friends with someone who only wanted to gossip about people. And I didn't want to let anyone copy what I did without them asking before, especially not someone like Lauren. After class, I got Ms. Smith to sign my slip and she praised me for my good work. I blushed and thanked her. Then hurried towards my next class, not wanting to be bothered by Lauren or her friend Jessica anymore. English with Mr. Brown was nice. We were analyzing Wuthering Heights, which was one of my favorite books. I really liked reading. I had spent my lunch hour and free periods at the school library in Phoenix, as well as some afternoons and weekends when I knew Renee wouldn't be home and realize I was not there. When I was reading, I could flee into a different world, be someone else for a while and forget the pain of my own life. When I was approaching the history classroom, I instantly noticed the male vampire who walked inside. He had long honey blonde hair, and a medium build. That must be one of the siblings Rosalie mentioned. I introduced myself to the teacher and then sat down next to the male vampire. "Hi, I'm Jasper Hale, who are you?" He looked at me curiously but also as if he was slightly in pain. I knew he must have heard my name when I introduced myself to Mr. Taylor. But he didn't know that I knew what he was. I wasn't allowed to know. So I introduced myself to him shyly. He looked like he wanted to ask me something else, but then the bell rang and I looked at him apologetically. He smiled back and then we both focused on the teacher. "Good morning, class. As I've mentioned in the beginning of the school year, I don't give you any homework, and there was only one test. Because I wanted you to work on a longer project instead but haven't given you any information about that before. I want you to work in pairs of 2, preferably with the person sitting next to. You can choose a war to your liking and then work for the rest of the year outside of the school and write papers, poems, draw pictures, do anything you can think of that is creative and has to do with that particular war and is also informative. You can be as creative as you want, you do not have to draw or paint. As long as I can see you put effort into it and learn something, you will get a good grade." I looked at Jasper nervously. Normally, other students hated to have to work with me because I was so much younger than them, but Jasper just grinned at me, as if he were really looking forward to that project. And I felt a strange calm surrounding me, so I relaxed. Mr. Taylor spoke again. "Now, I'll give you 30 minutes so you can talk to your neighbor and choose the war you want to do the project about and discuss a few ideas and how you want to work on it. You are completely free on when you work on your project in your free time, but I want you to hand it and finish head 4 weeks before the end of the semester." I looked at Jasper then and then down at the table and quietly said to him, "I'm sorry that you have to work with me if you don't want to. I'm Sue. Hey now, why wouldn't I want to work with you?" He touched my chin and lifted it, so I had to look into his eyes which held concern. I just thought that usually no one wanted to work with me in Phoenix because they were so much older than me. "No one ever wanted to work with the little kid," I said sadly. "Well, I do want to work with you. You seem really nice, and I'm sure you are smart, too, or you wouldn't be here. I'm sure you are way smarter than everyone else here in fact. So do you have a specific war in mind that you'd like to work on?" He grinned at me. I gave him a tiny smile back, but I meant it. I was really grateful and kind of looked forward to be working with someone who wanted to work with me, too, for once. "Not really, you can choose a war if you want, or we could just look up a few and then decide," I replied. "Well, if you don't mind, I really love the Civil War, so we could work on that. I already have a few books and movies which we could use for research. What do you think?" He seemed so excited that I was starting to wonder whether he had lived at the time of the Civil War already or if it was of some kind of importance to him. I mean, he was a vampire, so it could be possible. "Sure, I really don't mind. We exchanged a few ideas and then came to the agreement that we could meet after school at his house today to start. Do you want to call your dad later with my phone? He offered. That's nice. Thank you. But he told me yesterday that I could go out and that I only had to call if I got home later than 7 p.m. because he always works until then and wouldn't even notice that I wasn't home. He looked at me strangely. Can you give me the directions to your house? Oh, didn't you say your dad was working today? But anyway, you can just drive with us. My BR. Other Emmett took his Jeep today, so we had to take 2 cars and we have a few seats left. I think there is also a booster seat in my other brother's car for emergencies. Jasper replied confused. Yes, he is. But I took my bike to school and I have to take it home again. And I really don't wanna bother you or your siblings. We can just put your bike into Emmett's Jeep, and you won't be a bother, I promise. I'm sure the rest of my family will like you, too. He said gently. Well, if you are sure. That's really nice, thank you. I blushed, a little less nervous now. The lesson continued then and Jasper led me to my next class, art. There, he rushed over to a small pixie-like vampire with short spiky hair who was jumping up and down like a ball and embraced and kissed her passionately. When he let go, she continued jumping up and down excitedly. Hi Jazz, hi Bella. I'm Alice. Wow, she had a lot of energy. But I was stunned. How did she know my name? Maybe she had a gift like Peter. But I shouldn't know that. So I just asked her. How do you know my name? She seemed stunned for a second but composed herself really quickly. I think most of the students here know your name by now. This school is kind of a gossip hell and you came here in the middle of the semester on top of the fact that not many new people move here and you, little one, are rather unique. If she hadn't reacted the way she had and if I didn't know that vampires could have gifts, I would definitely have believed her, but I was rather sure that this was just an excuse as she couldn't just tell me the truth. I couldn't blame her for that. Jasper excused himself, asking me if I would sit with them at lunch later before he hurried towards his next class and Alice and I went inside. Wanna sit next to me? I can tell. We are going to be the best of friends. Alice asked excitedly. I was stunned. She really wanted to sit next to me and she wanted to be my friend. No one wanted to be my friend before. Though I had to be careful not to let anything about my past slip. I stared at her and then composed myself, smiled and assured her that I would like sitting next to her and then went and introduced myself to the teacher. Art was fun. We had to do portraits of our neighbors but were allowed to chat while drawing. I asked her what Alice liked to do in her free time and she loved to spend time with her family and to go shopping. Which made me cringe. I hated shopping, though the reason for that is that I could never really buy anything and I never had the time to just look at things at the shops because I always had to hurry home. She said she would take me sometime if I wanted, which made me kind of nervous because surely, she would notice something was wrong then if I didn't buy anything. Then she continued talking about her many shopping trips with Rosalie, which she told me was her sister, which I was sure of before she even mentioned. What do you like to do? She asked me after she finished her story. I told her that I loved to read and spend all of my free time doing just that. You're like my brother. He loves to read, too. But he also plays the piano. He never really does anything else. She giggled. Jasper? I asked. Oh no. Jasper likes to read too, but I'm talking about Edward. Jasper is my foster brother but we are actually together, so I don't see him as a brother. And I also have another brother, Emmett. He's with Rosalie. We're all adopted, so it may seem weird to outsiders, but there is no blood relation, so it's no problem. I didn't find that weird and just smiled at her. They all really seemed to love each other. Sometimes I wished I had siblings, too. But I wouldn't want them to live like I did, so I was just grateful that I didn't have brothers or sisters who had to suffer, too. Bella, are you okay? Alice broke through my thoughts. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was just thinking about something. Did you say anything? No, but class is nearly over, we have to clean up. And then we can go to lunch. Alice paused. It was Monday morning, another day of school. Though today I was exited. I would meet Bella today, my future best friend. I just started seeing visions of her yesterday. But I knew instantly that she would be important to us all. I was just cuddling Jazz when I had a new vision of Bella and squealed. I would have art today with her and she would sit with us at lunch and come home with us after school. At least if nothing changed. What's got you so exited, darling? I get to meet my future best friend today, I said and hurried downstairs before he could ask more. I didn't want to say anything that she would be Edward's mate, even though he would have to wait until she was older. He just kept standing there, stunned. I approached Esme and gave her a hug. She gently hugged me back and stroked my hair. Carlisle had already left for work. Everything okay, Alice? She held me at arm's length then to look into my eyes. Yes, we're gonna have a visitor today. There will be a new student at school today. Bella will have to do a school project with Jasper for the rest of the year and they'll decide to meet today after school, so we'll have a visitor. Could you go out and get a booster seat and put it in Edward's Volvo before school ends? Esme looked at me confused. I answered her question before she could ask. Bella is only 11, she skipped a few grades. And she is really tiny, and seems rather fragile, even more so than other children. She looks much younger than she really is, and is really skinny, but also really pretty. She seems really shy but lovely and polite, too. She'll need to ride with us home. Emmett will need to take his Jeep so we can get her bike here, too. Esme's face instantly lit up. She really loved children. Sure, it's no problem. What did I hear about a little girl visiting us? Nice. When am I gonna meet the little squirt? Hopefully she'll be my little prank buddy, Emmett's voice boomed then. I heard a slap. Ouch, Rosie, what was that for? That's so Emmett. You won't have any classes with her, but you'll meet her at lunch. And be careful with her, she might be frightened of you at first. With that we all got ready for school. Edward and Jasper seemed slightly worried about their control around Bella, but I assured them it wouldn't be a problem, since for some reason, she didn't smell like food tea. Ois and that we would feel some kind of pull towards her. Rosalie Pav. I was really exited. I loved children and just wanted to meet Bella. Alice told me earlier that she would have math with me, I just hoped she wouldn't be scared of me. Just then a little girl walked in. She was tiny, really small and pale, but really beautiful. She had dark circles under her eyes, as if she hadn't slept in days. Though she was probably just nervous and exhausted because of her moving here and going to a new school. The teacher was really gruff towards her and I could see that Bella was frightened. She shook slightly and her heart was pounding loud and fast. When the teacher pointed towards me and the seat next to me, Bella got huge eyes but instantly calmed. Weird reaction. Normally it's the other way around, not that I mind. I was happy that my presence would calm her. When she sat next to me, I noticed that she sat on her knees, so that she could see above the table. It was really cute but also seemed a little uncomfortable. Then later, I could hear her wince when she stumbled against the board. She must have been hurt before, because she didn't fall so hard to get that reaction. But when I asked her, she unconvincingly told me that she was fine repeatedly and I knew I wouldn't get anywhere if I continued to ask. I was also really angry at the teacher for making such a scene. She was probably just jealous that Bella was so much smarter than anyone else here. When I led her to her next class she took my hand without hesitation and didn't seem shocked by the cold. She was definitely unique and I could already see that we would all love her. But she seemed really shy. She never seemed to offer more than was asked and her eyes seemed so lifeless, along with the shadows under her eyes and the fact that she was so small and a little on the skinny side, I was worried. I promised myself I would earn her trust and find out what was wrong. I was sure the others would help me. Jasper Pav. I had history next. My favorite subject. Bella sat next to me and I was shocked by the feelings that hit me. That she was nervous seemed normal, but what shocked me was the feeling of worthlessness. And pain and a tiny bit of hope underneath it all, barely noticeable. Just as I wanted to ask whether she was okay, the bell rang. I'd have to ask the others about it later. Maybe it was good that I couldn't ask her anyway. She barely knew me, she wouldn't trust me if something was wrong. I also instantly noticed that in fact, like Alice told us, Bella did smell good, but not like food, and I felt that pull and protective instinct towards her, which I also felt towards my other siblings and parents. When our teacher told me about our project, and Bella was okay with doing it about the Civil War, I got really exited. So that was the reason Bella would be over at our house today. I was really shocked that her father didn't want her to call when she wouldn't go home directly after school. That he planned to leave her home alone every day until 7 p.m. I didn't know much about children, but shouldn't there be someone to take care and look after her at home? Shouldn't parents be interested in where their kids are after school? Even Carlisle and Esme asked us to inform them about such things, and we were immortal teenagers, most of us even adults. Maybe I should ask Carlisle and Esme too. Ask Charlie if he wanted them to take Bella after school so that she wouldn't be alone all the time. After history, I showed Bella to her art class, knowing that Alice has this class too. During their talk, I monitored Bella's emotions. First she was shocked and then curious that Alice already knew her name, and a little hope sparked when I asked her if she would sit with us at lunch. Alice paused. Finally I would meet Bella. This day seemed double as long as usual because I was so excited. I waited in front of the classroom for Bella and Jasper. I really wanted to hug Bella, but I could see that Bella would freak out if I got too close, so I didn't. I really liked art and it was fun drawing each other. Bella was really good at it, too, even though she was so young and probably did have a lot less practice than everyone else. I knew Bella was shy and didn't talk much, so I told her about the shopping trips with Rosalie and how we often dragged the boys along so that they could carry our bags and we could get proper clothing for them. 2. When I asked her about her hobbies, she told me that she liked to read. I wanted to ask her what she did with her friends back in Phoenix, but I got a Vizio. And that she would go rigid in her seat for a second and tell me that she never really had any friends and that she would close up after that. So I told her about Edward and Emmett instead. She spaced out then and had a faraway look. Bella, I asked, worried, but she didn't answer. Bella, are you okay? I tried again and was relieved when she shook herself out of whatever she was thinking about. She didn't seem to want to talk about it. So I just told her that we had to clean up and then go to lunch. Something was definitely wrong here. But my visions hadn't shown me anything yet. I just hoped that she would be okay and that we would find out whatever it was that was wrong and fix it. When we were done, I took her hand and gently led her to the lunch room. She stumbled along the way, but since she held my hand, it was easier for her to steady herself. She blushed and stuttered out a, sorry. I just told her that I was glad she didn't fall and hurt herself. Bella paused. Alice gently led me to the lunch line, making me nervous. I didn't really have an appetite and I never felt hungry anymore. I also didn't want to waste my money on lunch during the school year, and I also didn't want to ask Charlie to give me some. Maybe I could just get an apple and something to drink. The other stuff looked nasty and unhealthy anyway. Hopefully the Cullens didn't know enough about humans to know that this was certainly not enough. I curiously observed Alice as she got 2 trays, asking me what I wanted to get while she loaded up her own tray. I thought vampires didn't eat human food. I planned on watching what she will do with all that later and answered her, I'll just get an apple and some water. I'm not really hungry, yet. Shouldn't you eat a little more? She asked, furrowing her brow and looking me up and down. I grew a little uncomfortable, hoping she wouldn't notice anything I tried so hard to hide. I've never really been much of an eater, besides I had a big breakfast, I tried to say nonchalantly. Lying about the second part. She put one of the trays away then and added an apple and water bottle for me on hers, walking towards the checkout. I got out my money, about to give it to her. But she just winks, it's on me. I wanted to protest, but she just looked at me with a look that said, don't even try, I've made up my mind, so I let it go. We walked towards a table where I could already see Rosalie and Jasper with some trays and 2 other vampire males who must be Emmett and Edward from what Alice and Jasper have told me. The vampire next to Rosalie was huge. He looked as if he could squish me with one hand. Not that the others couldn't, too, I mean they were vampires, but this one looked really scary. My whole body was probably skinnier than one of his arms. I could already feel my heart starting to beat faster in my chest, while I stared at him. He had short black hair and golden eyes like the rest of them. Hi, squirt, he suddenly boomed, looking straight at me. I flinched, my breathing and heartbeat getting even faster. I hid behind Alice, really scared now, and grabbed her shirt at her back, holding on to her tightly, squeezing my eyes shut, afraid of what was to come. I was drawn into one of my memories from Renee, not in the cafeteria anymore but back in Phoenix with my mom screaming at me and punching into my stomach. Bella, everything all right? Emmett won't hurt you. You are safe here. Breathe, sweetheart, everything's okay. Open your eyes, little one, I heard Alice's voice in front of me, sounding slightly panicked. Wait, Alice, I was in Forks, not in Phoenix. I opened my eyes, meeting the very worried-looking eyes of Alice, who was now crouched in front of me, holding both of my hands and rubbing circles over their backs gently. I drew in a deep breath, calming down slightly. Breathe in and out, Alice coached me through it. As I was coming back to myself, I also noticed the other Cullens looking back at me with worry and shock showing on their faces, and I felt the stares of the other people in the cafeteria at my back, making me uncomfortable. I'm okay, I managed to say shakily. Thanks. I was just startled for a second. He is so big and loud. Sorry, I think I just overreacted a little. Are you sure you're okay now? That seemed like more than a little startled, Alice asked gently. Yes, I promise, I managed to smile at her. Now that I really looked at Emmett, he didn't seem so scary anymore. He looked very sorry. She led me towards the table and in front of Emmett. Now, Emmett might look really scary and he is really loud most of the time. But underneath he is just a big, overgrown child or a cuddly teddy bear. He pouted at that and I could see what Alice had meant. I giggled at that. Wow, I don't think I have ever giggled before. What a strange sound. I'm really sorry I scared you. I promise I'll try to be less scary and behave, Emmett said in a voice that would be normal for any normal person, but with him it like he was trying really hard to be quiet. It's okay. Now that I've calmed down I can actually see what Alice meant, Emmy Bear, I said sweetly at him. They all cooed at that but Emmett pouted at me. Sorry. You're stuck with that name. Next I looked at the last male, whom I haven't really looked at before, who must be Edward. Now that I did look at him, I could only stare. He had messy bronze hair and was really pretty. I couldn't decide who was prettier, Rosalie or Edward. The others at the table giggled. Edward just watched me frustrated for a second but then smiled at me. Hi, I'm Edward. Wow, his voice sounded like velvet. Once I've pulled myself together, I managed to stutter out, Hi, Edward, I'm Isabella, but I like Bella better. Sweetie, do you want to sit on my lap? Then you don't have to sit on your knees all the time in order to reach over the table, that seems kind of uncomfortable. Rosalie offered. I looked at Rosalie stunned but it was also really heartwarming. I debated whether Rosalie would notice what I was trying to hide then decided she wouldn't. She was so strong that she probably wouldn't notice that I weighted less than other children my height. She wouldn't feel my bones too much over the multiple layers of clothing and as long as I wouldn't lean into her too much, my back and ribs shouldn't hurt much more than normal. I walked over to Rosalie and let her lift me into her lap. She was really gentle and careful, which I was grateful for. She loosely put her arms around me so I wouldn't fall and I leaned into her a little. Is this comfortable like that? She asked. Even though her arms were cold and my upper body was hurting a little more than usual, I never felt more warm or safe before. Yes, thank you. But please tell me if I bother you. So I can get down. I answered timidly. You won't ever be a bother to us, sweetheart, don't worry. She kissed the top of my head then and combed lightly through my hair with her fingers, making me smile. Alice then handed me my apple and water bottle and while I slowly nibbled at it, I watched them picking at their food, moving it around their plates but never really eating anything. While we ate, they asked me questions like whether I liked it here so far, what my favorite books or my favorite color were and I asked them about theirs. In addition to what I learned from Jasper and Alice already. I learned that Rosalie liked cars and was the mechanic of the family, Jasper and Emmett liked to play video games. The girls both liked Rose and the boys different variations of blue. I also observed that Edward seemed to nod or shake his head barely noticeable during at lunch while looking at one of his siblings, as if to answer a question, but none of them had asked him anything none of the others did that maybe he had a gift, too. When lunch was over, Rosalie carefully sat me down on my own feet again waiting until I was steady before she let go. They had their trays of untouched food and Edward took me to biology, since we would share that class. When we arrived, I saw that Lauren, Jessica, and a boy I saw in my other classes, Mike, had that class, too. I really hoped I wouldn't have to sit next to one of them. I walked up to the front desk while Edward took a seat and introduced myself to the teacher. Mr. Banner seemed nice enough and told me that I could take a seat besides Edward. It was the only free seat left, thankfully. Class started then and Mr. Banner explained mitosis to us, then he told us that we had to do lab work in pairs, SEPA. Rating the slides of onion root cells into the phases of mitosis they represented and able them accordingly. I'll get the microscope, these things are really heavy, can you get the slides? Edward asked me in his musical voice. Of course. Thank you. I answered timidly and slowly got up to get them. When everyone was sat down again, Mr. Banner told us that we could start. Ladies first, partner, Edward asked, giving me a crooked smile. I smiled back and quickly but carefully put one slide under the microscope and adjusted it, so I could see it clearly. Prophase, I said confidently. Mind if I check? He asked and I shook my head, no. Prophase, he agreed, writing it neatly on our worksheet and then took the next slide to study. Anaphase, do you want to check? He offered, so I had a look and nodded. Then wrote it down. My handwriting wasn't as neat as Edward's but it was okay. We worked our way through the rest and had finished quickly. We were finished before anyone else. Lauren and Jessica had their book open under their table and they stared evilly at me when they saw me looking at them. I looked away quickly. Don't mind them, they are not worth it, Edward started, but he seemed angry at them. I nodded. So he continued, so, Bella, why did you move to Forks? He asked curiously. I glanced up at Edward nervously. My mother, Renee, wanted to spend some time with her new boyfriend so she sent me here. At least that wasn't a complete lie, so I said it convincingly enough. Edward looked like he wanted to ask something else, but Mr. Banner disrupted him. Shouldn't you be doing your lab work? He looked at us sternly. We're already finished, sir. Edward replied politely. He took our worksheet and checked the answers. So, Edward, didn't you think you should have let Isabella have a chance with the microscope, too? Mr. Banner inquired. Bella. And she actually identified 3 of the 5, sir. Edward replied, still politely, but his voice held something else, annoyance. Is that so? Mr. Banner looked at me questioningly. I just nodded. It's good that you two are lab partners then, he said, then walked away and muttered at the same time as he roared, so that the others have a chance to learn something, too. Either he has said that often, which was rather unlikely since Edward didn't have a lab partner before I got here, or the more likely possibility. Edward knew what he was about to say. Adding that to what I had observed at lunch earlier, I concluded that Edward must be able to read minds or something like that. My heart started pounding a little faster. If he could read minds, then he would know. But he didn't let anything show that would indicate that. What are you thinking? Edward asked, seeming a little frustrated, disrupting my thoughts. I calmed down instantly. If he had to ask what I was thinking, he wasn't able to read my mind for a reason. Nothing, I replied quickly. The bell rang then and I out my stuff in my backpack and brought the slides back to the front table. Meet us at the parking lot later. The silver Volvo and the Jeep are ours. You'll find them easily, I promise. Edward asked when we got ready to leave for the next class. Okay. See you later, I replied, smiling shyly at him. Then we said goodbye and I made my way to gym, becoming nervous again. I walked slowly, dreading what was to come. When I arrived, I went to the bathroom first, then into the hall. The others were already there. Coach Clapp approached me and introduced himself. You can choose whether you want to participate in this class, which I think would be unfair to you, or you can do a research paper instead. You would have to stay here, but I can let you into my office where I could still see you through the window and use my computer for research. He offered. Research paper, please, I answered eagerly, without hesitation. Coach Clapp laughed. That's what I thought. Give me a few minutes to tell the class what to do. Then I'll show you to my office and tell you what I want you to do. With that, he left me standing at the sides and asked the class to form a circle around him so he could give them distractions. When Lauren and Jessica passed me they glared at me. Look, the little nerd already gets special treatment. Not that she deserves it, Lauren said to Jessica in a voice loud enough for me to hear. Such comments were nothing new to me, but they still hurt. They didn't even know me. I was even more glad then that I wouldn't have to participate, sure that at least Lauren and Jessica would give me a hard time and always aim for me if it would have been possible. Coach Clapp then led me to his office, told me I had to do a research paper about the importance of physical activity to one's mental and physical health. But I would only have to work on that during the lesson. I could type it out or write it on paper. I decided to write on paper so that I would be able to finish it at home if I couldn't finish it in time at the end of the semester. I really liked researching and writing papers, so I really didn't mind and was actually excited. I did some research and took notes. At the end the class 1 had found a few good points and made my way out to the parking lot happily, but stumbling along the way a few times. Luckily I didn't fall. The Cullens and Hales were already there and greeted me. "What's got you so happy?" Jasper asked. "I can do a research paper in gym, so I won't have to participate in gym, saving me from a lot of pain from the many accidents I would certainly get in if I would have to participate. If you haven't noticed already, I'm really klutzy." The others laughed at that. "We've noticed," Rosalie and Alice said at the same time. Rosalie took my backpack and put it in the trunk where the ones of the others already were. "If you give me your keys, Emmett can put your bike on his Jeep and then we can go." She offered and I complied, thanking her. Jasper Pened the back door of the Volvo where I could see a booster seat, but one of those complicated ones that has a harness. Jasper put the harness to the sides and lifted the shoulder pieces up, asking me to climb in and then strapped me in. We never had such a booster seat, because Renee never cared about that and Charlie had a bigger one, probably thinking I was taller when I arrived, so I was grateful that Jasper helped me. I don't think my tiny hands would have been able to hold all the pieces and push them together. "Okay like that?" Jasper asked when he tightened the straps a little. "Yes, thank you, Jazzy," I smiled at him, thankful that the seat was really fluffy and comfortable and didn't hurt my back or ribs too much. Jasper smiled at the nickname. Alice then got in next to me, Jasper and Edward in the front. Rosalie and Emmett had already gone to get my bike and drive to their home in the Jeep. "Do your parents really don't mind that you take me with you, especially on such a short notice?" I asked timidly. "No, I promise, they don't mind, darlin'. Carlisle and Esme really love children. Esme is a stay-at-home mom, she is really motherly, so I warn you, she will probably be all over you, making sure you are comfortable and couldn't wish for anything more while you are here." She couldn't have children, so they adopted Edward, Alice and Emmett and fostered Rosalie and me. That's why we have different last names. Carlisle is really compassionate and he loves helping people. He works at the clinic here in Forks as a surgeon and sometimes he helps out in the ER. He will probably get home a few minutes after us, Jasper told me. His parents sounded really nice, nothing like Renee or Charlie. I really wish I had parents like that. But when Jasper mentioned that Carlisle was doctor, I got a little worried. When Renee sometimes took me to the hospital when I was younger because she managed to break one of my bones, the doctors sometimes looked weirdly at me and asked about the bruises but seemed to believe us when we said I fell down a lot and was just accident prone. But when she started hitting me more often and with that belt, she stopped taking me to the hospital. But Carlisle was a vampire and from what Jasper said, he seemed really compassionate. He could notice my condition much easier than the doctors in Phoenix just from observing me and probably wouldn't look away like everyone else. After all that the others noticed already, I really had to do a better job at lying convincingly. Edward paused. When I made my way to the lunchroom I could instantly hear my siblings' thoughts. They were all about Bella. Wow, who would have thought that a little human girl would draw the attention of a few vampires at her, after not even a day? I was still a little doubtful. Conversing with a human, especially a little girl, could be dangerous. They all seemed so protective of her already. I instantly lifted my head at Rosalie when she thought about what could be wrong with Bella and how she could help her. I looked at her questioningly and she showed me what had transpired earlier. Jasper seemed to have similar thoughts. When Alice and Bella approached our table, I instantly felt the pull and protectiveness towards Bella, even though she hadn't even said a word. She seemed so small and fragile, and under her smile I could see a tiny bit of sadness and pain, which she seemed to try hard to hide. A normal human wouldn't have noticed. Now I understood the others. When she noticed Emmett, her smile fell and she seemed really frightened. She jumped behind Alice and held onto her shirt tightly. I had to smile a little at first. She looked kind of cute grabbing onto little Alice for protection, but my smile instantly fell when I noticed her breathing and heartbeat going way too fast. The others had noticed too and stared at Bella in shock. Emmett did look scary, especially to a little girl. But no one had reacted like that before. I tried to stand to Bella's mind to find out what got her to react that way, but it was as if she was not even there. I tried harder, but gave up soon, realizing I couldn't read her mind. Alice put down the tray at the table quickly. Then carefully pried Bella's hands from her back, turned around and crouched before Bella, talking to her soothingly, trying to get her to calm down and open her eyes. Everyone was relieved when Bella seemed to calm down after a minute and opened her eyes. We all stood back, not wanting to overwhelm her. When she had calmed down completely, she insisted that she was okay and that she had just overreacted. But no one really believed her and thought about why she had reacted that way. Luckily, Bella seemed to warm up to Emmett quickly. The nickname she gave him was really fitting. When she noticed me, she just stared for a while, making the others giggle. When she introduced herself to me, she stuttered a little. But she had a really cute voice. Bella hadn't reacted to them like that. At least not in that extent, wondering what was so different about me. I looked at Alice, surely she would know. But she just looked at me and blocked her mind. Not yet, Edward, you'll to find that out for yourself in time. That was really frustrating. For the first time, I really wanted to know what someone was thinking, but that person's mind had to be the only one I couldn't read. Bella seemed so small but really content and comfortable when she sat on Rosalie's lap, who caressed her hair lovingly. I had studied medicine before, so I knew the apple that Bella nibbled on was definitely not enough for lunch. I was about to ask, but Alice, seeing a vision of that, showed me what Bella had said to her in the lunch line. She asked me to not ask her again, knowing she'll just give me the same answer but become uncomfortable. I wasn't convinced but decided to keep quiet for now, so I nodded at Alice. Edward, can you see anything in her mind that would explain her behavior earlier? Rosalie asked in her mind. I shook my head, apologetically and a little worried, too. No. After lunch, Bella and I had biology together. I already expected her to be really smart, but it was mind-blowing to see her identifying the slides so fast, when all the other students struggled to even identify them correctly. Jessica and Lauren were jealous of Bella, since it seemed so easy for her. And they barely managed even if they had their biology book open under the desk, and also because she had made friends with us, when we seemed to notice no one else. Their thoughts nearly made me growl, so I tuned them out. Not wanting to out myself. What seemed weird is that she reacted nervously to my question of why she moved here, but I couldn't ask if she missed her mother and how she liked it here. The teacher interrupted us. It made me angry that people thought just because Bella was so young, people didn't believe her to do just as well or even better as other students. When class was over, I asked her to meet us at our cars later, since we had classes on opposite ends to each other and I didn't know if Coach Clapp would let them leave early. He sometimes did that. Jasper Pav. We were standing at Edward's Volvo waiting for Bella, discussing seating arrangements, when she came stumbling towards us. Alice assured us that she would get to us uninjured or we would have probably went to get her to make sure she wouldn't fall down. Beside all the other emotions I observed earlier, there was also a little bit of happiness, hope, excitement also, and nervousness. She was also smiling a little. I think we were all relieved that she wouldn't have to participate in gym, seeing with our own eyes just how clumsy she was, on top of the fact that she was much more fragile and physically weaker and slower than the other students. I helped her with the booster seat, since Esme got one with a harness and a complicated lock, probably making sure that it was safe and comfortable and wouldn't open easily by accident. When we were driving, I told her about our parents, and what they were like. I could feel some kind of hope and longing coming from her, which then was replaced with worry when I mentioned Carlisle was a doctor. She seemed to space out then. Bella, I asked, Bella, are you okay? I saw her blinking a few times through the inside mirror, then she looked at me a little dazedly. Yes, sorry. Sometimes I space out when I'm thinking, she said, embarrassed. We're there, I said then, making her look out of the window. Her eyes got huge as she stared at the house. Wow, she said, obviously amazed. It's huge, and really beautiful. Alice and Edward giggled at her reaction. I got outside and then helped Bella out of her seat and led her towards the front door. Bella paused. When Jasper led me to the house with the others behind us, I was still looking at the house in amazement. It was so timeless and graceful, painted a soft, faded white, 3 stories tall, rectangular and well proportioned. And it was in the middle of the forest, though they still had a big backyard. We got to the door when a very pretty, young and motherly looking woman opened the door with a big smile on her face. She had a heart-shaped face and long, caramel brown wavy hair, a slender, but still curvy body. "Come in, I'm Esme, the mother of the lot. You must be Bella," she said, smiling at me and ushered us inside after I greeted her. I looked around. "You have a very beautiful home," I said in awe, and started to take my jacket off. "Thank you, dear. That's really nice of you to say," Esme replied smiling, then helped me get out of my jacket, since I somehow got myself stuck. The clumsiness really never ended. I looked at her, a little embarrassed but also smiling. It was such a motherly gesture. I thanked her and she assured me that she loved to have been of help. Jasper went upstairs to get his history books so we could look through them for inspiration while Esme, with her hand softly laying on my back, led me to the living room desk, where Jasper and I would be working on our project and the others would be doing homework or study, too. She got a seat pad from one of the cupboards in the living room, put it on a chair and then motioned for me to sit on it. "There, I think it's easier for you to reach above the desk like that." "Thank you," I said, touched at her kindness and thoughtfulness. All of them treated me like that, which got me really confused. No one else had treated me like that before and I understood why. I was just not worth it and they had better things to do than care for me. Jasper came back down and put 2 huge books on the desk. "I didn't get them all, but I think 2 books is enough for now," he said and sat down next to me. The others sat down as well, all getting books and pens out for themselves. We heard the door open and Esme went out of the room to greet her husband, or that's what I thought. I was confirmed when 2 minutes later Esme entered the living room again with a male vampire, who I guessed to be Carlisle, the father of the kids. He had blonde collar-length hair and a well-toned frame. He smiled at me kindly. I stood up to greet him. Carlisle held out his hand for me to shake. "Hello Bella, I'm Carlisle." I whispered a "hi" back, a little intimidated by the fact that he was a doctor and everything in his appearance and tone screamed compassionate. "I heard you had to do a history project together, anything interesting?" he asked when he let my hand go. I sat back down. We decided to do our project on the Civil War. Mr. Taylor said that we could get creative and write papers, draw pictures or anything else that we could think of to learn something and put it in a map to give it to him for grading at the end of the year. I replied. A little excitement could now be heard in my voice. He smiled. "Well, if you need anything, Jasper knows where to find me. I also got a few books about that war. Or if you need any more or just want to take a look at them," he offered and we both thanked him. "Do you want anything to drink or snack on?" Esme asked me. "No, thank you," I replied. Edward then looked at me, thoughtfully. "I think you should eat something Bella. You only nibbled at that apple for lunch, that's hardly enough," making me glance at him, worried about my secret, thinking about how to refuse. Carlisle looked at me frowning, while Esme just looked worried. "I'll eat with Charlie later when I get home. If I eat anything now, I won't be able to eat later. And besides, I had a big breakfast," I said, trying to ease their worries. "Well, if you're sure. Just say something if you change your mind later," Esme let it go. Though all of them seemed unsure, neither of them said anything more about that topic. Probably not wanting me to get uncomfortable. "We'll let you work now, but if you need anything, you can come find us." She caressed my hair softly and then Carlisle and Esme left the room. Jasper and I each skimmed over one of the books, taking notes occasionally and exchanging ideas. But everyone worked quietly. "I think that is enough school work for today," Jasper said after an hour and everyone agreed. "Bella," Emmett stretched my name, "will you play a game on the Wii with me?" He looked at me with a really cute puppy dog look that probably no one could refuse. "Okay," I giggled. "But you'll have to show me how it works, I've never played before." "Yes, come on," Emmett boomed and firmly but gently pulled me off the chair and dragged me towards the sofa, turning on the game station on the way. "Careful Emmett, she's just a kid, don't drag her too hard. And none of your violent games, she's only 11. Rosalie lectured Emmett. "Yes, Mom," Emmett pouted, emphasizing the "Mom" part. I had to laugh hard at their exchange. How about Mario Kart, then? Rosalie nodded. Emmett looked at me, waiting for my answer. I just shrugged. It's not like I knew what that was anyway. After I sat down, Edward and Emmett went to sit beside me. Rosalie sat herself next to Emmett. Alice and Jasper excused themselves for some alone time, making me giggle again. You're a little giggle box, huh? Emmett asked me, laughing loudly. No, usually not. I can't even remember giggling before today, but you're just too funny, I can't seem to help myself, I said, still giggling. He explained the game to me and I caught on quickly. During the game Carlisle and Esme, as well as Alice and Jasper joined us in the living room. After a few games, some of which I had won, Emmett looked at me incredulously. Are you sure you've never played before? Why are you winning against me? Yup, I plopped the pea, then continued, maybe you're not as good as you thought, Emmett. I've never teased anyone before. It was kind of fun. I felt so content for once. Like everything could be okay. Emmett pouted like a little child and everyone laughed. Then I handed the controller to Jasper. Do you want to play? My hands kind of start aching, they are not really used to pushing buttons so fast. He thanked me and they continued playing while we watched. Carlisle looked at me then, when do you need to get home, Bella? Don't get me wrong, you can stay as long as you'd like, we love having you here, but we don't want to get your father worrying and you'll have school tomorrow, too. I thanked I.M. and told him the same I told Jasper earlier. Esme and Carlisle looked at each other worried. Carlisle then looked at Esme questioningly and she nodded, then he turned back to face me. Sweetheart, what do you think about coming home to us after school when your father is working? We'd love having you here, and I think I speak for all of us when I say that we'd feel better knowing you were well cared for and looked after instead of home alone the whole afternoon. Carlisle offered, seeming genuinely concerned and sincere. I looked at him, stunned. Why would they offer having me over so much and even want me to? If not even my parents seemed to care. Renee was always happy when she didn't have to see me at all and Charlie just didn't seem to care either way. I don't know. I really don't wanna be a bother and I don't mind being home alone. I tried to refuse gently. You're never a bother, dear. If that's your only concern, you don't have to worry. Esme assured me. Okay then, if you're sure. Yay, I get to see a lot of you little squirt. Emmett yelled out then and drew me into a gentle but firm embrace. It still hurt a little though. Everyone laughed at his enthusiasm. We're sure, Bella, thank you. It really means a lot to us. When Carlisle drives you home later, he'll ask Charlie if it is okay for him, too. Though I don't know why it wouldn't be. Reassured me, again. I opened my mouth to protest. To say that I could get home alone, but Carlisle stopped me. No protest, Bella. We won't have you riding back on your bike, alone, through the dark forest, might I add. I do. Want to even begin to think about what could happen to you out there. He looked at me sternly the way I thought a father would look at his child. Weird. I looked down, not wanting to argue with him. I mean, I got his reasoning. I just didn't understand why they seemed to care so much and didn't want them to get out of their way for me. So I just whispered an, okay, thank you. He nodded, happy. Rings satisfied that I didn't argue with him. What kind of movies do you like? Maybe we could watch one tomorrow. Alice suddenly asked. I shifted in my seat uncomfortably, knowing it was definitely not normal for an 11-year-old to have never watched TV in her life. I don't know. I've never watched TV before. Why? How did you survive until now? Emmett boomed out, incredulous. Renee, my mother, never let me. I started, but it's not so bad. Gives you more time for other things. And from what I heard, watching TV is not so healthy anyway. Well, Renee is not here, and who cares about healthy? It's not like we'll watch TV every day, all day long. So we'll watch some Disney movies tomorrow. You've definitely got a gap in your education there. He decided. Everyone else nodded. Okay, if you say so. I agreed, too. When it was time to go, I said goodbye to everyone. Esme went with us to the door, where Carlisle helped me into my jacket. She hugged me gently, kissing the top of my head, making me smile before we left. Carlisle put my bike in the back of his car. Luckily it was quite small, so it fit without problems. Then he took the booster seat from Edward's Volvo. put it in the front seat and helped me strap in, before he got into the driver's seat and started the car. On the way to Charlie's, Carlisle asked me if I liked living with my dad so far. Well, I do like Charlie. But it is kind of weird moving in with someone who you don't really know, even if it is your father. I mean, I haven't seen him since Renee and I moved to Phoenix when I was 3. I didn't talk on the phone or meet in the holidays. I replied. He looked like he was thinking about what to say. I get that I know Charlie from work, when he brings in injured or drunk people that he comes across while working. He's nice, but not really talkative. Just know that if you need anything or if you just want to talk, you can always come to us. Thank you. We arrived then, Carlisle helped me out of my seat again and then carried the bike to the garage and we went to the front door. Charlie wasn't home yet, and knowing Carlisle wanted to talk to him, I invited him inside. Do you mind if I start cooking? You can come with me into the kitchen if you want. I asked him, wanting to have dinner nearly done when Charlie came home, hoping to please him, still not too sure if he'd continue to be so nice. No, that's okay. But if you don't mind me asking, why do you cook and not Charlie? Carlisle asked, frowning. We got into the kitchen then and I got all the ingredients out while replying, well. It was really nice of Charlie to take me in, so I want to give something back, and I like cooking, so I don't mind. I got a chair out to stand on, seeing I was too small to work on the counter easily. When I climbed on, Carlisle stood next to me, in case I fell, I presumed. That's really considerate of you. Just don't overwork yourself, you are still the child here and Charlie should be taking care of you. Not the other way around. He told me, then asked if he could help me. We were cooking together when Charlie came home a few minutes later. He came into the kitchen. Hello Bella, Dr. Cullen. What are you doing here? Is everything okay? He asked when he saw us. Hello Chief. Yes, everything's fine. Bella came to us after school because she has to work on a project with one of my sons, for school. When I asked her when she had to be home, she told me that you would only be home shortly after 7 p.m. every day, and Esme and I were wondering if it would be okay if she came home to us after school so that she wouldn't have to be home alone. You see, we both love children and our 5 kids all really took a liking to Bella, too, so we'd love having her over. Esme is always home and I usually get off at the same time school ends, so she wouldn't be alone and one of us could drive her home later. The children could also pick her up in the mornings to get to school. What do you think? Charlie took a while to think things over. Well, I really don't want her to be a bother to you, but I don't mind her coming over to your house. So you can take her after school, but you really don't have to. Bella can care for herself well enough. Though I'd like her to ride her bike to school in the mornings. Thank you, Charlie. That really means a lot to us. She won't ever be a bother to us. I'll leave then. Carlisle shook Charlie's hand. I'll come to the door with you, I offer and lead the way. Carlisle crouched down to my level, gave me a gentle hug like Esme did, then he kissed my forehead softly. I'll see you tomorrow, sweetheart. And if you need anything at all, you can call us, anytime. He handed me a card with his cell phone and their home number. Thank you, I said quietly. A little choked up and tears were starting to build in my eyes, so touched by his actions and words. He smiled at me but seemed concerned. I waved him goodbye and he drove away. Then I went to the kitchen again to finish cooking. I went to find Charlie to tell him that the food was done and he thanked me and said that the breakfast was great, too. Charlie offered me to do the groceries himself. Since I did everything else and the shop was too far away without a car, that I should just write a grocery list of what I would need for cooking. Back in the kitchen, I got myself some of the vegetables that I had made and some sauce and ate slowly, then cleaned up after myself. I wrote shopping list Charlie wanted and then went to vacuum the whole house. While I was doing that, I was thinking back to earlier. How nice and caring the Cullens were and how at home and safe I had felt when I was with them. I had split feelings about that. On the one hand this made me really happy, but on the other hand, I was afraid that the Cullens would soon lose interest or come to see that I was a bother to them. And I was longing to be there now. To have such loving parents and siblings and be the one cared for. Be allowed to be the child. It reminded me of what I could have had and have but didn't. These thoughts made me tear up again. I put away the vacuum cleaner when I was done. Then got ready for bed and made sure my alarm was set for the next day. Like the day before, I cried myself to sleep. Esme Pav. The minute Alice told me about Bella, I was really excited. I had always wanted a little child, see it grow up. Someone I could take care of and love. Bella wasn't my child, but since Alice said that everyone would love and feel a bond towards her, we would hopefully get to see a lot of her. She would be my new daughter even if she wasn't technically mine. But I would make sure she had everything she needed, be cared for and safe. I could care for her in more ways than I could care for immoral teenagers. Seeing as Carlisle already left, I called him about Bella, so he would know about her when he came home from work and would not be surprised. He seemed just as excited as I was. But we had to stop talking soon as he had to prepare for some kind of surgery. As soon as the store opened, I made my way to get a car seat. I asked a salesman to consult me, and then chose a black booster seat that seemed the most safe and comfortable and which she would fit in after what Alice had told me about her. Afterwards I went to the school parking lot and put it in Edward's Volvo. When I got home after that, I immediately put on the heaters, so that Bella wouldn't get cold later, and got out some cookbooks to see what I could whip up in case Bella was hungry or just wanted a snack. It was still morning when I was done with that, too, so I went to my office and started doing some designs to pass the time until they got home in the afternoon. A few minutes after 3, I heard 2 cars in the driveway. And knowing it would be my children and Bella, I ran downstairs to greet them at the door. I opened the door for them and smiled at Bella. She was indeed very beautiful, but I was concerned to notice she did look tired and nearly as pale as us, and she was really small, too small, especially for her age. I would have to talk to Carlisle about that later, ask him what we could do and if he had an idea as to why that was. Unsurprisingly, like Alice had told us earlier, I loved her instantly and wanted to protect her from any harm. I really wanted to hug her, but I didn't want to overwhelm her. And she also seemed so fragile, so I stopped myself. When I led them inside, I helped Bella out of her jacket and told her where she could put her shoes. She was really polite and cute, but also really shy. I could see her awe when she looked around and complimented the house. I heard Carlisle at the driveway when I made sure Bella could sit comfortably at the desk and still be able to read the history books Jasper would bring down. When Jasper came downstairs with said books, we heard the front door open and I went to greet my husband. I embraced him and gave him a passionate kiss. "Hello, love," he greeted me, looking into my eyes lovingly. "Now, where is Bella? I want to meet my new daughter. She's in the living room with the others. Just wait, she is so lovely and beautiful. But she also seems very shy and fragile." I took his hand and led him towards the children. Carlisle Pav. I looked at my new daughter, instantly feeling fatherly love towards her and the same, if not more, protectiveness I felt for my other children. However, I had to fight hard to not let my smile waver when I let my eyes take her in completely. Immediately I noticed that she looked a little sickly. She was pale and looked like she could use some sleep. Her eyes looked a little lifeless behind her smile. She also looked like she was only 7 and a little bit too skinny. Though I could not judge just how much over her baggy clothing. Suddenly afraid for her health, I made a mental note to check her hospital records first thing tomorrow morning to see if she had some kind of chronic illness. I introduced myself to her. She seemed a little intimidated by me, but as soon as she started talking about the history project, she seemed excited, making me beam at her. After that, when Esme asked if she wanted something to eat and drink but she refused and Edward mentioned her not really eating much in school, I frowned at her, thinking about whether I should say something. Esme looked really worried, too, and I gave her hand a gentle squeeze. I didn't say anything then, since I wanted to look at her records first. There were a few illnesses that could cause what I had noticed, and I didn't want to make assumptions or bother her with questions that could be uncomfortable. I wanted to earn her trust. We left them then to let them work. Both Esme and I made our way to my office. Esme worked on a few designs there and I got some paperwork done, all the while thinking about Bella. About an hour later, Jasper and Alice knocked on his door and he asked them to come inside. "Hi Jasper, Alice. Is everything okay? What brought you two to me?" They both looked worried. Jasper looked at me sadly. "Well, Mom, Dad, you see I'm really concerned about Bella. When she sat next to me I was so overwhelmed by her feelings. They were all so negative. What kinds of feelings, Jasper? I asked, wanting to know everything, hoping to help her later. Mostly worthlessness and pain, I think both physical and mental. And only a tiny bit of hope underneath it all. And then later when I told her about you being a doctor she was worried. Go on, I said, seeing that he had more to say. She also seems so fragile and tiny and so lifeless. Not all the time, like she tries to hide it very much, but sometimes her mask slips. And then when I asked her about when she had to get home. She told me she would be home alone until 7 and as long as she was home by then, she wouldn't need to call her dad, that is what he told her. And you know, we all love her already, so I was thinking that maybe you and Esme could offer Charlie to take her after school and bring her to him around 7, so that she doesn't have to be alone all day. He looked at me hopefully. What he said had worried me. I noticed most of that, too, though. I think I want to observe her for a while before doing anything hasty or bothering her with questions. I think we can help her much better, with whatever is wrong. If we earn her trust first. Of course, if after a few days nothing changes, I'll do something about it. Her condition is definitely concerning, but not life-threatening, yet. So we have a while before we have to act. Do you know where the pain is? He shook his head, so I continued, she didn't hobble and she used both hands, also I didn't hear her ribs rubbing together or anything like that. So at least it seems as if nothing is broken and I can't just ask her if she'll let me have a look. After all, if you didn't have your gift, we wouldn't even know about it. I looked questioningly at Esme. She just nodded her head, knowing what I was silently asking. And of course we'll ask Charlie if we can take her after school. Did you see if he'll agree, Alice? And did you say anything about what's wrong with Bella? Alice smiled at me, he'll agree. Then she looked sorry, and I'm really sorry I can't see anything about Bella, she is not completely clear in my visions. I see some things, but nothing that would explain her condition. Thank you, Alice. I think we should have a family meeting later to talk about what we can do and if one of the others noticed anything else. Maybe Edward saw something in her mind. I think I want to go down to the living room to spend some more time with her, will you come, too? They all nodded. Before we went downstairs, Esme looked at me, pained. Carlisle. We have to help her, we have to find out what's wrong. I don't want to see her in so much pain. I embraced her softly, kissing her forehead. We will, love. I'm sure about that. We all love her already. None of us want to see her suffering. When we went downstairs, Esme and I sat on one of the love seats, Alice and Jasper on the other. Bella and Emmett were playing Mario Kart, with Edward and Rosalie beside them. Bella seemed much more animated and content than before, a big smile plastered on her face. I was concerned that she saw herself as a bother when she tried to refuse our offer to come here after school and then later again, when she told us her mother never let her watch TV. I had a bad feeling about her mother. Why wouldn't she let her child watch TV every now and then? It made me feel really relieved when she agreed to come here after school later. That way we could spend time with her, but also make sure she would be okay and figure out what was wrong faster. When I helped her into her jacket and then her booster seat, it made me feel really content. It was such a fatherly thing to do, but I haven't got to do before today. I held the conversation on our way to her home light. Not wanting to upset her before she got home but also wanting to learn as much as I could about her. I was happy to note that she seemed to like Charlie and the problem didn't seem to be him. Even though he didn't seem to be home much, Bella wasn't hurt by him, of that I was sure of, or she wouldn't have been so calm. When Bella mentioned that she was doing the cooking, and that she wanted to give Charlie something back for taking her in, I was even more concerned. An 11-year-old girl shouldn't take care of her dad, but be the one cared for. The fact that Charles, let her do that and didn't seem to mind at all, as well as the fact that he said she could take care of herself, reinforced my thoughts about her being neglected. He didn't even really greet her when he came home. He wasn't affectionate in the least, he just seemed indifferent about her being there. I tried not to get angry, thinking that at least she would have us and we would show her all the love that she wouldn't get from Charlie and more. I was glad that Charlie agreed so easily and didn't argue back when he insisted Bella took her bike to school even if I didn't understand why. I didn't want to upset him and risk Bella not being allowed over. Before I left, when I embraced her, her body seemed so warm and fragile against mine. I kissed her forehead gently, hoping I could just take her with me. Protect her and make sure she felt loved and wanted. I also made sure she had a way to contact us and that she knew she could always call, anytime. I could see that she was near to tears which she tried so hard to hide. So I just smiled sadly and left, knowing I couldn't do anything about it now. Edward Pav. When Carlisle came home he was upset. I saw in his mind how Charlie had been so indifferent and how it felt so wrong to have left Bella with him, even if he knew no harm would come to her. As soon as he came through the door he called out, "Family meeting, living room, now." We all sat on the sofas. Everyone was worried about Bella. As soon as everyone was seated comfortably, Esme beside him, holding his hand and squeezing it softly, he started, "I want to talk about Bella. Jasper came to me earlier to tell me some really worrying things, and I've noticed quite a bit myself. I'm sure some of you have as well, so I'd like us all to get to the same page and then decide what we can do and how we can help her. Jasper, can you tell everyone what you told me earlier?" Starting with Jasper, everyone shared what they had noticed, most of it were the same things. I was last. "Edward, did you notice anything new? If not, can you tell us what she was thinking? Did you get anything that could explain her behavior or condition?" Carlisle asked, looking at me. "I noticed about the same things that you did. And as I said earlier that she didn't eat much at lunch. As to her mind, I'm sorry, her mind is a complete blank, I can't read her." Everyone gasped. "What do you mean, Edward, you can't read her? Has this happened before?" Carlisle was the one to speak the words everyone was thinking. "I mean it exactly as I said. I really tried hard, but there is nothing, it's as if she is not even there. It has never happened before, so it must be her. I'm really sorry. Now it would be really helpful and it must be her that I can't read. It's not your fault, Edward. Maybe she as some kind of gift that manifested itself even though she is a human. Alice has trouble seeing her, too. At least sometimes. That just means we have to be more observant and get her to trust us. So, I'd like you to stay observe her at school, try to notice as much as you can, ask her questions but do not pry. Maybe Esme or me can get her to eat when she is here and just build her trust. Make sure she knows she can come to us anytime and feels comfortable doing so. I'll look up the hospital records we have of her in the hospital, seeing if she has some kind of chronic illness. If I can't find anything and she won't open up or her condition worsens over the next few weeks, I'll confront her, or maybe get her to the hospital for some tests, saying the hospital or school need them. I'll find a good reason." We all agreed and then spend the night waiting for tomorrow when we would see Bella again. Bella Pav. When I woke up on Tuesday I was still rather tired. My night had been restless, I had had multiple nightmares during the night. Groaning, I stood up. Like the day before I made breakfast for Charlie, ate a little myself and then left for school. I had a little accident with my bike. Though luckily only my hands got a little scraped, my left more than my right. I arrived at school around 15 minutes before my first lesson would start. I locked up my bike when I saw the Cullens LVO and Jeep park in the same spot as yesterday, making me smile. When they got out I waved at them and they walked towards me. "Hi," I said timidly. "Hi, Bella," they all said, smiling back at me. "What happened to your hands?" Rosalie asked when she noticed them. She took them into her hands to get a better look. I kind of fell off my bike, it's not bad though, it doesn't really hurt," I replied sheepishly. "Oh, Bella, you really are a clumsy one. Come on, let's go to the nurse before school starts. Your right hand doesn't look too bad, but I think your left one needs to be disinfected and bandaged." I was about to refuse. I hated attention, especially when it came to my clumsiness, but she just looked at me sternly and I knew better than to risk an infection. "Fine," I muttered then. "Bye guys, see you later." I said to the others. "Bye Bella, try and be more careful," Edward said to me. I nodded and then Rosalie took my arm gently, careful not to touch my hands, and led me to the nurse's office. "Oh dear, what happened to you? Does anything else hurt?" she asked and rushed to us, taking a look at my hands. I explained what had happened and assured her that it was only my hands. She told me to go sit on the medical bed while she got some disinfectant and a bandage. I looked at the bed, knowing there was no way I could lift myself so high or jump up without hurting myself further. Rosalie seemed to notice too. Since she reached out her hands to lift me up, but waited, silently asking if it was okay, so I nodded and she lifted me up carefully and sat me on the bed. The nurse came back. She cleaned my right hand first, looking at it, and then she carefully took my left hand. I don't think you need stitches, but I'm going to need to clean and bandage it. I'm afraid this is going to sting a bit. She sprayed some disinfectant on the wounds and then cleaned and bandaged it. There you go, does it feel okay like this? Yes, thank you. I was just happy that it was only my Han. DS and she had no reasons to look anywhere else, and besides, I have had so much worse, I could barely feel that my hands hurt. You should change that bandage again tomorrow. If it starts looking infected or hurts more than now, you should go see a doctor. Rosalie put me back down. I'll have my father take a look later and he can also change the bandage regularly. Then we both said goodbye to nurse and thanked her again and hurried towards our math class. We luckily made it there with the bell. I really didn't want to anger the teacher. Math went by quickly, the teacher just ignored me again. I was happy about that. At least I didn't have to go in front of the class again. Spanish and English were okay, too. Jessica and Lauren shot dark looks at me, which I tried really hard to ignore. But otherwise no one bothered me and the teachers were nice to me. When I arrived at the history classroom, Jasper wasn't there yet. I went to sit at our desk, but before I got there, a student called Jackson put his foot out, making me trip over it, landing on the floor, making tears pull into my eyes. I managed to break the fall with my hands, making them hurt again, so that my ribs wouldn't have to take the whole impact. But it still made me aware that they still hurt a lot. What, nerd, can't even walk. No one wants you here, the Cullens just see you as charity case, don't think they like you. It's no wonder your mother sent you away. Freak, he said evilly. My tears started falling then. He had managed to hit a sore spot. I knew no one wanted me, and I was so scared that what he had said about the Cullens was true. I mean, why would they like me? But I didn't believe them to be such people. I tried to get up, but he held me down. Some of the students laughed. Let me go. I didn't do anything to you, I said brokenly. Hey, what's going on here? Mr. Taylor sounded angry. Jackson let go of me quickly, but Mr. Taylor had seen anyway. I got up slowly. You, Jackson, to the principal's office, now. That was unacceptable. Quote, Bella, what happened, what's wrong? Jasper was suddenly standing right in front of me, looking at me frantically. Jazzy, I whispered brokenly and held my arms out to him. He understood what I wanted and picked me up. I threw my arms around his neck and my legs around his waist, holding on to him like my life depended on it, sobbing into his neck. I didn't care what the others would think of me right now, I needed him. Shush Bella, it's okay. You're safe. I'm here now. Are you hurt, sweetheart? He whispered in my ear and stroked my hair. I shook my head, no. Well, at least not much more than I was before and not in the way he wanted to know. I felt waves of calm reach me, but I didn't want to let them in. They felt foreign, not like my feelings, so I pushed them back. Certain it was Jasper's doing. You can take her outside for a minute, calm down for a while. I want to talk to the class for a minute, then I want to ask her what happened. I heard Mr. Taylor speak to Jasper. Thank you, I'll take her to the sofas right outside the hall. And then I felt Jasper moving, still holding me and whispering sweet nothings into my ear. He sat down on the sofas then and I curled into him, calming down slowly. Can you tell me what happened? I shook my head again, no. I didn't want to talk about it and I certainly didn't want to repeat what Jackson had said. Please. I shook my head again. Are you sure you are not hurt, sweetheart? He looked down at me, concerned. My hand hurts a little more than before, but it's okay. Rosalie wanted Carlisle to look at it later anyway. So it's no problem. I whispered at him. He held me a little tighter, but it didn't hurt. In fact, their cold bodies felt good against my still bruised body. And I heard footsteps approaching and looked up anxiously. Relieved when I saw it was just Mr. Taylor. He crouched down in front of us, looking at me worriedly. Are you okay, Bella? I just nodded. Can you tell me what happened? I shook my head at him, then moved to hide my face against Jasper's chest again. She didn't want to tell me either. I heard Jasper tell him. Bella, honey, can you look at me, please? I did what he said and he continued, the other students told me what happened, but I'd like to know if that was all or if he did something else. If I tell you what they said, can you tell me if that was all? I nodded. He recounted what the others had told him, and I whispered out that that was all, looking down in my lap. Okay, thank you, honey. I'll go talk to the principal and make sure Jackson doesn't get away with it. I looked up at him, horrified. If he gets punished now, he'll just let it out on me again. It's gonna be okay, sweetie, we'll make sure he doesn't bother you again. He assured me, then looked at Jasper. I told the class to read pages 101,135, you can do that here if you want or at home later, but I want you to check in with me at the end of the class. He handed Jasper 2 history books. Jasper thanked him before he left to go to the principal's office. He told me that I shouldn't believe Jackson and that they all loved me, that none of what he had said was true. And hugged me a little tighter again. But I knew better, at least that part about my mother was true, but he couldn't have known that. Do you want to stay here or go home, sweetheart? I'm sure they would let us go home. Jasper asked me. Stay here, please. I whispered. I didn't want to go home now, it would just make it harder to come back tomorrow and I didn't want the others to think I was weak or that I got special treatment or something like that. Can we read the few pages? I think it will help distract me. I asked him. Sure. He handed me a book but continued to hold me in his arms as we read. 5 minutes before the end of class we were finished reading and I got up. Jasper took my book in his one hand and my right hand in his other and we went back to our history classroom. We went inside and gave the books back, then sat at our seats and waited for Mr. Taylor to end the lesson. When he did that, he asked Jasper and me to stay behind for a moment. When we were the only ones in the classroom, we went to stay in front of him. He looked at me first. Are you better now, honey? I nodded, but I'm sure my eyes were bloodshot and my face even more pale. Oh, he continued, Jackson was suspended for the rest of this and the complete next week. We don't take bullying here lightly, so you should be okay. Thank you. He smiled at me, saying there was nothing. To thank him for and turned to Jasper. Jasper, can you make sure she is okay for the rest of the day, that she is not alone? Bella has art next with Alice, she'll sit with us at lunch, then she has biology with Edward. They'll make sure she is okay. However, she has gym last, alone, but maybe I can ask Coach Clapp if I can take her to computer application with me, so she can work on her research paper there and won't be alone. Thank you, Jasper. I'll talk to Coach Clapp and your computer science teacher, so just take her with you, I'll make sure it's okay. He offered Jasper. We both thanked him. I was really relieved that I wouldn't be left alone today. Jasper then led me towards Art, making sure I got there safely. Alice was waiting there for us, looking worried. She rushed to us when she saw us, picking me up and hugging me gently. I'm so sorry I didn't see earlier. Are you okay? She said sadly. I was certain now she could somehow see the future or at least parts of it. I'm fine, Alice, I whispered, ignoring the first part of what she had said, not wanting to out myself or make her uncomfortable. She put me down then and looked into my eyes, as if to make sure I was telling the truth. After saying goodbye to Jasper she led me inside. We had to work on our portraits again. I wasn't really in the mood for talking and I think Alice saw that, so I just listened to Alice's stories about her brother's pranks. It was kind of funny, but didn't make me laugh, not today. I just tried to block my own thoughts out, not wanting to think about what Jackson had said. When class ended, Alice took my hand and led me to the cafeteria. I let go of her hand when she went into the lunch line. She turned to face me. What's wrong, Bella? She asked. I'm not hungry. I don't want anything, I said to her, looking down. She crouched down in front of me, taking my good hand. She lifted my chin with the other, so I had to look into her eyes. She looked really concerned. Bella sweetie, I think you should really eat something, it's not healthy to skip meals. I just shook my head. No. Please, Bella, she asked again, sounding desperate, but I refused again. She sighed and led me to the Cullen table. They all looked at me sadly, so I was sure Jasper had told them what had happened, since he was already with them. Hi Bella Bear, Emmett said, trying to cheer me up. Hi Emmy, I said back and moved towards Jasper. He picked me up and I curled into him, hiding my face in his chest. Nothing to eat, sweetheart? Jasper asked. Not hungry, I mumbled. Jasper seemed as if he wanted Ed to say something, but Alice disrupted him. I already tried, she refuses to eat. I'll go get something for myself, and some water for her, maybe we can at least get her to drink something. She left. I heard the others talking around me. But I didn't listen. A small hand, which I guessed was Rosalie's, stroked my hair. We love you, sweetheart, never listen to anyone who says otherwise. She whispered in my hair. Love you, too, I whispered back. At that moment Alice came back and sat next to Jasper and me. Can you look at me, sweetie? Rosalie stopped stroking my hair so I could look up. Can you drink some water for me? If you refuse to eat, you should at least drink something so you don't get dehydrated. I hid my face again, shaking it. No. I didn't want to do anything right now. Alice sighed again, giving up. I felt her stroking my hair, fell asleep in Jasper's arms. He gently nudged me awake when lunch hour was over. Bella, sweetie, wake up, you need to go to biology. I opened my eyes and looked at him sleepily. Then groaned, not wanting to get up. The others chuckled at that and Jasper sat me back down on my feet. Come on, Bella, let's go to biology. Edward sighed softly. Biology wasn't too bad. We had to draw different cells from different living organisms and then take notes on the differences. Jessica and Lauren stared at me evilly again and I shrank back, but Edward Jew. Saint shot them an even darker look and they turned away then. Thank you, Edward, I whispered. He just smiled at me. After biology, Jasper came to pick me up at the classroom and then took me to his computer application class. His teacher seemed really nice. He greeted us and told me I could sit next to Jasper and the password I needed turn the computer on. While I was working on my assignment I got a little lightheaded but didn't say anything. I didn't want Jasper or the others to worry. Are you okay, Bella? You look really pale. Damn, Jasper noticed. Yes, I'm fine, I said, forcing a smile. He didn't seem to believe me. When the class ended I asked Jasper if we could stop at the bathroom. I really needed to go and did not want to go at the Cullens' home where they could probably all hear. I also put some cold water in my face, hoping it would make me look a little more alive. You could still see that I had been crying and I was indeed really pale. We got to the parking lot where everyone else was already waiting for us. I had handed Rosalie my bike keys before Edward and I left to biology, so they had already put my bike in the Jeep. This time Rosalie helped me into my car seat, wanting to drive with us, and Jasper kept Emmett company. On the car ride home, Alice and Rosalie talked a bit about their next shopping trip, asking me if I wanted to accompany them, but I shook my head. I didn't want to think about shopping. They accepted it and assured me that I was always welcome if I changed my mind. We arrived at the Cullen home a little later than yesterday. Carlisle's Mercedes was already in the garage, so he got home before us today. Rosalie opened my harness and I took her hand when I jumped out of the car. I got really dizzy then, everything was spinning and I felt my legs shake. I held onto Rosalie for dear life, closing my eyes. Bella, what's wrong? She grabbed me gently, making sure I wouldn't fall. Dizzy, I mumbled. She picked me up then, and started walking. A few seconds later, I already felt better and opened my eyes. I'm fine now, you can let me down. Sorry, I said sheepishly. You're not fine, Bella, she said sternly and didn't put me down, so I laid my head on her shoulder. The others were right behind us. I heard the door open. What happened? Is everything okay? Esme asked worriedly, and began stroking my hair. She ushered us inside and closed the door. She had a really bad day today. Rosalie started. She fell down on her bike on her way to school, hurting her hands. Then there was an incident before history with one of the other students, who tripped her and said some nasty things, making her hurt her hand again, and then she didn't want to eat or drink anything at lunch. And just now, when she got out of the car she got really dizzy, she started shaking and could barely stand, so I picked her up. She barely said anything since the incident. Someone gently took me from Rosalie's arms then, and when I looked up to see who it was, I saw Carlisle. He seemed really concerned. I'm fine, I tried to assure him. He just looked at me, frowning. Then he carried me to the living room and sat me down on his lap. He put his hand on my forehead to feel my temperature. Esme, can you bring me a glass of water and then cook something light for her? I looked up at him with a grimace, wanting to argue, but he looked at me sternly and I knew he wouldn't let me refuse. Rosalie, can you get me my doctor's bag? I want to check her blood sugar and her temperature and then take a look at her hand. He took my wrist in his hand, feeling my pulse. A little too slow, but nothing to worry about yet. Just then, Esme came back and handed Carlisle a glass of water. Thank you, love, he told her. Then he looked at me again. Bella, honey, please drink something. It'll make you feel better, I promise. You are already dehydrated and I don't want to have to give you an IV. IVs meant needles. I hated needles and I was sure he would go trough with his threat. So I nodded slowly. Good girl, he said. He held me with one arm, making me lean against him. Then he gave me the glass, but didn't let go, probably knowing how weak I felt. He dipped the glass carefully, giving me small sips. That continued for a while, until the glass was half empty and I pushed it away. Rosalie handed him a small blood sugar monitoring device, making me ache my head frantically and my heart beat faster. I didn't want him to stick my finger. First it was a needle and secondly it would make me smell blood, making me dizzy all over again. SSH sweetheart, what's wrong? He asked, confused. Please don't, I begged. Honey, I need to take your blood sugar. It's just a small pinch, it won't hurt. Carlisle assured me. But it'll make me feel sick, I mumbled out. Now he looked really confused. The blood makes me feel sick. I can smell it, it smells like rust and salt, I explained. He still looked confused but insisted he had to do this and assured me he'd work fast. Just hold your breath for a second, honey. I did as he said and he stuck my finger with the needle, then put the blood on one of the paper slides and quickly put a cute little band-aid that had stitch on it on my finger. All of that just took a few seconds and then I took a deep breath. You okay? He asked and I nodded. He looked at the readout frowning. Your blood sugar is really low, no wonder you felt so dizzy. When Esme is done with the food I want you eat something, no buts. And then I want you to rest. No schoolwork today, you can watch some movies with the others. Okay, he told me sternly. Yes, I whispered, looking down. He hugged me gently. We all love you, honey. We just want you to be healthy and happy. He whispered in my ear. I love you all, too, I whispered back. Rosalie handed him the thermometer then and pulled my hair behind my ear so that Carlisle could access it easily. He put the thermometer in my ear and held it there until it beeped, then he looked at it. Frowning a little and handed it back to Rosalie. It's a little on the low side, but that's probably from the lack of food intake. Then he took my left hand in his and unwrapped the bandage. I pushed my head in his chest, breathing in his scent, not wanting to see or smell the blood. He took my hand in his and moved it around a bit. I'm just going to clean it with disinfectant, then put a cream on and bandage it again. It doesn't look too bad, it should feel a lot better by tomorrow, just be careful with it and don't do too much. I nodded, then felt the sting of the alcohol his cool fingers as he put the cream on. He then continued to rewrap it. All done, honey. Does anything else hurt? I shook my head. No, he can't know about the other injuries. Do you think you can drink some more? Okay, I whispered and he helped me again. When I was done he looked at me, then the others. Can anyone tell me what happened today? What was the incident? I just shook my head. I didn't want to be reminded of what had happened. How about I show Bella the rest of the house, seeing she will be here a lot. I don't think she wants to hear anything of what he said again. Jasper should probably explain as was the one who saw Bella first after it happened. Rosalie said and took me from Carlisle's arms again when they all agreed. Their house was huge and their rooms were all so pretty. After a few minutes we reached Carlisle's office. I gasped. He had so many books. Even more than Jasper. I asked Rosalie to set me down and went closer, looking at the books in wonder. She chuckled. I'm sure Carlisle will let you have a look at them if you want to, though not today. I grinned at her and took her hand. We went back to the living room. Carlisle was not there anymore. The others sat at the sofa. And we joined them. Rosalie went to sit with Emmett and I climbed onto Edward's lap, cuddling into him. He smiled at me. So what do you want to watch later, Bella? Emmett asked. I don't know. It's not like I know any movies, I muttered, making Edward chuckle. Let's watch Tangled then, and after that we can watch Beauty and the Beast if there is still time, Rosalie said, and everyone agreed. Just then Carlisle came back and crouched before me and stroked my hair, looking at me sadly. I'm really sorry about what happened today, honey. And I can assure you that we already love you like one of our own. If anyone bothers you again, please come to us, okay? I nodded. I called the principal, he started, and I looked at him shocked, and I was able to switch Alice into your Spanish and Edward into your English class. Also Coach Clapp agreed that you could do your research paper in the computer application class with Jasper. That way, you won't be alone at school and this won't happen again. This made me cry, but it was happy tears. It showed me just how much they cared, even though I didn't like them going out of their way for me. It made me feel so much safer, knowing I would have at least one Cullen with me in school. I jumped into Carlisle's arms sobbing. Thank you, you don't know how much that means to me, even though I don't like you all doing so much for me. He chuckled and rubbed soft circles on my back. It hurt a bit over the bruises, but it was so worth it. When I had calmed down, Esme walked in. Food is ready, I made some vegetable soup, she said softly, smiling at me. Thank you, love, Carlisle said and took me to the kitchen, sitting down at the dining table with me on his lap. I looked up at him, pleading. I really didn't want to eat. There's no getting out of this, sweetheart. You need to eat. And do not tell me you're not hungry. Even if you are not, you still have to eat, you need to get your blood sugar up. He told me sternly. Esme put a small bowl of soup in front of me. Just eat as much as you can, darling. I also have more if you want more after that. I thanked her, then looked down and started eating. The soup was really good and I told her that. She seemed really happy about it. However, after 1/3 I felt really full and pushed the bowl away from me. I wanted to jump out of Carlisle's lap then, but he held me to him and pushed the bowl towards me again. I want you to at least finish half the bowl, sweetheart, then you can go. He told me. But I'm already full, please, I pleaded with him. He shook his head. No. I leaned back into him. And crossed my arms. It's not so much anymore. Come on, honey, he kissed the top of my head. Please, sweetheart. He sounded so sad, so I picked up the spoon again and ate a few more spoonfuls. I was nearing half the bowl, but one really couldn't eat anymore. Can I stop now? I whispered. Tears pooled in my eyes. He eyed me and then the bowl. He sighed, not completely satisfied. Yes, thank you, honey. He sat me down carefully. I went to grab the bowl, wanting to clean up. But Esme was faster. I'll do that, darling. Go to the kids, they are getting impatient. She chuckled. When I got into the living room, they already sat on the sofa comfortably, smiling at me. The TV was on and showed the menu of the movie. Edward held his arms out to me and I carefully ran towards him, not stumbling for once. I let him pick me up and leaned against him. He hugged me close to him. His cold body felt so good against my back and ribs. I felt really safe and content in his arms. Can we start now? Emmett pouted impatiently. I giggled, he could be such a child. Rosalie pressed play then. 10 minutes after the movie started, Esme and Carlisle joined us in the living room. Carly's. La put some water in front of me and Esme put a blanket around me, asking me if I wanted something to snack on. I shook my head, no, thanked them, and then they sat down next to me and Edward. The movie made me giggle a few times. Flynn was so funny. And I really liked how Rapunzel was so strong and fought for her freedom, and it gave me hope, too. But some other times made me tense, even if Gothel seemed nicer than Renee. She reminded me of her a bit. When that happened, Esme always stroked my hair softly, making me relax again. Edward also made me drink some more water, which I nearly choked on. When Emmett's booming laughter made me giggle again. My mood was so much better now. It was already shortly after 6 p.m. when the movie was over. So we didn't have time for the second one. Carlisle took my blood sugar and temperature again, saying both were still a little low but at least better than before. We talked about the movie a little bit. When it was time to go, Esme asked me if I wanted to take some soup home so I wouldn't have to cook. I thanked her but refused, telling her that Charlie probably wouldn't like it if I just took their food and I didn't mind cooking. Carlisle took me home then. And we talked about his books on the way. He assured me that I could come join him in his office any time to read or talk. I grinned at him and thanked him. He asked me to please eat some more before I went to bed. And I promised him I would, hoping to ease his worry and also not wanting a repeat of this afternoon. I wouldn't have to eat much. Just a little to keep my promise. He walked me to the door again and waited inside with me again, helping me cook until Charlie came home. Then he told Charlie about what had happened today, but not in detail as Charlie seemed really indifferent. I noticed that the usually so calm Carlisle seemed angry at that and he left soon, but not before hugging me goodbye, kissing my forehead and telling me again how much I meant to them. After he was gone I finished cooking. I ate 3 forkfuls of vegetables, then decided that was enough since I had already eaten soup earlier. Making sure the kitchen was clean I went up and made myself ready for bed. Then I did the laundry, cleaning the bathroom and folding clean clothing while I was waiting for the washer to beep. It was already 11 p.m. by the time I could hang up the wet clothing to dry, then went to bed instantly. The day was really exhausting and I fell asleep the minute I laid down. My night was plagued by nightmares, probably set off by what Jackson had said to me, since they were worse unusual and included a variation of the things he had said to me. I woke nearly every hour gasping awake. It was no wonder that I was still exhausted the next morning and had dark circles under my eyes. I barely managed to eat anything for breakfast, feeling a little sick from the nightmares, and stopped after 2 bites. At least my hand felt better, so it was no problem driving the bike to school. It didn't even hurt when I held onto the handlebar. The Cullens all stared at me when I arrived in the parking lot after them. "What happened to you? Do you want to go home? You look like you could fall asleep standing," Edward asked, worried again. I just didn't sleep so well. But I wanna stay," I replied. Despite being so tired, my morning was really okay. Since Alice was in my Spanish and Edward in my English class now. I was never alone and no one bothered me, not even Jessica or Lauren. At lunch I sat on Emmett's lap. I ate a few strawberries and drank some water but couldn't manage anything more. Even though the others pleaded with me. However, I was so exhausted, I didn't really care and just blocked them out, falling asleep on Emmett instantly. I noticed that, even though they were as hard as stone, they were really comfortable to sleep on. When Emmett woke me up for biology by tickling neck I was awake instantly. "Hey, that was not nice," I yelled at him looking at him angrily. But by the way he let out a booming laugh, I probably looked as threatening as an angry kitten. The others chuckled. I still felt really tired and was glad that Edward let me sleep when Mr. Banner made us watch a movie in biology. And I felt asleep after half of it. Since Mr. Banner sat in the back and Edward woke me gently 5 minutes before the movie ended, he didn't notice. Jasper teased me about falling asleep in class when he took me to our next classroom. I just ignored him, making him laugh at me. I was glad I didn't fall asleep in the car on our way to the Cullens. Esme greeted us there, and Carlisle came home while we were already doing homework in the living room later. He asked about our day and then picked me up and put me on the sofa so that we could have some privacy. But I knew the others could hear anyway. He asked me what I had eaten today, and I told him the truth, knowing that I wouldn't get away with lying. Carlisle insisted on taking my blood sugar again. I argued with him that I felt fine, but after he told me he would feel better and worry less if I let him do this, I submitted. Looking at me sternly he said, "Well, your blood sugar is a little better than yesterday afternoon but still too low. You're not dehydrated like yesterday, so that's good. How long do you think you'll need to finish your homework?" "Around 30 minutes, I guess," I replied, looking down. I hated to make them so worried about me, I just really felt bad if I ate more than a little. He told me that I could finish my homework first but that I had to eat afterwards and talk. Eat easy since I looked really exhausted. Carlisle then turned to Esme and asked her to make sure I at least ate half a bowl. Then he went upstairs to do some paperwork. Rosalie kept me company when I ate while Emmett and Jasper played games on their Xbox and I heard Edward playing on his piano. I listened in wonder. "He's really good, huh?" Esme asked me, stroking my hair while I fought to finish half the bowl. This time I didn't argue, knowing I couldn't win anyway. "Yeah," I whispered. When I had finally finished, Rosalie asked me if I wanted to take a look at Carlisle's office and led me upstairs. I knocked on the door softly and Carlisle asked me to come in. Rosalie left then. I went inside shyly. Come on in, sweetheart, I won't bite, Carlisle chuckled. Did you eat? He asked when I was closer to him and I nodded. Do you want to have a look at some books? He asked and stood up. If that's okay. I replied, unsure. Of course sweetheart, just choose something. I looked around and then showed him one of his huge medical books. He got it down for me and I asked him if I could lie on the carpet, it looked really fluffy and comfortable. Carlisle chuckled but put the book on the floor in front of me. If you have any questions, you can ask anytime. He told me, kissing the top of my head and then sat down behind his desk again. I laid down in front of the book, looking it. I must have fallen into a dreamless slumber because I awoke, lying on something soft with a blanket tucked around me, a cold hand was stroking my hair gently. I rubbed at my eyes and opened them, to look into the soft golden ones of Carlisle. Hi sleepy head, he said then, smiling at me. You have to get up, it's nearly 7 and I have to drive you home. How did I get on the sofa? I asked confused. I should have felt it if someone lifted me up. You fell asleep reading that book and I lifted you on the sofa so you would be more comfortable. You were so exhausted that you didn't even notice. Do you feel better now? Yes, thank you, I said, a little embarrassed. I stood up slowly and wanted to fold the blanket when Carlisle told me he'd do it later. Back at home I only cooked for Charlie, then went straight to bed. Sleeping better than I had in a long time. It was finally thinking in that the Cullens really loved me, that Charlie wouldn't harm me and that I was free of Renee. Carlisle paused. The first thing I did when I went to my office on Tuesday morning was pull out the records we had of Bella. There were only records from the first 3 years of her life and I was relieved that they didn't mention any chronic illnesses. She had been a healthy child then and wasn't at the hospital much except for a common cold and a few little accidents when she had tripped over something. I called the hospital in Phoenix and asked them to send copies of Bella's file. They agreed but told me that it would probably take around a week. Hoping that we would get answers by then, I started to work. There was nothing more I could do for now. Rosalie paused. When we arrived at the school, Bella was already there, waving at us. With my enhanced eyesight I could see that her hands were injured. We hurried towards her and I instantly asked her what had happened, taking a closer look at her hands. I was worried that her hands could get infected so I took her to the nurse's office who was luckily already there. Even though I knew the nurse had enough knowledge to treat a few scrapes, I still wanted Carlisle to have a look later, knowing she could easily oversee a little dirt in the wound. She was done after a few minutes and we hurried to math then. None of us wanted to get into trouble with Ms. Williams. Bella was a really fast worker, and she managed to get done all of exercises so she wouldn't have to do them as homework. I was really proud of her. She didn't even seem to mind that Ms. Williams ignored her completely, though she was probably just happy that the attention wasn't on her. Jasper paused. I was cuddling with Alice after our 3rd lesson. We still had a few minutes before 4th hour when she froze and her eyes got blank, she was having a vision. She held on to me tightly then unfroze still seeming tense. She gasped out, "You have to go to history, now. Bella is in trouble." I hurried towards the history classroom, as fast as I could while still looking human. "D hear Bella asking someone to let her go," brokenly. It sounded like she was crying. As I rounded the last corner I heard Mr. Taylor. He seemed really angry. At least someone was there now. I could feel anger and jealousy coming from inside the classroom, then overwhelming feelings of worthlessness, self-hate, emotional and physical pain. Bella. I hurried up even more, but wasn't prepared of what I saw in the classroom. Bella was carefully trying to get up from the floor crying, the overwhelming feelings had come from her. Jackson was sent to the principal by Mr. Taylor and I really wanted to strangle him. How could he do that to Bella? In the next second I was in front of her, asking what was wrong frantically. My heart broke when she whispered my name brokenly, holding onto me like her life depended on me when I picked her up. She felt so fragile when she was crying in my arms. I tried sending her waves of calm, but she blocked them somehow. I was relieved when she told me later that her hands hurt a little more than before but wasn't injured otherwise. I knew better, of course, she had other injuries, just none from today and none she had told us about. When Mr. Taylor came to U.S. to ask Bella what happened and asked her if what the others had told him was true, Bella seemed so sad and broken, like she at least believed some what Jackson had told her. I tried to reassure her that she was in no way a charity case to us and that we loved her, for who she was, all of us. She seemed to calm down a little after that. I thought about ways to take revenge on Jackson while we were supposed to be reading. Jackson was lucky that he was suspended for 1.5 weeks because if I or any of the others would see him in the near future, I wasn't sure what we would do to him. I was sure the others would be as mad as I was. I was really grateful that Mr. Taylor cared so much and would even ask our teachers to let me take Bella to my last lesson. Alice paused. When Bella and Jasper approached, she looked exhausted and really pale. Her eyes were bloodshot. I was so mad at myself for not seeing earlier so we could have prevented it. I didn't believe a word when Bella told us she was fine and tried to cheer her up with some stories about the pranks that Emmett and Jasper had pulled on us over the years. I told her how Emmett had put dye in the shower making Rosalie walk round blue for a week and how Jasper had made it snow in the kitchen with powdered sugar once. I realized she wouldn't say anything herself and she didn't laugh at what I told her, but I hoped that I at least distracted her a little. When I led her to the lunchroom, I could hear Jasper telling them about what had happened quietly. They were all shocked and worried. I could hear Emmett making plans for revenge and Rosalie asking Jasper how Bella was handling it. I led Bella to the lunch line and was confused when she just stopped, letting go of my hands. Why had I not seen this? I knew that my POWER wasn't completely working with her then. I just saw bits and pieces and had to rely on my mind and common sense with her, not my visions. Bella didn't succumb to my pleading for her to eat something, so I just led her the others before getting myself something to eat for pretenses. Emmett tried to cheer her up, too, but it didn't work. She went to sit on Jasper's lap and curled into him. I told them sadly that she refused to eat, and Edward in my mind that we would have to talk to Carlisle about that later. Maybe he could find a way to get her to eat. Edward paused. Edward, Alice said in her mind, and I looked at her. We have to talk to Carlisle later. She really needs to eat and maybe he can find a way to get her to do that. I nodded at her. We all smiled when Bella told us she loved us, too. I was really worried that she wouldn't even drink, knowing that she could get dehydrated really fast. When Bella fell asleep, we made plans how we could protect her better, hoping Carlisle or Esme LD managed to get the principal to allow them to switch some of their classes. We thought about calling them now, but didn't want them to worry until we got home. I heard some more details about what had happened in the thoughts of some of the other students, bailing my hands into fists, seeing Bella so broken and helpless in their thoughts. She didn't have a chance against Jackson. Half an hour later, Jasper woke Bella, who looked sleepily at him when she opened her eyes and then groaned. Someone was not happy to get up. We all chuckled at that. She seemed even smaller when she acted like the child she really was. She didn't talk at all in biology, and when we had to discuss our drawings and the differences we noticed, she just pushed her notebook towards me and looked at me pleadingly. I told her that it's okay. We had written down basically the same things, so there wasn't much to discuss anyway. Jessica and Lauren shot Bella dark looks, making her shrink back. Again, their thoughts told me just how jealous they were that Bella got our attention. They called Bella pathetic freak in their heads, making me glare evilly at them. They still kept thinking bad things about Bella, but at least they stopped glaring at her. After biology, Jasper picked her up at the classroom to take her to his computer application class. Rosalie paused. Since Bella handed me her bike keys earlier, we didn't have to wait for her to get it in our car. Then we waited for them to get out of the building. Jasper texted us that she went to the bathroom so we wouldn't worry that they took a little longer than usual. When I saw them, Bella was really pale. Even paler than before, so I asked Jasper in a low voice that she wouldn't hear if something happened again, but he shook his head, no. Hopefully she was just exhausted. I wanted to ride with them today and asked Jasper if we could switch. He agreed, so I helped Bella into her seat and strapped her in, then I kissed her forehead and got in next to her. Alice and I talked about a planned shopping trip on the weekend, hoping to distract Bella a little, and asked her if she wanted to join. She shook her head, which we accepted. She could still change her mind, and if not, there were still many shopping trips in the future that we could persuade her to join us at. When we drove into the garage, Carlisle's car was already there. I got out of the car and unbuckled Bella, then took her hand so she could get out of the car herself. However, as soon as her feet hit the ground she gripped my hand tightly, her feet started to wobble and she closed her eyes. I got really concerned. What was wrong? Would she be okay? I crouched before her and gripped her under her arms, ready to pick her up, steadying her a little. When she told me she was dizzy I picked her up and walked towards the front door. Fast, wanting to get her to Carlisle. On the way there she told me she was fine again and that I could set her down, but I didn't believe her in the slightest. She nearly fainted and looked as pale as us. Esme and Carlisle were shocked when they saw Bella in my arms like that and asked what was wrong, then Esme ushered us in. When I gave them a short overview of what had happened, Esme looked heartbroken and Carlisle had his doctor face on but still looked concerned. He pried Bella away from my arms and I handed her over to him, knowing he would make sure that she would be okay. Carlisle paused. As soon as I saw Bella in Rosalie's arms looking as pale as us, I was concerned. Was she sick? Or did something happen in school? When Rosalie told us what had happened I was so angry at that student. But pushed it away. I had to help Bella first. I took her from Rosalie's arms. She looked up at me and told me she was fine. I frowned at her, making a mental note to never believe Bella when she told me she was fine. I sat down on the sofa with her in my lap and felt her temperature with my hand, relieved that it seemed relatively normal, if not a little too low. At least she wasn't sick on top of everything else. However, she was definitely dehydrated and her lack of appetite concerned me deeply. So I asked Esme to bring me some water and to cook something light. I would make sure she ate something here today, looking at her sternly when she grimaced at me and opened her mouth as if to argue. Then I asked Rosalie to get me my doctor's bag, wanting to check her blood sugar and temperature. And also look at her hand. I was pretty sure she got so dizzy from low blood sugar. I took her right hand in mine, feeling for her pulse, noting just how skinny her arm felt. Her pulse was okay for now. I had expected that number. Esme brought us the water and I took it in my left hand, holding Bella against me with my other arm. She went to the kitchen again. I sked Bella to drink something for me and threatened her with an IV if she wouldn't, after seeing her reluctance. I knew how fast dehydration could get dangerous, so I would have gone through with it IV. And if I would have had to ask someone to keep her still to do so. Luckily that wasn't needed and she agreed. I didn't let go of the glass when she took it in her hands, seeing how weak she still was. ND helped her raise the glass to drink a few sips. After half the glass was gone, she pushed it away and I set it down on the table in front of us. Rosalie handed me the blood sugar monitoring device, which made Bella really scared. I could hear her heart pounding loudly in her chest. She shook her head frantically. I tried to calm her down and ask her what was wrong. She just pleaded with me to know. T used the device but didn't give me an answer. Assuming she was afraid that it would hurt, I assured her that it was just a little pinch and over in a second. When she told me then that smelling the blood would make her dizzy, I got really confused. Humans couldn't smell blood, right? I needed to take her blood sugar anyway, so I insisted but told her I would be fast and she could hold her breath for a few seconds until it was over. My assumption was correct that her blood sugar was way too low. But at least that was something that could be fixed. Bella looked really uncomfortable and guilty and I told her that, so I hugged her and told her we loved her, surprised when she said she loved us back. Then Rosalie handed me the thermometer, which I put in Bella's ear. Her temperature was low at 35, 5C 95. 9F, but with how little she was eating it was clear why her body didn't have enough energy to get her body to a healthy temperature. Still, it was okay for now as long as it wouldn't get any lower. Her hand was really scraped up, but at least the nurse did a good job cleaning it up and wrapping it. There was a little blood on the bandage. It probably opened again from the incident, whatever it was. I would have to ask about that later. Bella had curled into me, breathing in my scent. I told her what I would do, waiting for her to nod before I started. When I was done I asked the others and Bella what exactly had happened, and Rosalie took Bella on a house tour, not wanting her to go through that again. Jasper told us what had happened and Edward added a few details that he had seen in other students' heads. We would have to make sure that Bella knew just how much she meant to us. Why did my daughter have to go through that? I was just happy that she let Jasper comfort her and seem Ed to trust him even after what Jackson said. I also asked Jasper if Bella had more injuries than what she told me about, and he replied that he could only feel the same on her than yesterday, even a little less. So I was relieved about that. They told me about their idea to switch their schedules so Bella wouldn't be alone in her classes, so I immediately went outside and called the principal to arrange that. He was surprised that I would call and not Charlie, but he agreed with me and arranged for Alice to switch in her Spanish and Edward in her English class, and he called Coach Clapp to Aaron GE with him that Bella was allowed to write her paper in the computer application classroom where she wouldn't be alone. Bella was a unique case, being so much younger than everyone else, so that worked in our favor. They all understood how hard that situation was for her. When I came back inside, Bella was in Edward's lap. I told her about what I had arranged and again how much we loved her, and she jumped into my arms sobbing. I rubbed her back, hoping to calm her down, even though it were happy tears. She calmed down soon and I took her to the kitchen to eat. I felt bad knowing I made her do something she obviously didn't want to do, but I knew how important it was. She had to eat. It broke my heart when she looked at me teary-eyed asking if she could get up now after I made her eat nearly half the bowl. She said it tasted really good, so why was it so hard for her? Did she have an eating disorder? But she was only 11. I knew it happened, I just hoped it wasn't the case knowing Zhu. How hard it was to recover and how dangerous they could be. I let her go but made a mental note to observe her really well over the next few days and weeks to watch out for signs of an eating disorder. Esme Pav. It broke my heart to see Bella struggle with her food. I knew Carlisle worried about that too, I could see it in his eyes. I sent her to watch the movie with the others when she was done and put her dishes away. Carlisle. Will she be okay? Do you know why she isn't eating? I asked him worried. He walked towards me and embraced me gently. We'll make sure of that. I promise. I don't know why she isn't eating. After what happened today she could just be too exhausted and upset to have much of an appetite, but I still want to observe her eating habits over the next few days and weeks. I just hope she doesn't have an eating disorder. An eating disorder. I sobbed, but she is so young. He hugged me tighter. I know, love, I know. He waited until I calmed down to let go of me. How about we join them in the living room? I nodded. We joined them on the sofa, after making sure Bella had everything she needed and that she wouldn't get too good leaning against Edward. I was happy to see that her mood improved. Her giggle was just the cutest thing ever. Carlisle looked at them lovingly. Sometimes Bella would tense up, Edward would hold her a little tighter and I stroked her hair, which instantly relaxed her again. I wasn't sure if it was the movie or if she thought about what had happened today. Carlisle Pav. After the movie was done, I took Bella's blood sugar and temperature again. Her blood sugar was still a little too low for my liking but much better than earlier. Her temperature was up by 0.2, so still definitely too low. She was in a better mood now and her smile seemed honest. I drove her back home again and she seemed to glow up even more when we started talking about books. She had such a huge grin on her face when I offered her to take a look at my books anytime. Charlie didn't know about what had happened at school today, so I told him. He didn't really react, saying children did that sometimes, asked me why I told him if the school had already dealt with it. He didn't seem upset in the least or asked Bella how she was. How could a father not care? He was a police officer, damn it, he should know how wrong that was and what impacts bullying can have. His daughter was attacked by a boy so much older and stronger than her. I left soon after, not wanting to blow up there. I could fume in my car, away from Bella and Charlie. I reminded Bella of her promise to me to eat something. Told her again how much we loved her and then left. At home I told the others of Charlie's reaction and the others got just as upset as me and hoped that at least her mother had shown her love before she moved here. We all felt like she was already a part of our family, a sister to the kids and a daughter to Esme and me. At least she had us now and we would shish out her that she was important and that she was loved. Emmett Pav. The next morning, we could all see how exhausted Bella was when she arrived at school after us, but she didn't want to go home. Rosalie took her hand gently and pulled her behind her to her first class. At lunch I was surprised that Bella went to me first, so I gently put her on my lap holding her so she wouldn't fall down. She nibbled on some strawberries and drank some water. Me and Rosalie pleaded with her to eat some more but she just shook her head and curled into me, falling asleep. She looked so content and even more tiny and fragile when she slept. We talked silently as not to wake her, she definitely needed those few minutes of sleep. When it was time for our next classes I couldn't stop myself from tickling her awake. It also worked really well. She woke up screaming for me to stop, squirming in my lap, making me laugh loudly. She shot me a dark look and told me that was not nice. It seemed as if she wanted to look threatening, but she just looked really cute, making me laugh again, and the others chuckled observing us. I set her down and Edward took her to biology again. Esme Pav. The kids came home shortly after 3 p.m. again. Bella looked better than she did yesterday, but she seemed really tired. I asked her if she wanted something to eat or drink before they did homework, but she said she wasn't hungry or thirsty. When Carlisle came home a few minutes after them, he asked about their days. He then took Bella to the sofa and asked her what she had eaten today, not happy with her answer. He took her blood sugar again, even though Bella insisted that she felt fine. I wouldn't trust her either, and I was glad that Carlisle didn't listen to her. He was really gentle with her, but also didn't back down. When he was done, he asked me to make sure she ate as much as yesterday, having to do some paperwork himself. She finished her essay while I heated up the soup from yesterday, and then Rosalie and I led her to the kitchen so that she wouldn't have to feel everyone's eyes at her. Edward played the piano and Bella seemed to relax a little, though she was still tense. She didn't argue with me, having heard what Carlisle had said. But I could see her struggling after a few spoonfuls. Rosalie talked to her, hoping to distract her, and I stroked her hair. After half an hour she was finally done, and Rosalie took her to Carlisle's study so she could take a look at his books. Carlisle Pav. Bella came upstairs to read but seemed unsure. I assured her it was fine and that she come in, and soon she was lying on the floor on her stomach, looking through the book she chose in awe. I glanced at her a few times, smiling. She looked so content just then. Then I heard her heartbeat slow down just a little and looked up to see her asleep on the floor. I chuckled quietly, then I got up and walked around the desk. I turned her around carefully, then picked her up off the floor and put her on the sofa in my office. I tucked a blanket around her which she curled into and kissed her forehead before sitting down at my desk again. When Emmett and Jasper got loud downstairs, I was afraid they would wake Bella. So I went down to tell them Bella had fallen asleep, so they should tone it down a bit. They both looked guilty and apologized, promising to be more careful now. After nearly 2 hours Bella was still sound asleep. I began to stroke her hair, hoping that would wake her up. It did. She started stirring and then opened her eyes slowly, looking back at me. She asked me how she got up there, looking a little embarrassed. I was just glad she got some sleep, God only knows she needed it. I drove her home reluctantly. I'd rather keep her with us where she was loved and cared for, but she had a father who had custody over her. So I had to bring her home. Bella Pav. When I woke up on Thursday morning, I felt better than in a long time. I haven't had nightmares for the first time in years, and my ribs and back felt slightly better. Though a few bruises were still a dark blue and my back was an angry red. I got up and looked outside, making me groan. There was a thin cover of snow onto the ground. I hurried up, getting ready for school, making breakfast for Charlie and eating a little myself, knowing I had to get out early so that I could take it slow. I arrived at the school in time, unhurt. There weren't many students around. I was still a little early and went to lock up my bike, but I slipped, falling forward and hitting my forehead on the ground. My head hurt and I felt a little dizzy. I could smell blood. Damn it. I tried to stand up, but my legs were shaky and it took a while. After a few tries I finally managed to stand up, holding onto the bicycle rack with one of my hands. I saw the Cullens exiting their cars, looking worriedly towards me. Then I saw Alice freeze for a second, a look of shock and horror on her face, Edward not far behind. They were still standing near their cars across the parking lot. Then I heard a high-pitched screech coming from the side, becoming painfully loud. I looked towards the side, startled. A blue van was skidding towards me, tires locked and squealing against the brakes. It was coming straight at me. I didn't even have time to close my eyes. I would die today. There was no way I could survive that impact. I realized that just a few days ago I wouldn't have cared. But now I did. Now I had a reason to live. However, the impact that I felt wasn't from the side I expected. Cold hands had picked me up, holding me protectively against a cold body. Everything in front of my eyes blurred when I felt movement, and then I heard a sickening crunch, but felt no pain. I looked around me frantically. The van had crashed into the bicycle rack that was right next to me now. It didn't hit me. I breathed in the scent of the person holding me. It was Edward. I realized that Edward had used his vampire speed to save me. He must have picked me up and moved us out of the way. Students were screaming. I started shaking and crying. It was just too much. The near-death experience, the fear that someone had seen Edward, and the loud noises that were hurting my head, and I still felt dizzy smelling the blood. I put my arms around Edward's neck, holding on as tightly as I could. I felt him moving again. "Shush, sweetheart, I've got you, it's okay," he whispered into my ear. "Does your head hurt? You hit it when you fell." He rubbed my back gently. The further we got away, the quieter it got, and I could think a little more clearly again. A little dizzy, too. The blood, I sobbed into his shirt. "Thank you." Someone wrapped a jacket around me then, and suddenly I was in someone else's arms in the Jeep with something pressed against my forehead. I winced. Edward stood in front of me now, looking at me worriedly. I leaned back into whoever was holding me, still crying. I wanted to curl into that person, but Edward stopped me. "No, sweetheart. We have to keep holding the cloth against your cut to stop the bleeding." I cried a little harder but held still. "Jasper, can you hold this against her forehead for me?" he asked. I realized then that Jasper was the one holding me, as I could feel one of the hands that have been around me moving to my forehead. "Does anything else hurt, sweetheart? Please be honest with us, it's really important." Edward questioned me. I felt waves of calm hit me again, but this time I took them gratefully. "No promise." I sniffled. "I called Carlisle, he's waiting for us at the hospital." Alice cut in then. "No hospital. I'm fine, please," I pleaded. Edward squeezed my hand gently. "We have to get that head of yours checked out, honey, you might have a concussion. Carlisle will be the one taking care of you. Don't be scared. It's gonna be okay." "I'm not scared, I just hate hospitals and attention," I mumbled. I wouldn't argue with him. I could see in Edward's eyes that he wouldn't back down. He got into the driver's seat then and started the car, speeding towards the hospital. I was still in Jasper's lap. Alice was beside us and Rosalie was in the front next to Edward. Emmett must have taken the Jeep. Suddenly a thought came to me. My heart started pounding. My breath came in little gasps. I was panicking. Bella, what's wrong?" Jasper asked frantically, while calming me down again with his gift. "Did anyone see?" I whispered when I could breathe again. They just seemed confused. "See what, sweetheart?" he asked. "Did anyone see Edward run across the parking lot using his inhuman speed to save me?" I explained quietly. They stared at me. "Bella, Edward was standing right next to you already. He doesn't have inhuman speed." Jasper seemed worried. "No, you don't have to pretend. I know what you are. I promise I won't tell, I won't expose you. I've met people like you before. They saved me from one with red eyes. You didn't do anything wrong. We can talk about this later. But please answer my question," I begged. They gasped but didn't say anything, they were too shocked for words. Edward got out of his frozen state first and whispered, "No one saw. They think we already stood there." I relaxed. "Thank you. You really didn't have to risk exposing yourself for me." I didn't really understand why he risked so much, but I was grateful. "You are worth it, sweetheart." Jasper whispered into my ear. "How does your head feel?" "It still hurts, but it's not so bad. I'm not so dizzy anymore, too." "Good. We're there now." Edward had parked directly in front of the entrance of the hospital, next to Emmett's Jeep. Who was already there? Carlisle was already there, too, opening our door and taking me from Jasper. Holding me with one arm, he moved his other to take the cloth. That Jasper still held pressed against my forehead. "Hi, Carlisle," I greeted him quietly. "Hi, sweetheart," he greeted me back, looking at me concerned. Then he looked at the others. "I'll take her to an examination room. Jasper can come with us to keep her calm, the others have to wait in the waiting room. And please call Esme and Charlie, tell them what happened and to come here." They all agreed. Before we went inside, Edward quietly said, "She knows Carlisle, she's known the whole time." Carlisle tensed for a second then looked at me shocked. "Sorry, I whispered, I won't tell, I promised again. He kissed my forehead gently. Let's talk about this later and make sure you are okay first. Carlisle carried me to an empty examination room and asked Jasper to sit on the medical bed so he could put me in his lap. Can you tell me what hurts, sweetheart? He asked when we were seated. Just my head, I hit it when I slipped and I think I got dizzy from the blood. I answered, looking down. Okay, honey, I'm just going to lift that cloth and then look at the cut first. I nodded and he did as he said. I'm sorry, sweetie, that's going to need stitches. He told me after a few seconds. No, please, it's fine. I don't need stitches. I pleaded with him, desperate, tears streaming down again. Shish, calm down, child. It won't hurt. I promise. No, please. Shish, sweetheart, don't cry. I need to stitch it so it heals better and doesn't get infected. I'll be as gentle and fast as I can. It really won't hurt. Do you trust me? He said softly, and Jasper was rubbing my back calmingly. Yes, I sniffled. Good, close your eyes. I did as he said and felt a small pinch a few seconds later, then the whole area was numb. I felt him working but didn't feel a thing, and I felt Jasper calming me down. You're doing good, sweetheart. Just a few more minutes. Carlisle told me. I waited patiently, trying to block out what he was doing. All done, you can open your eyes again. I was surprised, I didn't feel a thing. Are you okay? Yes, thank you. Sorry for overreacting. I whispered. No need to thank me, sweetheart. And you didn't overreact, it's completely normal to be overwhelmed and scared. He took out a penlight and shone it into my eyes. I winced and shut them close. Sorry, sweetheart. Can you open your eyes for me again? I need to check them. I opened my eyes reluctantly then. Thank you, honey. He put the light down. Do you have a headache? Still feel dizzy? And don't lie to me, he asked, looking at me sternly. Yes, to both. Though I'm just a little bit dizzy, answered honestly. Okay, sweetheart. I think you have a slight concussion. How does your hand feel? Does it still hurt? He started to unwrap it. No, it doesn't really hurt anymore. Once the bandage was completely unwrapped, he looked at the hand, moving the fingers a little to get a better look. He told me that it was healing nicely and then put some more cream on and rewrapped it. He picked me up from Jasper's lap and set me on the ground, handing me a patient gown. Change into that, please. Jasper and I will turn around. No, I can't do that, he'll see the bruises and how skinny I am. I protested. No, I nearly screamed. Jasper and Carlisle were both startled by my tone. Sorry, I didn't mean to scream, but I won't undress and I won't put that on. Why do you want me to wear that anyway? I'm not hurt anywhere else. I said in a normal tone now, but close to panicking. Carlisle crouched down to my level, seeming really worried. I need to take your weight to be able to give you medication if you need it. And that gown won't manipulate it like your clothes would. Please, honey, he pleaded with me. No, I took a step back. I didn't want to wear that gown and I certainly didn't want him to put me on a scale. I don't need any medication, so you don't need to take my weight. And I won't need to wear that, I said shakily and held up the gown. Jasper, he said quietly, and I felt the calming waves again. Then Carlisle took a step forward. I looked at him pleadingly. Sweetheart, I don't know why you are so scared about wearing that gown, but I do need to take your weight. I can spare you tea. He gown, but you won't leave the room without me taking your weight. I started crying again, blocking the foreign calm. Carlisle wouldn't let me say no. I was doomed. He would instantly notice that I was severely underweight. Carlisle picked me up again and rubbed my back. Shish, sweetheart. Don't cry. What's wrong now? But I couldn't tell him, so I shook my head. He would see soon, anyway. He waited until I had calmed down a little, then pulled off my shoes. I started squirming. Shish, honey, just the shoes. He promised. He walked towards the scale, then pushed a button to turn it on. I tried pleading again. No, please, I whimpered. But he was already in the process of setting me down. Jasper carefully pried my handy away from Carlisle's neck, seeing as I wouldn't let go. I stood on the scale then and stopped squirming, knowing there was no way around it now. Damn it, Carlisle cursed quietly when he saw the number on the scale, startling me and making me cry even harder. Then he picked me up again and stood me on a stadiometer, taking my height. Tears were still freely streaming down my face. Carlisle took me in his arms again. Shish, sweetheart. It's okay, I didn't want to startle you, I'm sorry. Shish. He rubbed my back gently and sat down with me. I hid my face in his chest. I felt Jasper sit down next to us, stroking my hair. You knew that you were severely underweight, didn't you? That's why you panicked about the scale, he asked carefully. I nodded against his chest, knowing it wouldn't make sense to lie about that now. You were at around 18, 8 kilograms 41, 5 pounds at 23 meters a lit. TLE more than 4 foot if I subtract the estimate weight of your clothes. That gives you a BMI of 12.43. You should at least weigh 22, 6 kilograms and that would still be a very low but normal weight, honey. At your size, those 4 kilograms around 8-9 pounds difference matter a lot. He lifted my chin with his finger so I had to look into his eyes. Can you tell me why you weigh so little? I just don't feel like eating most of the time. I mumbled. Lying a little, it was also about control and feeling like I didn't deserve it, but I didn't want to tell him that. That bit about Renee was also true and I hoped that it would stop him from worrying too much that I could have an eating disorder. Then a bunch of questions followed. Do you think you are fat? Do you try to lose weight? Have you ever hidden food? Have you ever tried to purge after eating? Do you ever forbid yourself food? Do you feel guilty about eating? I could honestly tell him no for all of the questions except the last two. I still told him no about those, but I was sure my heart would reveal my lie. Carlisle watched me, frowning. Have you always been that skinny? Didn't your mom ever say anything about your eating habits? That got me really uncomfortable. I didn't want to lie, knowing he would notice, so I decided to tell him a part of the truth without revealing too much. As far as I can remember, yes. Renee never wanted anything other than vegetables in the house, so she kind of didn't allow me to buy anything else, saying it was healthier that way and I didn't want to argue with her. And I really didn't mind after a while. His eyes turned huge. Damn it, maybe I said too much. He didn't ask again or said anything about it, but I knew this wasn't the last of it. Carlisle did a CT scan of my head then, to see if there were any more injuries. Luckily there weren't. He gave me some liquid Tylenol to ease the pain in my head. Even if I could have gone without it, now that he knew anyway, I would take the pain medication gratefully. Let's go get the others so you can get home and rest, he said quietly and carried me to the waiting room with Jasper close behind us. I was really exhausted suddenly, so I laid my head on his shoulder and closed my eyes. You can sleep now, it's okay sweetheart. We'll take care of you, Carlisle whispered to me. I heard the others whispering, asking Carlisle is okay. He told them that I had a concussion and was even more underweight than they had thought, but they would make sure I was okay. Small, soft cold hands touched me carefully then continued to stroke my hair. I could hear Esme and Carlisle talking quietly, something about Charlie, then he carefully put me in her arms and told her to take me home and put me in their bed. He would follow as soon as he could. I could feel her taking me outside, strapping me into the booster seat. Then we were moving and I drifted off completely. Edward Pav. When we arrived at the school we saw Bella trying to get up from the ground. We exited our cars just as she got up and she looked at us. She had a laceration on her forehead and looked really pale. I was really thankful that her blood didn't smell like food to us. We were just about to go to her when Alice froze on the spot, a horrified look on her face. A blue van was skidding towards Bella, hitting her and throwing her to the ground. Bella on the ground bleeding. I stood looking at her vision then, horrified. I heard the tires screeching and saw Bella looking at the van shocked. I stopped thinking and run across the parking lot in full speed, picked her up as gentle as I could, protecting her with my body, and jumped out of the way of the car. The car crashed into the bicycle rack just where Bella had stood a second before. For once I didn't hate what I was. Knowing if I wasn't what I was, Bella would be dead now. I looked down at Bella. She seemed a little disoriented, but other than the cut on her forehead and her paleness she seemed okay, at least no worse than before. Students started screaming. I listened to their thoughts for a second, thanked God they hadn't seen anything and thought we had been standing there already. Tyler was just a little hurt. His car was worse than he was, but I really didn't care about that. He nearly killed Bella with his reckless behavior. Bella started shaking and crying in my arms, holding onto me desperately. She must be in shock. I tried to calm her down and moved towards the Volvo with Bella in my arms. Is she okay? What's wrong, Edward? Did she get hurt? My siblings thought to me frantically. I think she is just scared and overwhelmed. I told them so low that only they would hear and asked Bella about her head. I had already expected her answer and knew we had to get her to Carlisle, as he would have to look at the cut and check if she had a concussion. Back at the car, Jasper put his jacket around her and I put her in his lap, yanked off a piece of my shirt and pressed it to the lacerate ion on her forehead, trying to get the bleeding to stop. I grimaced when I heard her wince. I heard Alice calling Carlisle, telling him quietly what had happened and that we would bring Bella to him. Spur and I tried to calm down Bella and explained her why she had to go to the hospital. It hurt to see her crying. Rosalie and Emmett watched us worriedly but held back so we wouldn't crowd and overwhelm her. When Bella stopped arguing with us about the hospital, everyone got into the car and I started driving. A few moments later I heard her starting to panic and told Jasper silently to calm her down before she had a panic attack. We were really confused when she asked us if anyone had seen until she explained further. Damn it, why did she have to see this? Jasper thought of a lie to tell her but she did not believe it, telling us she knew already. We were confused at first. What did she think she knew? We didn't expose ourselves in front of her in any way, at least none that I could think of. But when she explained further about the people that saved her from one with red eyes, we were shocked, beyond words. How was she still alive? And why wasn't she scared of us? We would definitely have to talk about that later. Asking her what she knew and what had happened back then. I took a moment to answer her question but was glad that she relaxed then. Too much had happened to her today already. It wouldn't do her any good to panic now. Carlisle paused. I was instantly worried when I got Alice's call. She tried to calm me down, telling me that Bella didn't hurt her head too hard, but I was never in the position to worry about my own child like that. I was also worried about what Bella saw when Edward got her out of the way of that car. She was such a danger magnet. I couldn't stop but worry what other danger she would attract in the near future. We would have to make sure to watch her even more from now on. I went outside to wait for them. Walking up and down, worried. Emmett was there first, telling me Bella was okay so far. A minute later, the others arrived too and I immediately took Bella into my arms. I needed to feel her in my arms, to feel for myself that she was alive and would be okay. She looked really pale and there was some blood on her face. She greeted me weakly. I greeted her back and told the others what to do. Hopefully they would be able to calm Esme down. She would be frantic. When Edward told me that Bella knew, I tensed at first, but then I thought that it would be for the best, seeing as she was already a part of the family and I didn't want to keep secrets from her. She would find out sooner or later anyway. I just asked myself how she knew. Bella seemed worried that she was in trouble, apologizing to me and telling me she wouldn't tell anyone. I kissed her forehead, hoping to ease her anxiety and making sure she knew it would be okay, and told her and the others that we could talk about it later. I stitched Bella's forehead, looked at her hand and determined that she had a concussion. I didn't want to admit her to the hospital since she seemed really uncomfortable here, so I would have to ask Charlie later if I could keep her at our house for the next few days to monitor her concussion. I could probably get the rest of today and tomorrow off, seeing as I never took my vacation days. I also wanted to get Bella's weight. I even had a good reason now, too. I couldn't give her any Tylenol or other medication without knowing her weight. I expected her to not be so happy about the scales, but I was startled when she was panicked about the hospital gown. Why would she react that way? Did she have anything on her body that she didn't want us to see? I hoped that I would get my answers to those questions next week, but told her that we could forget about the gown. It took a while until I got her on the scale. It hurt me to see her crying, especially because of something that I asked her to do. But I stayed strong and didn't back down. Jasper had to help me with getting Bella to let go of me. When I saw the number on the scale I was horrified, so I cursed. I never really did that, but this was really bad. Her weight was dangerously low. She couldn't afford to lose any more weight. It was even worse than what I had expected. It hurt my heart that she cried even more after that. I still needed to get her height and then I could comfort her. I got her height, too, and then tried to calm her down a bit, and asked her a bunch of questions to see if she had an eating disorder. From the answers I got, which seemed honest except for the last two, I was pretty sure that she didn't have anorexia or bulimia, but I knew there was definitely some kind of problem with food. I asked her one last question and was horrified by the answer I got. Why would a mother give her child only vegetables to eat? She should know better than that. At least this explained Bella's relationship with food. We would really need to change that as fast as possible. And shouldn't her doctors in Phoenix have noticed? I really needed those files. I got a sinking feeling that her mother had something to do with everything we had observed. Bella never really mentioned her and would get uncomfortable when we asked questions about her. Also, why would she send Bella so far away to a father she barely knew, just to spend time with her new husband? I could tell that Bella wasn't up to answering any more questions right now. She looked exhausted and pale, so I carried her out of the room to get a CT scan. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. What I saw on the pictures worried me. She didn't have more than a little concussion now, which was bad enough, but I could see many little healed contusions of her skull on the X-rays. Surely not Eve. And Bella could have hurt her head this many times just by being clumsy. I really hoped that the files from Phoenix would be able to tell me how that happened. Before I carried her to the waiting room, I measured the right amount of liquid Tylenol with a syringe, and gave her the medicine orally. When we arrived at the waiting room, Bella was half asleep in my arms. The others jumped out of their seats, and walked toward us. I gave them a sign to be quiet and told them quietly what I had found. I would tell them about my suspicions about Renee later, when we would be alone. They were all worried about Bella. Esme would be crying if she could. She touched Bella carefully and stroked her hair. Then she whispered to me that Charlie waited for my call as he refused to come here just to wait for me to finish my examination. I carefully handed Bella to her, telling her that I would call Charlie and try to get the next 2 days off to take care of Bella. I asked her to take Bella to our home and put her in our bed. She needed as much rest as she could get. The day was really exhausting for her. When they had left, I went to my office to call Charlie. I told him about Bella's condition and asked him if he knew anything about Renee and her relationship with Bella. He didn't say anything to Bella's condition and seemed indifferent. About Renee, he only told us that she has always been pretty responsible and moody, and that she had called him the day she put Bella on the flight to Phoenix to tell him she signed her over to him because she didn't want to look after her even 1 second longer. And told him what flight she would arrive with, then ended the call. He didn't know anything about Bella's medical history or her relationship with her mother prior to that call. I asked him if we could take Bella for the next few days because she would need to be monitored and someone would need to be with her at all times. He agreed without hesitation, telling me it would probably be better that since he neither had the time nor knew how to take care of a child, especially a sick one, and that he would be fishing with one of his friends the whole weekend. The call made me really angry again. I had hoped that at least one of her parents was living, but it didn't seem that way. I just hoped that Renee had never abused her emotionally or physically. But I had my suspicions now. It would explain her feelings, her pain, and that she didn't want us to see her body. I really hoped I was wrong. I left the office to ask if I could have the next few days off, saying there was a family emergency. Esme paused. I took Bella into the car, the other kids following. I put her into the booster seat carefully and buckled her in. I kissed the top of her head gently, being careful not to touch the bandage on her forehead. I got into the front seat next to Edward, observing Bella through the inside mirror. I hoped that Bella would recover soon and that she wouldn't be in too much pain over the next few days. Thinking about what Carlisle had told us, I thought about what I could cook for Bella, knowing we would have to get her to eat more. Edward took my hand in his and squeezed gently, telling me that it would be okay. When we pulled into the garage, I carried Bella inside and into Carlisle in my room. Rosalie had followed us and pulled the covers back. I smiled at her thankfully and put Bella down. Then I pulled her shoes off and Rosalie asked me if we should change her in something more comfortable. We don't have anything to change her into and her sweater seems comfortable enough. Maybe we could pull the jeans off. She is wearing at least a leggings under it from what I can see, so she won't get cold then and would sleep better. Rosalie snapped her jeans open and together we pulled them off, careful not to wake her. We both stared at her skinny legs for a moment. Leggings concealed much less than her jeans had, and then pulled the covers over her, tucking her in. I stayed with Bella while she slept until Carlisle got home half an hour later and Rosalie went downstairs to where the boys and Alice were waiting. Carlisle paused. When I came home I found the kids in the living room, watching TV quietly, but no one really seemed to pay attention. I greeted them and asked Esme to join us in the living room for a moment. I told them about everything I found out from Charlie and Belle today and asked them what they were thinking or if they knew anything else. We agreed to not bother Bella with any questions about Renee until I got her medical file from Phoenix, but that we would ask her about what had happened, that she knew about us and what she knew about us. We agreed that we would answer her questions, feeling that she deserved to know. After that was out of the way, I asked Edward to get some crackers and other light foods for Bella to eat when she woke up, not wanting to overwhelm her system. The other kids joined him, wanting to have something to do and distract themselves. I also asked Esme to make her some more soup, knowing it would keep her from worrying too much, and went to check up on Bella. She looked so fragile and tiny in our bed, but she was sleeping soundly. So I got myself a book and sat next to her on a chair and read. I didn't want her to be alone when she woke up. Bella paused. 1 minute I was sleeping soundly, but then the nightmare started. Charlie came at me, face contorted. He was really angry. He started screaming that I was ungrateful and irresponsible for crushing my bike and that he should have never taken me in. He raised his hand as if to hit me, and I started screaming, "No, please, I'm sorry. Stop." Then I heard a voice far away. "Bella, Bella sweetheart, wake up, you're having a nightmare." Cold hands were at my shoulder. That was not Charlie. I wasn't home and Charlie wasn't about to hit me. I woke up suddenly and shot up in bed. Ow! A sharp pain went through my head and I started feeling sick. "Careful, sweetheart. You still a concussion and the Tylenol 2 hours ago did help, but it'll only keep the edge off." Carlisle was looking at me, concerned. I shot out of bed and stumbled to the nearest bathroom on shaky legs. I was going to be sick. I barely noticed my surroundings, but I felt that Carlisle was straight at my heels. When I finally reached the bathroom, I let myself fall to my knees and expelled the little that had been in my stomach. Carlisle was holding my hair and rubbing my back. I started crying. I hated getting sick and it was hurting my stomach and my head. "Shush, sweetheart, it's okay." Carlisle cooed at me. After a minute, when I was just panting, he asked, "Better now?" I nodded slowly. He picked me up and wiped my mouth with a soft washcloth, then gave me a plastic cup with water to rinse out my mouth. I lay my head on his shoulder. Exhausted. "Do you want to talk about your nightmare, honey?" He looked down at me and I told him that I didn't. He carried me back to the bed, then did some cone ITIVE tests with me and asked if I could try to drink some water. "Not now, please. Later," I croaked. "Okay, sweetheart. Do you think you can sleep some more?" he asked, stroking my hair softly. I shook my head. "No. Even if I could, I really didn't want to." "Can you try?" he asked again. I repeated the motion. "Can I go downstairs?" He looked at me, calculating. "How about we make a deal? You try some water and I'll take you downstairs." I looked down at my lap to think. Just then I saw that I wasn't wearing my jeans anymore. I started to panic. What if they took off anything other than my jeans and then put it back on? They would have seen. But they can't know. Carlisle disrupted my thoughts then. "Calm down, honey, what's wrong? Why don't I wear my jeans? Did any of you do anything else with my clothing?" I squeaked out, trying not to reveal too much. "Shush, sweetheart." Deep breaths. In long out long, I hadn't even realized that my breathing came in short gasps until he said that. And tried my best to copy his breathing pattern. It took a while, but it helped me to calm down. I wouldn't have been able to on my own. "There you go. Esme and Rosalie took your jeans off so you'd be more comfortable sleeping. Other than taking your jeans and shoes off and putting you to bed, they didn't do anything else. I promise." "But sweetheart, what's got you panicking like that? Is there anything you want to talk about? Anything you want to tell me? It's safe here, I promise." Nothing. It's fine. Thank you," I squeaked, then took a deep breath to calm myself further and changed the topic quickly. "I'll try the water," I said. His gaze lingered on me a second longer, then he left the room to get some water and a straw. He helped me drink small sips. I had to admit, it felt good in my throat. But after a few sips I pushed it away. I really didn't want to risk drinking too much. "You okay?" Do you think it'll stay down? Carlisle asked me when he put the glass on the nightstand. Yes, thank you. Can I go downstairs now? I whispered. I actually felt a lot better now. He nodded, so I stood up slowly and carefully. Carlisle led me downstairs to where the others were sitting. They were all looking at me worriedly, and I walked towards Esme, who had her arms held out for me. I climbed into her lap and Carlisle sat down next to us. Esme started stroking my hair and asked how I was feeling. I'm okay. My head doesn't hurt much as long as I don't move a lot. I told her, knowing they wouldn't believe, and I'm fine. I snuggled into her and just savored the feeling of being held and comforted, of feeling safe. After a few minutes of silence, she asked me if I wanted to eat something. I grimaced. Not just now, I don't want to again. I'm sure you all heard. I whispered. Esme nodded, but looked sad and concerned. Yes, about that, sweetheart, we'd like to know what and how you know about us, if you feel up to it. But we don't have to do it now, it can wait if you're not. Carlisle said, looking into my eyes intently. I think I'm up for it now. If that's okay. Sure, honey. He smiled at me. All of them seemed really curious and worried at the same time. I moved to sit up in Esme's lap so that I could look at them. Well, you see, I stuttered out, not sure how much to tell them or where to start. Take your time, sweetheart, Carlisle said lovingly. I took a deep breath and started again. It happened around a year ago. I was walking home from grocery shopping and it was already dark when out of nowhere someone attacked me and pinned me to the ground. I screamed, but he just put his ice-cold hand over my mouth to silence me. I could see his eyes, they were red. There now, little girl, you smell absolutely delicious, I think that is what he had said. I shuddered, remembering. Esme tensed and tightened her hold around me. Carlisle looked at me intently, rubbing soothing circles over the backs of my hands. I took a deep breath and continued. I struggled to get out of his grasp, but he was just way too strong. Then he bit me and he started drinking my blood. I heard several gasps and then Emmett's booming voice. He did what? He sounded really angry. I shrank back, closed my eyes and moved my hands towards my head. My breathing got a little faster. He was really scary like that and his loud voice hurt my head. I heard a slap and an, ow. Rosie, you scared Bella, you big goof. We are all mad at that vampire for attacking Bella and want to know how she is still human and alive, but don't scare her. She lectured him. Carlisle was rubbing my back now. Shush, sweetheart, he didn't mean to scare you. It just scares us all to hear how much danger you were in. Are you okay? Does your head hurt again? I'm fine, I whispered and then focused to get my breathing under control again. I calmed down and opened my eyes slowly. Emmett looked really sorry. Sorry, Bella, I really didn't mean to frighten you, he said quietly. I nodded at him. Can you continue, sweetheart? Carlisle asked me. I took a deep breath again and continued where I had left off, but I looked down at my lap, too afraid of their reactions. I heard other voices and then suddenly he was thrown off of me, but my hand started to burn really bad, like there was a fire within it. I started screaming again for someone to put the fire out. I didn't understand then, I said quietly and put my right hand over the scar unconsciously, as if to protect it. A woman sat in front of me then. She was as pale and cold as that man, but she had golden eyes. She stroked my hair softly and whispered, "It's the venom, darling. I'm going to make it stop hurting. You are safe now." She moved her head down to my arm and started sucking the venom out. It slowly stopped burning and I heard ripping sounds, then I could smell fire. When my hand stopped burning, she stopped and asked me if the pain had stopped and I nodded. A man then came into view. He also had golden eyes. "Did it work? Did you get the venom out?" he asked her and she nodded. "Yes, her blood tastes clean," and she said the burning stopped, she answered him. Then he crouched Ed down before me and took my arm in his, looking at the bite, and asked Charlotte to go to the pharmacy and get bandages and disinfectant. Charlotte, was she tiny and had short hair? And the man, was he named Peter by any chance? Jasper whispered. I nodded, making him smile. She went away then and Peter helped me sit up. I asked him if they were vampires and he nodded but told me that I didn't need to be afraid of him. He wouldn't hurt me. He also told me that from the colors of his eyes I could tell he only drank animal blood. The one with the red eyes drank human blood, but that he was dead now and I wouldn't have to worry about him. He also said that I could never tell anyone what had happened, and if anyone asked I was supposed to say that a large dog had bitten me. He then told me that his name was Peter. I was really confused as to why they had saved me, and he told me that he had a special ability, a gift, as you would say. He just knew things, like that he had to save me, Had I was somehow important and he knew I wouldn't tell anyone. He didn't know why though. Charlotte came back a few minutes later and they treated my arm before they escorted me back home and left. No one said anything for a moment. I looked up and saw them all staring at me with shock, horror, sadness and worry in their eyes. Can I see? Carlyle asked carefully, and his gaze went to my arm I was still holding but had only noticed now. I looked back up at him, calculating. I didn't have bruises at my wrists, the closest ones were just below my elbow, so if I wouldn't pull up the sleeves too far, he wouldn't see. So I nodded. Carlyle reached out his hand for mine. I rolled up the sleeves over my left arm far enough that he could see the scar and put my hand in his. He moved a little closer and observed the scar, touching it softly. I knew the scar felt cold to the touch and was even paler than my own skin. It even glittered in the sun. I wondered if their bodies did, too. When he was done he pulled down the sleeves gently and put my arm in my lap again. I looked at his face. His eyes were completely black and his face angry. I shrank into Esme and put my face against her chest, fisting my hands in her shirt. I didn't want them to be angry at me, but I had expected that to happen sooner or later. No one would be able to love me, I just meant trouble. I'm sorry. I promise I won't tell, please, I'm sorry. I sobbed into her shirt brokenly. Someone was whispering soothing words but I didn't hear. Suddenly I was in someone else's arms, bigger arms, Carlyle's arms, and I fought against their hold. He would take me back to Charlie and tell them I was trouble and he would send me back in. I couldn't breathe anymore. My throat felt so tight. Another hand was on my back then and I took the calming waves Jasper gave me gratefully. It was getting easier to breathe again. Thanks Jasper, I whispered, exhausted. Shish sweetheart, you're not in trouble. We're not mad, Carlyle whispered. But you looked so angry, and your eyes, I stuttered out, looking up at him. His eyes were golden and soft again, he seemed really sad. Oh sweetheart, I wasn't angry at you. I was angry at the vampire who did that to you. Never at you, honey. I relaxed in his arms and leaned back against him. But I shouldn't know. Aren't you scared that I will tell anyone? No, we trust you. And we're happy you know. We didn't like keeping secrets from you. If you want to, you can ask us some questions, I'm sure you have a few. Are you sure? I asked, excited now. They laughed at that and Carlyle nodded. He turned me around in his lap so I could see the others. I'm pretty sure that Alice can somehow see visions, Edward can read minds, but not mine, and Jasper can make me calm, right? And does anyone else have gifts? They all looked at me shocked and nodded. They told me that Jasper could actually feel my emotions, too, which I really didn't like, and that I was the only one who ever figured it out and could block his influence. That they think I had some kind of a gift, too. Because I could block all of their gifts to a certain extent. I leaned that they were he only ones with gifts, but that Carlyle was exceptionally compassionate, Esme was loving, Emmett was really strong, and Rosalie even more beautiful than other vampires. Carlyle asked how I knew and I told him what I had observed and how I came to the conclusions. I asked them about a few myths, too, making Emmett laugh at me really bad. I shot him an evil glare. Hey, no laughing at the little girl. And crossed my arms, which just made him laugh harder, and the others chuckled. Bella, aren't you afraid of us, knowing what we are? I mean, we're monsters, Edward asked after we had all calmed down. He looked confused and sad. You're not monsters, how could you be? You chose to not hurt humans, and Carlyle is even a doctor. You always take care of me, and you, Edward, saved me from getting crushed by that van. Risking your own exposure. You're no monsters. And to your question, well, I actually feel really safe and calm around you, more comfortable than with anyone else. Edward looked stunned and the others smiled at me. I leaned back into Carlyle again and yawned. I was really exhausted. Then Carlyle looked at me. I think it's time for a little food and then rest. Charlie agreed to let you stay here until Sunday so that we could take care of you and monitor your concussion. Esme made some soup which will be easy on your stomach. But we'll have to talk about your eating habits tomorrow, sweetheart. I can really stay here until Sunday. Won't I bother you? I asked quietly. Yes, sweetheart, and you are never a bother, please don't believe that. I hugged him tightly. Thank you. I looked up at him again, but we'll have to get my things, I don't have anything here. Don't worry about that, Alice and Rosalie will love to go shopping for you. I wanted to argue with him, I didn't want them to spend money on me. I heard Alice squeal, don't argue sweetie, Alice takes any excuse to go shopping and money really isn't an issue for us. Could he read minds now? He's right Bella, don't argue. We'll actually go now. And we'll take the boys too, they can carry our bags. The boys groaned but I giggled, even though I was really afraid, Alice seemed way too excited. When they had left, Carlisle carried me towards the kitchen saying I should not move too much with that concussion and sat me down at a chair in front of the dining table. I ate a few spoonfuls of the soup Esme gave me without argument. I knew my body needed it after I had expelled my breakfast already and I didn't want to argue with Carlisle and Esme, especially since they let me stay here until Sunday. I looked at Carlisle pleadingly then. Surprisingly he nodded and told me I could stop, I would need to be careful with my stomach today anyway. He took me to their bed again and lay me down under the covers. But I really didn't want to sleep again, afraid of the nightmares. Carlisle probably saw the fear in my eyes because he lay down next to me, humming a song I didn't know softly. I curled into him and closed my eyes. Carlisle put one arm around me and used the other to stroke my hair. I fell asleep soon after. I was nudged awake by Carlisle's soft voice. Bella, Bella sweetheart, can you wake up for me? I opened my eyes slowly. I was still tired and my head was hurting again but I still smiled at Carlisle, who sat at the edge of the bed, looking at me, touching my cheek lightly. There you are honey. How are you feeling? I'm fine, I said, lying a bit. Carlisle looked at me sternly. I don't believe a word you said. Try that again. Honestly this time please. I'm still tired and my head hurts again. I muttered reluctantly. I have to do a cognitive check-up again and then you can have some more Tylenol, does that sound okay? I agreed. The tests were over fast and he seemed satisfied with the results. He measured the right amount of the liquid Tylenol that was still on the nightstand with a syringe and then pulled the needle out and disposed of it. He asked me to open my mouth and I closed it again around the syringe. He slowly pushed down the plunger giving me the medicine. Your head should feel better soon sweetheart. He told me, pulling my hair out of my face and behind my ear gently. He insisted I ate some more soup and some crackers, saying my body needed it and I could have something else tomorrow when I felt a little better. Carlisle carried me downstairs. Again and Esme sat with me while I ate some soup and crackers. I really didn't want to eat the crackers because I still thought I didn't deserve it. Also I never really ate much more than vegetables and fruit or healthy stuff that we had made in school and new things really scared me. I still managed to eat 2 pieces, hoping it would ease their worry that I could have an eating disorder. I knew I did have trouble with food but I wouldn't directly say I had an eating disorder. Carlisle went to greet the others and they waited for me in the living room after I was done eating. They showed me what they got for me and my eyes got really big when I saw the masses of clothing Alice and Rosalie bought. I don't think I had ever owned even this many clothes even if you combined everything I had ever owned. They told me that the things could stay with them so I could change clothes when I was over at their house or stayed over the weekend again. The boys had all gotten me a stuffed animal, Edward a mountain lion. Jasper a kitten and Emmett had gotten me a teddy bear. I started crying, feeling overwhelmed and loved. No one had ever gotten me anything before and they were all so thoughtful. I hugged them all tightly and thanked them for everything. Esme picked me up and brought me to the bathroom. She gave me a toothbrush and one of the pajamas the girls had gotten me and left me to get ready for bed. I did everything I needed and pulled my own clothes off, but left on one of the 3 leggings I was wearing and one long-sleeved shirt before I put on the pajama on top. It was a cute blue pajama with little bunnies printed on. When I was done, Esme waited for me, took my hand and led me to their bedroom again. She pulled the covers back and told me to lie down, but I hesitated. Esme, I can sleep on the sofa. That's your bed, I don't want to take it from you. I whispered. Esme crouched before me, took my hand and looked deep into my eyes. Bella sweetheart, we don't need a bed and we want you to be comfortable. Don't worry about it, please. It really is no problem. I got into bed then and Esme tucked the covers around me. Carlisle knocked on the door and came in. Ying, the stuffed animals the boys had got me. I hugged them close to me. He had also brought a bottle of water that had an integrated straw and asked me to drink something before I went to sleep and tea. Hen left it on the nightstand in case I would get thirsty during the night. Carlisle and Esme both gave me a goodnight kiss and Carlisle asked me if I wanted him to read me a story until I fell asleep, knowing how scared I was earlier. I nodded shyly and Carlisle left for a second to get Alice in Wonderland, then both he and Esme sat down next to me. His voice was really soothing and I fell asleep before he could even turn the first page. Carlisle paused. While Bella was sleeping I heard the children come home from grocery shopping and asking Esme how Bella was doing. I smiled at that and then continued reading. At noon, Bella became restless. She was tossing and turning in the bed and started to whimper quietly. I put my book away and went to her side. I really didn't want to wake her since she needed her sleep to heal, but I didn't want her to be stuck in this nightmare she seemed to be having. I touched her shoulder softly and decided to wake her gently. Bella, sweetheart, wake up, I whispered. Just then she cried out, no please, I'm sorry. Stop, and I tried again to say her name and get her to wake up. After the third time she finally stirred but then shot up in bed gasping. The quick movement certainly wasn't good for her in her condition and I was confirmed when she whimpered, ow, and held her head tightly. I told her to be careful just as her face went even paler and she Gigi led out of my gentle grasp and stumbled to the nearest bathroom as fast as she could. I was fast on her heels and went to hold her hair back as she kneeled in front of the toilet getting violently sick. I knew this was a reaction of her body to the fast movement due to the concussion, but her condition was really not the best and being sick was really not good right now. I would have to make sure that she would get some nutrients into her later and that they would stay in. If nothing else worked, I knew I would have to give her an IV. I tried to comfort her as best as I could and picked her up when she felt better. It hurt to see her in so much pain. I helped her clean her mouth and face. When we were done, she leaned against me, completely exhausted. I asked her about the nightmare, earned when she didn't want to talk about it. Knowing she would certainly not tell me or trust me if I kept asking questions, I let her be for now and checked her head instead, happy that I didn't find anything to worry about. I also tried to get her to drink something but she refused. I understood that she was afraid of getting sick again. She also didn't want to rest anymore, so I made a deal with her. I would allow her to go downstairs if she tried to drink some water. Before she could agree though, she paled as she looked down at herself. She downright panicked when she noticed that someone had taken off her jeans and I had to calm her down. It worried me. She was still wearing some leggings and she knew that I knew she was underweight now. I asked myself what else she had to hide or why she didn't want anyone to see beneath her clothing. I was a doctor, so it would be nothing new for me, and Esme, Rosalie and Alice were all females and she also was only 11. She shouldn't panic about such a thing at her age, especially since she knew by now that none of us would hurt her. After she had calmed down some and drank some water, we made our way downstairs. Bella was shaky on her feet, but got downstairs without stumbling or any other incidents. I stayed close to her just in case. In the living room everyone sat on the sofas. Bella instantly climbed into Esme's waiting lap, making me smile as I sat down next to them. When she got comfortable, I asked her if she could tell us how she knew about us, since I was certainly curious and wanted to know if she was safe, and I could tell that the others were, too. I was surprised that she immediately agreed since she still seemed exhausted. She started to tell how she was attacked while grocery shopping a year ago, which she certainly shouldn't have even been doing alone at her age in the first place, and especially not in the dark. I was angry at her mother, and then I felt my unbeating heart stop beating as she told us that she was bitten by a vampire. I wanted to hold Bella in my arms then, feel her warmth and hold her tightly, to feel that she was still alive and keep her there forever, keep her safe from any harm. I was also confused how she was still alive. Emmett scared her when he got upset with his loud and angry sounding voice. I knew he was just protective and worried as we all were, but he should be thinking about Bella before acting. I glared at him and rubbed soothing circles on Bella's back to calm her down until she was able to continue. I wondered how Bella was not scared of us after what she had been through. She obviously knew what vampires were capable of. It broke my heart to hear how much she hurt even if it was long over, how she unconsciously held her arm protectively. I was sure that this was the spot where she had been bitten. We would have to thank Peter and Charlotte some time for saving her. We all liked them very much and have met them a few times. As soon as they heard of our lifestyle, they tried for themselves and I was happy to hear that they stuck to it, too. I was really thankful for Peter's gift. I wasn't sure if they would have been able to rescue her without it. I haven't known of a vampire ever sucking venom out to stop a transformation, and I was sure they haven't either. After Bella's tale, it was silent for a while. We were all taking in what she had told us and I was we all felt the same horror at what had happened and saddened to hear that Bella had been through even more than we had initially thought. Also, we were shocked and immensely grateful that she was still alive. If that bastard of a vampire that dared to hurt an innocent child, especially Bella, was still alive, I'm sure we would all be hunting him down right now to kill him. At least we knew Bella was safe from him and there was no threat to her right now that would risk her life. She let me take a look at her scar and I inspected it, tracing it gently. The scar was ice cold and I wondered if it would glitter in the sun just like vampire skin. Seeing and feeling the scar made it all more real. I felt my eyes getting black from the anger I was feeling. How dare someone hurt my daughter? I gently pulled her sleeve back down and put her arm back in her lap. I didn't want to risk losing control and hurting her. Bella looked up at me. She saw my expression and her heartbeat sped up. She looked at me, obviously afraid, before turning away and burying her face into Esme's chest, apologizing for God knows what. I felt really guilty that I had frightened her. My face shifted from anger to worry in an instant. All anger forgotten, I thought about how to calm her down and reassure her that she was safe and didn't do anything wrong. I looked at Esme and held out my arms for Bella. Esme nodded and I took Bella into my arms, who fought weakly against my gentle but firm grip. I wanted her to see that I wouldn't ever hurt her. I rocked her back and forth gently and made shushing noises. But she didn't seem to hear or feel anything as she sobbed violently. Jasper stood next to us in an instant and lay a hand on Bella's back, using his gift to calm her down. I was grateful that Bella seemed to accept the calming waves that Jasper sent through the room. When she was calm enough to be aware of her surroundings again, I made sure she knew that I hadn't been angry at her and that she was safe with us. Relieved that she relaxed into me, trusting my words, I offered to answer any questions she might have and was shocked that she had already guessed the gifts of the others. She asked some funny questions about sleeping in coffins and holy water, which made Emmett laugh really loud and his chuckle, especially at her evil glare, which looked more like an angry little kitten. I was relieved that Bella wasn't so tense anymore after everything that had happened today. Edward was stunned at what Bella had to say to his question. We all were. Edward especially had thought about himself as soulless monster. And it made me smile to see that he seemed to think about what Bella had said and that she thought so highly of us all. Seeing that Bella was really exhausted, I told her that she could stay here for now. I could see that she hadn't expected that, but that she felt relieved. We had to make sure that Bella knew that she was never a bother to us, and I was sure this would take time. Seeing how low she thought of herself, the kids went shopping to get Bella some things and I led her to the kitchen where she thankfully ate some soup without any argument. Her body needed the nutrients desperately and I hadn't expected her being so calm about eating. It was early afternoon when she was done and I took her up to our bed again. I could see the fear in her eyes, so I lay down next to her, humming a lullaby from my childhood, hoping my presence and the humming would soothe her and keep the nightmares away. She curled into me and I put my arm around her protectively over the covers. I didn't want her to get cold. Gratefully she slept calmly and I had to nudge her awake to give her another checkup in the evening. Seeing that she was doing well, I gave her some more Tylenol. And then took her downstairs for her to eat a little something again. To my surprise, she again ate without argument. It wasn't much, but she needed to be careful with her concussion anyway or she would get sick again. Bella was still eating when the others came home again carrying multiple shopping bags. I knew Alice would go overboard with her shopping, so I had expected it, and I wanted Bella to have everything she needed and spoil her a little. When Bella was done and came into the living room, Bella was stunned at the piles of clothing, and when the boys gave her the stuffed animals they got for her, she burst out crying. At first I thought something was really wrong and got concerned, but Jasper assured us quietly that she was just overwhelmed and felt loved. She hugged each of us, probable. Why, with as much strength as she could from the feel of it, and we hugged her back. Esme then took her upstairs to get ready for bed, and I got a pajama for her to wear out of the pile of clothing, giving it to Esme, and then helped the girls get the rest into Esme's and my closet. Then I went downstairs to get her new stuffed animals and a plastic bottle that was for children and had an integrated straw, as it would be easier and safer for her to drink out of it if she got thirsty at night. I heard Bella protesting about using our bed, but Esme wouldn't relent. We wouldn't use our bed anyway, and we wanted her to be comfortable. When I brought them upstairs, Bella was already tucked into our bed. She hugged the stuffed animals tightly and drank a little before lying down again. Esme and I kissed her goodnight. But I could see that she was still afraid to go to sleep, so I offered to read to her until she fell asleep. Bella must have been really exhausted because she fell asleep in the middle of the first page with a smile on her lips. She looked so content, but also even younger and fragile as she slept. Esme and I smiled at each other, thankful that we were gifted with such a sweet child, even if she wasn't ours biologically or even by law, but in our hearts and minds she was our daughter. I had to get some paperwork done, but Esme offered to stay with Bella, so I got a rocking chair out of the library for her. Esme made herself comfortable on the rocking chair with a book in her hands, so I kissed her softly and went to my office, closing the bedroom door silently. Bella paused. Carlisle had woken me a few times during the night to check on my head. Luckily everything checked out fine. They let me sleep in on Friday morning, and when I woke up, I saw Esme sitting in a rocking chair next to me. When she looked up, she smiled at me and put her book away. "Good morning, sweetheart. Did you sleep well?" "Good morning, Esme. Yes, thank you. Did you stay here during the night?" I asked, confused. "Yes. I hope you don't mind. I just wanted to make sure that you were okay and that you wouldn't wake up alone after everything that happened yesterday," she told me, looking unsure. Tears welled up in my eyes and I carefully got out of bed and went over to hug her. "Thank you," I whispered. "How does your head feel, honey?" she inquired, looking into my eyes when I let go. Damn it, I couldn't lie to her like that. "It still hurts, but not as much as yesterday," I offered. Esme looked at me sadly and then stood up. "How about you get ready for the day while I go down to make breakfast? And then Carlisle will check your head again. He wanted you to eat first before he gives you any pain reliever." I nodded, even though I wasn't so happy about the breakfast part. And I also remembered that Carlisle wanted to have a talk with me. She led me over to their closet and opened it. "Alice stored your clothing in here for now. You can choose whatever you like. You can take your time. Carlisle said it is okay for you to take a shower, but to be careful with your head and forehead. Everything should be in the bathroom for that. Do you need help with anything, or do you need something else?" Esme was always so motherly. Or at least what I expected a mother would be like, and more. I shook my head, no, and thanked her. She went to go downstairs. I chose some underwear, a few leggings, a gray one for the top layer, a few long-sleeved shirts with a red oversized pullover, and a pinafore dress, and went to the bathroom to take a shower, brush my teeth and take a human minute. Once my hair was dry and I was done, I carefully went downstairs, and me being me, I stumbled on the last step. Thankfully Carlisle was there to catch me, and he did so gently. "Careful, sweetheart," he said, steadying me. I could feel myself blush. "I believe Esme has some breakfast ready." He led me to the kitchen, and pulled out a chair for me. He sat down next to me. Esme put some yogurt with fruit and granola in front of me, kissed the top of my head, and then went to clean the kitchen. I ate half of the yogurt and the fruits but avoided the granola. Even though Carlisle read the newspaper next to me so I wouldn't feel too uncomfortable with them watching me eat, I could still feel his eyes boring into me, watching my every move. "Can I stop now? I'm really full," I asked him quietly and looked at him. He sighed unhappily but nodded. "We're going to talk about this tomorrow, sweetheart. It's really not healthy. You get a pass for today because I can see you are still not feeling well." "Okay," I sighed. "Where are the others?" It was unusually quiet and I haven't seen anyone else yet. I told them you still needed to rest today and it is Friday, so they are still in school. Shit, I had forgotten about school. Why didn't you wake me? I should be in school, too. I exclaimed, upset and jumped up from my seat, a little too fast might I add, and nearly fell down. Carlisle steadied me. I had never missed school because of an injury, and Renee had done much worse to me than the concussion I had from falling down yesterday. Sweetheart, calm down. I've already called the school yesterday and said you had to stay home. I'll write you a doctor's note. You really shouldn't be in school with a head injury. Carlisle hadn't let go of me yet and rubbed my shoulders softly. It's not like it'll be the first time, I thought to myself, but I must have mumbled it because Carlisle asked, "What was that, sweetheart?" I hurried to say, "Nothing." Carlisle looked at me frowning. Then his expression turned to worry. "How about I check out that head of yours and give you some Tylenol and you can go lay down again?" He stood up, too, and led me to the living room. "I don't want to lay down again." I just stood up. I whined. I had never done that before and was shocked at my own behavior. I froze and stopped walking. I would have really gotten into trouble about that if I was still with Renee. "I'm sorry," I hurried to say, and tears welled up in my eyes. "They have been so nice to me. How could I behave so ungrateful to them? I didn't even deserve them. I could be lucky that they have been taking care of me." Carlisle looked at me shocked, then concerned. He crouched down in front of me and took my hands in his. "Oh honey, it's okay. I understand that you don't want to rest anymore, but you need to heal. How about you lie down on the sofa and Esme, or I can read to you again." I started sobbing then, and he picked me up, sat down on the sofa with me and rocked me gently. When I had calmed down a bit, I noticed that Esme had joined us in the living room and my head was hurting really bad. Carlisle must have seen the pain in my eyes. "Esme, can you get my doctor's bag from my office?" "Of course, love." She must have used her vampire speed because she was back within seconds and handed him his bag. "Sweetheart, I'm going to put you in Esme's lap, okay? I need both my hands to examine your head and give you medicine." I nodded and soon found myself in Esme's lap, who put her arms comfortingly around me and kissed the top of my head. I leaned against her chest and relaxed. Carlisle carefully removed the big band-aid on my forehead, looked at the cut, cleaned and covered it again. Then he felt around my head, making me wince. "I'm sorry honey, I'm nearly done." He continued to CK my head, and when he was done he gave me a dose of Tylenol again. "How about you snuggle into Esme and I'll get the book from yesterday?" Carlisle asked. I nodded eagerly at him and made myself comfortable in Esme's lap. When Carlisle came down with the book, he also had the water bottle from the evening before in his other hand and asked me to drink a bit before covering me with a blanket and handing Esme the book. I closed my eyes and listened to Esme's voice but didn't fall asleep. Carlisle had left to do some paperwork and came back downstairs around 2 p.m. He had cooked rice and vegetables for me. I had expected that they would do something like that. My heart had pounded a little faster and my skin got clammy when he had said that he wanted me to at least eat half of the rice he had put into my bowl. I forced myself to calm down and started to do as he said, knowing I wouldn't get out of it anyway. The vegetables were easy enough and I had to admit that the rice tasted really nice, too, but it really scared me. I didn't want to start to like these things. I didn't want to get too attached, even though it was already too late for that, in case I had to ever go back. And I still thought I didn't deserve to have unlike food, like Renee had always told me. It had eaten around a fourth of the bowl when one felt like one would get sick if I ate any more. Carlisle unhappily said I could stop before I would get sick because that really wouldn't help matters. I had taken me so long to eat that soon after we had settled in the living room again, with Carlisle there now, too, and a new book to read, the others came home. There were a series of, "Hi Bella," and one, "Hey Bella Bear," as I was swept into big but gentle arms making me giggle. "Hi guys, hi Emmy Bear," I greeted them back happily. Emmett put me back in Esme's lap and they all moved to sit next to us at the sofa. They asked me how I was feeling and what I had done today and told me about their days in return. La gave me some more Tylenol and I asked them some more things about their lives. Carlisle, Edward and Emmett told me how they were changed. Jasper, Esme and Rosalie told me that they would tell me the IR stories when I was a little older, and Alice said she didn't know anything of before she woke up but told me how she had met Jasper and how they found the Cullens, making me giggle. That was so Alice. Then it was time for dinner and Carlisle let me go after I had eaten some salad and half a piece of toast. However, he did make me go to bed early, saying I still needed to sleep a lot to recover. Oh, and Saturday morning I felt a lot more rested and my head didn't hurt much anymore. Carlisle made me eat some oatmeal. It tasted really good, but I didn't eat much of it, telling Carlisle the same thing I told him yesterday at lunch. Which was a bit of a stretch but not a complete lie. He eyed me suspiciously but didn't make me eat anymore and took me to his office for our talk. Luckily it wasn't too bad. He lectured me about the effects not eating and drinking enough had on my body and told me that at least on the days I was with them he would make me eat regularly and include all food groups. And that he expected me to do that at home, too. He also told me that he would weigh me once every week to oversee my progress and make sure I would gain some weight. He also told me that I could come talk to him or anyone else in his family if I felt uncomfortable or needed someone to talk to. I agreed reluctantly but knew that I would probably skip most of the meals I would still have at home to not get used to it. The rest of the day Jasper taught me chess, Edward played on his piano for me, and Emmett made me play Mario Kart with him again. For lunch I ate a fourth of a bowl of noodles with sauce but felt uncomfortable the whole time. Jasper, who was sitting at the table with me, eyed me worriedly. Damn, he could feel my emotions while I ate. I tried to think happy thoughts to get him off my back. He just looked confused by the sudden change of my emotions. Alice and Rosalie told me about their shopping trip when they came home in the evening, and we all watched a movie while I ate a little dinner before I had to go to bed. Sunday I felt a lot better. Carlisle told me he could probably remove the stitches in a week and also remove the bandage that was still on my hand from falling down on Tuesday. He wasn't as lenient with me when it came to food today and made me sit at the dining table until I had at least finished half of every meal. I fought hard to keep my emotions in check, not wanting him to know just how hard that was for me. I think he saw right through me though, because he eyed me sadly and took me into the comfort of his arms after thanking me. I went over things I missed in school on Friday, and Jasper and I worked on our history project, drawing some maps and battle scenes. After lunch Carlisle and Esme sat down with me. They looked a little worried. "Sweetheart, we have to talk to you about tomorrow," Carlisle started. "What about tomorrow? I can go back to school, right?" I asked. "Well, we need to talk about that. You can go back to school but the others can't go tomorrow as it will be sunny. We wanted to ask you if you wanted to go or if I should write you a doctor's note. We know it's not easy for you there and the others help you." He offered me. I thought about that for a moment. I didn't really want to go to school without them, but I've been able to take care of myself long enough and really shouldn't get too dependent on them. I'd like to go to school. I've managed fine in Phoenix and I can't skip school with the others every time it is sunny. Besides, Jackson is still suspended, so I should be fine. I said, determined. "Are you sure? You really don't need to?" Esme asked then. "I'm sure. Thank you," I answered. Carlisle told me that one of them would pick me up to drive me to school since my bike was broken, and would also pick me up after school since it should be overcast by the time school lets out. He also gave me a spare phone, which I only accepted after he told me that they'd feel better if I had a chance to call them in case something happened. The rest of the day was really fun, and I nearly cried when it was time for me to go home. I hugged all of them tightly and thanked them for all that they had done for me and said goodbye. Carlisle drove me home again and led me inside. "Thank you, Dr. Cullen. I hope she didn't bother you being over so much. I'm sure you have better things to do than take care of a kid," Charlie said when he saw us. "She's no bother at all, Charlie. We already feel like she is part of our family, like we have another daughter. We'd keep her if we could." Carlisle sounded honest and I stared at him in shock. I didn't know they felt like that. Not even my own parents wanted me, so why would they? Carlisle hugged me goodbye and kissed the top of my head, then told me that one of them would pick me up around 7:40 a.m. tomorrow. He made me promise to eat breakfast and text or call them if I needed anything. "We all love you, sweetheart. And I promise you that you are never a bother to us. You can come to us for anything, okay?" he said before he left. "Thank you. I love you all, too." I said and waved him goodbye. When I couldn't see his car anymore, I went inside and asked Charlie what he wanted for dinner and made him that. It felt so quiet and cold in his house now, and I instantly missed the comfort and love that I felt in the Cullens' home. I went to bed that evening read about school the next day and wondering what life would be like if Carlisle and Esme had been my parents instead of Charlie and Renee. On the inside, I already viewed Carlisle and Esme as my parents. They had already shown me more love and given me more comfort than Charlie and Renee had given me combined, and I couldn't think about better parents one could ever wish for. Esme Pav. I sat in the rocking chair next to Bella and tried to read, though I must admit that I was watching Bella most of the time. It was kind of fascinating to watch her sleep, especially since she did talk in her sleep. She also looked so peaceful and even smaller than usual. Every hour Carlisle came in to check on Bella. Sometimes he woke her up to do some tests because of her concussion. Luckily she always fell asleep again as soon as Carlisle tucked her in. I stayed in the rocking chair the whole time since I didn't want to overwhelm her. In the early morning I could hear Carlisle arguing with our other children. They wanted to stay with Bella instead of going to school. I was glad that Carlisle was the one who had to make them go to school today, so I didn't have to argue with them. I was sure he understood why they wanted to stay home and would have loved to let them stay, but they missed too much school already due to our camping trips that they had to go to keep pretenses. Bella also needed her rest. After about an hour of constant but thankfully rather quiet arguing, the children had left for school. It was 10 a.m. when Bella woke up. I was a little worried that she had slept so long, but Carlisle assured me that she needed a lot of sleep to recover and that she was already exhausted before the accident. I put my book away and asked her if she had slept okay and saw the confusion on Bella's face when she saw that I was sitting next to the bed. When I told her why I had stayed, tears welled in her eyes, making me really concerned. This shouldn't be something new for her. I went over to her and took her in my arms, hoping to comfort her. When she calmed down some, I asked her about her head. I was glad that she didn't lie to me, but it hurt to know that she was hurting. I would gladly take the pain for her if I could. Carlisle told me to never believe her when she said she was fine, saying she would probably say it often so that others wouldn't worry or ask more questions. She had done that already a few times when she was clearly not fine. I showed her where Alice put her clothes before I went to Carlisle and asked him what I should make for breakfast. He heard me approach and opened the door before I could even knock. He wrapped me in his arms and kissed me gently. "I'll come downstairs with you, honey." We went to the kitchen together and prepared her breakfast. When we heard Bella on the steps, Carlisle left the kitchen to make sure Bella got down okay, knowing just how clumsy she was. Luckily he did, because a few seconds later I heard her stumble, and if it hadn't been for Carlisle, she would have fallen down again. Carlisle Pav. "Careful, sweetheart," I said to Bella as I steadied her after her fall. She blushed a deep crimson, making me smile. I told her that breakfast was ready and led her to the kitchen where we had prepared her food. I really hoped she would eat again without any argument. I also hoped that she would eat more than the days before, especially since she was sick yesterday. She needed some real food and more than just a few bites. I sat down next to Bella as Esme put down her breakfast in front of her and kissed the top of her head before getting busy cleaning the kitchen in a slow pace. She knew I would make sure that Bella ate enough and didn't want to make Bella feel watched. I pretended to read a newspaper, though my mind and hearing was focused on Bella. I also shot her a few glances, making sure she didn't hide any food and actually ate it. I saw her avoiding the granola but eating some of the yogurt and fruit. After about half of it, she asked me if she could stop. I sighed heavily. She really needed to eat more, but I could see that she was still not feeling well and I didn't want to force her. So I eyed it go for now, but told we would have a talk about this tomorrow. When she asked me where the others were and I told her they were still in school since it was Friday, Bella got really upset that we hadn't woken her for school. Didn't she know that she can't go to school with a concussion? She should know. She jumped up from her seat and would have fallen again if I hadn't steadied her. I told her that I had excused her from school because she needed to rest in order to heal, and rubbed her shoulders gently, hoping she would calm down again. Her little heart was racing. "It's not like it would be the first time," Bella mumbled. I asked her about it, but she just said, "Nothing." I had already assumed that Bella has been injured a lot and that she wasn't cared for as she should have been when she was living with her mother. Not that her father would have cared for her if she was injured. What had happened yesterday was proof of that. I frowned, worried about how bad it had really been, but didn't probe for any more answers. I would get them soon enough, and it was better not to stress Bella if it wasn't needed. Instead, I told her that I would check her head again and asked her to go lay down to rest after. I don't want to lay down again. I just stood up. She whined, then froze and stopped walking. I was a little shocked by her childish behavior, though I was happy to see that she showed it. She still was a child, and it would be expected for her to act that way. I had been worried before that she hadn't. "I'm sorry," she hurried to say, and I could smell the salty tears that welled up in her eyes. She was shocked by her own behavior, and it seemed that she was scared of what she had done. I crouched down in front of her and took her hands in mine. I understood that she was tired of resting and didn't see her behavior as a problem. In fact, I was relieved. She seems to be becoming a lot more comfortable here and doesn't think about everything she says or does before she does it. I tried to assure her of that, but she just started sobbing uncontrollably. I picked her up gently and sat down on the sofa with her on my lap and rocked her, hoping it would calm her down. Esme came in soon after and sat down next to us. She looked at Bella with pain in her eyes. In our eyes, Bella was our daughter, and it hurt us that she was hurting. It took a few minutes until Bella started to calm down, but when she did, she looked up into my eyes and I could see that she was in pain, so I asked Esme to get my doctor's bag, then sat Bella in her lap so that I could take a better look at her. Esme put her arms around Bella softly and kissed the top of her head as Bella relaxed into her arms. Despite the circumstances, I had to smile at the picture in front of me. I was grateful that we were gifted with another precious child. A human one at that. I carefully removed the band-aid on Bella's forehead and looked at the wound and stitches. It looked like it was healing all right, so I cleaned it again before I covered it up. Next, I carefully felt around her head to feel her bump and make sure nothing else was hurting. She winced a little, making me grimace. Thankfully, I was done a few seconds later and gave her some pain medication. I knew she didn't want to go to sleep again, so I asked her if she'd like to snuggle into Esme so that she could read to Bella, since I knew Esme wouldn't mind and I wanted Bella to rest. She nodded eagerly, so I got the book from the day before, then gave it to Esme, asked Bella to drink a little and covered her up with a blanket before I made my way to my office so that I could do some paperwork. Up in my office, I updated some patients' files and read off some others that my colleges had sent me, asking for my opinion. For once it was hard to concentrate on my job since all of my thoughts were on my injured human child whose health worried me more and more, not just her physical health. Her reactions to her acting out and the fact that she had gone to school injured probably more than once seemed to confirm my suspicions of her being abused or at least neglected. Still in thoughts, I got down to the kitchen a while later to cook some rice and vegetables for her. She needed some carbs in her body, and this time I would insist that she not only eat the vegetables. Esme led Bella to the kitchen and I could hear her heart racing when she saw what I had cooked, and even more when I told her that I expected her to eat at least half of her portion of both the vegetables and the rice. It would still be too little, seeing as I only put a small portion in front of her, but it would still be more than the days before. I sat down next to her as she ate, pretending to read the newspaper again. I could see her fighting with the food after not even a fourth of the bowl. She forced down a few more bites but looked like she would get sick if she ate any more. Knowing that this would make matters worse, I told her that she could stop. Bella looked really grateful at that. It would take more work than I initially thought, and I was afraid that I would have to use a feeding tube if Bella wouldn't manage to gain some weight herself. I really didn't want to have to do that, so I would only use that as very last resort. I put the rest of the food away and got a new book to read as Esme took Bella to the living room again. I sat down with them, knowing the other children would be home soon, as I could hear their cars on our driveway. I started reading to Bella, who was sitting on Esme's lap. After 2 pages, the door opened and the others came in, greeting Bella. Emmett gently lifted Bella and hugged her, which made her giggle before sitting her down again. We all loved it when Bella laughed or giggled. It was such a beautiful sound. Our children sat down next to Naru. Ndias and asked Bella about how she was feeling and what she did today. She told them that she was Fine, and told them about the book Esme had read to her earlier, and they told her about how boring Chul was without her and that the others were gossiping about Tyler's accident a lot. After that I gave her some more pain medication as Jasper told me so low that Bella wouldn't hear that she was in a lot of pain again, and her last dose had been a few hours prior. We told Bella some of our past until it was time for her to eat dinner. She didn't eat as much as I hoped she would, but I was just glad that she had eaten a few meals today and hadn't gotten sick again. After dinner I made her go to bed. It was still early evening, but she looked exhausted and she needed sleep to get better fast. To make it easier for her to go to sleep, Esme and I stayed with her and read to her until she fell asleep. Luckily she didn't have any nightmares throughout the night and slept peacefully. Esme and I shared our concerns during the night while we heard Jasper and Emmett play on their Wii downstairs, and the girls talked about fashion in Alice's room. Edward was probably reading again. Saturday morning I got out of the room silently as not to wake Bella. Went to my office to see if I had gotten any more mails from the hospital. Alice and Rosalie came in soon after saying goodbye before they went shopping. I also heard them in Esme and my room saying goodbye to Esme silently and probably placing a kiss on Bella's head gently so they wouldn't wake her. Around 8 a.m. I heard Bella getting up and go downstairs to make her some oatmeal for breakfast. When Bella came down with Esme she didn't look too happy about it but didn't argue with me. She ate a few spoonfuls and then told me that she was full and would get sick if she ate any more. She really hadn't eaten a lot and she didn't look like she did yesterday when she said it, but she did look a little uncomfortable. I didn't completely believe her and eyed her suspiciously, but she looked at me pleadingly and I hoped that with enough time she would start eating more by herself if we didn't force her now, so I allowed her to stop and took her to my office for our talk. She curled up on the sofa and I put a chair in front of her for me to sit on. Bella seemed really uncomfortable, but I had to talk to her about her eating habits. I told her about how not eating and drinking enough could be dangerous as her body needed the energy to function properly. I explained to her how her heart would be damaged if she continued to deprive her body of the calories and nutrients that her body needed. Next I explained to her how much would be normal for a child her size and age and made sure that she knew that as long as she was with us, she would be expected to take care of her body by eating what we made her, and that I expected her to do that at home, too. I would make sure to weigh her every week so I would know if she did what I had said and could intervene if she lost any more weight. I didn't threaten her with the feeding tube, knowing she would probably lose trust in us if I did so. I could still talk to her about it if this wouldn't work. I assured her that she could always come to one of us if she wanted or needed someone to talk to. She agreed reluctantly and I was sure she already planned on not doing what I asked of her. I sighed heavily and took her in my arms before we went down. "We all love you, sweetheart. We just want you to be happy and healthy," I whispered in her ear. "I love you all, too," she whispered back as a single tear slid down her face. I wiped it away and told her to go have some fun with the boys. Bella played chess with Jasper. She didn't beat him, but she played a really good game, especially since her component was Jasper. He also sat with her when she ate lunch and told me quietly so that Bella wouldn't notice that she felt really uncomfortable and guilty, but that her emotions changed when she saw him looking at her. There's not much I can do much about it right now as she doesn't talk to me about that right now, but I was hoping this knowledge would help me help her later on. When she was done, Edward took her to his piano with him and settled her on his lap, playing a few songs for her. He seemed so much happier since she was around, but he was really careful around her. He didn't seem to trust himself around her since she was so small and fragile, and he saw himself as a monster, a little less now that Bella has told him what she thought about that issue. Bella relaxed in Edward's arms completely and seemed content, a big smile on her face. Emmett also wanted to do something with her, so he asked her to play video games with her again. In the evening Alice and Rosalie came home from their shopping trip. They put their stuff away and snuggled some clothes that they had bought for Bella into her part of our closet without her noticing, knowing she would be overwhelmed, and I didn't like it much when others spent money on her. When they were done we all watched a movie together while Bella ate some of her dinner before she had to go to bed. Sunday morning Bella looked a lot more rested and she wasn't as pale anymore. I looked at her cut again and then at her hands that she had injured a few days before. The scrapes looked a lot better and had closed up, so I removed the bandage. I sat with her at breakfast, and this time I didn't let her go until she had finished half of it. I didn't give in to her pleading this time. Bella was really tense the whole time, and I could see her fighting with her food and her emotions. I knew she didn't want me to see, but I was glad I did, even if it made me sad and it hurt knowing that such a normal and important thing seemed to be so hard for her. I lifted her from her seat and sat her on my lap, rubbing her back, hoping it would make it easier for her. When she was finally done, Jasper took her to the living room to work on their history project. Trying to distract her and cheer her up a little, and Alice came to the kitchen to talk to me and Esme. We can't go to school tomorrow because it will be sunny until around 2:30 p.m. What will you do with Bella? I don't see anything bad happening to Bella if she goes to school alone, but my visions aren't so clear when it comes to her. She'll be so lonely there, and none of us could protect her if anything does happen. I'm not really sure if she should really go alone, she told us hastily. Esme and I looked at Alice, then each other. I really don't feel comfortable with Bella going to school alone, especially after what already happened with Jackson and then her accident in the parking lot, but I don't think we have the right to forbid her to go. We aren't her legal guardians. I told Esme. You're right. It should probably be Bella's decision. If Alice doesn't see anything bad happening and she wants to go, we should probably let her. I don't want her to feel like we keep her caged up. I just hope she doesn't want to go. You could probably tell Charlie that Bella needs one more day of rest because of her concussion. Esme agreed. Let's talk to her about it later and make sure she knows she doesn't have to go. And if she wants to go, we'll make sure one of us drives her to school and picks her up again. I told Esme. She nodded, though I could see that she felt as uneasy as I with the idea of Bella going to school alone. We let Bella and Jasper work on their project until lunch. After lunch, Esme and I took her to the living room to talk about the next day. Sweetheart, we have to talk to you about tomorrow, I started. What about tomorrow? I can go back to school, right? She asked, seeming a little panicked. Well, we need to talk about that. You can go CK to school, but the others can't go tomorrow as it will be sunny. We wanted to ask you if you wanted to go or if I should write you a doctor's note. We know it's not easy for you there and the others help you. I offered her, praying that she would not want to go back alone. She thought about it for a few seconds, then answered, I'd like to go to school. I've managed fine in Phoenix and I can't skip school with the others every time it is sunny. Besides, Jackson is still suspended, so I should be fine. Esme and I looked at each other worriedly, then looked back at Bella. Are you sure? You really don't need to? Esme asked then, hoping to change her mind. I'm sure. Thank you, she answered. Well, if you're sure, but one of us will pick you up at home and drive you to school in the morning. And then pick you up again in the afternoon. I told her and she nodded. I got one of the spare phones and handed it to her. I can't take this, it's too much, Bella said, looking at me uncomfortably. Sweetheart, it's one of our spare phones. We won't need it and we'll feel better if you have means to contact us if you need to. Please take it, it would make us less worried. I insisted and she hesitantly took it. Thank you, she whispered as she hugged us both. The rest of the day we all played some board games together and everyone had fun. At 6 p.m. I made Bella have dinner and sat with her aunt. She was done with half of her portion. She didn't plead as much, asking if she could stop as she did at breakfast and lunch, knowing I wouldn't give in. After dinner it was time for her to go and she hugged everyone tightly. I could see her fighting back tears and wished that we could just keep her. I knew we would see her again tomorrow, but everyone would miss her until then and I didn't want to bring her back to her father who didn't seem to care about his daughter. Bella thanked us for what we had done for her and we just told her that she didn't need to thank us for caring for her, that we loved having her over. Esme seemed to be near tears, too, as Bella hugged her goodbye. I led her outside and helped her into her seat, then drove her to Charlie's. I couldn't even think about this place as her home. This wasn't a home for her, just a roof over her head. I reminded her of eating regularly and asked her to call us if she needed anything, no matter the time. When we arrived I led her to the door, which she opened and then helped her out of her shoes and jacket, making her blush. Charlie came to the door, having heard her arrive. Thank you, Dr. Cullen. I hope she didn't bother you being over so much. I'm sure you have better things to do than take care of a kid. he said when he saw us. I could feel rage building up within me and fought hard to keep my emotions in check. Bella was never a bother to us and he shouldn't feel as if his own daughter is a bother. He should love and care for her. She's no bother at all, Charlie. We already feel like she is part of our family, like we have another daughter. We'd keep her if we could. I told him honestly, making Bella and him start at me in shock. I hugged her goodbye and kissed the top of her head, then told her that one of us would pick her up around 7:40 a.m. tomorrow. I made her promise to eat breakfast and text or call us if she needed anything. We all love you, sweetheart. And I promise you that you are never a bother to us, you can come to us for anything. Okay, I said before I left and hugged her again tightly. Thank you. I love you all, too, she said and waved me goodbye. I made my way to the car all the way NTING to run back and take Bella with me again, but I knew I couldn't. Back home I took Esme and my other children into my arms. Will she be okay? Rosalie asked quietly as I hugged her. We'll make sure of it, sweetheart, I said softly into her and rubbed her back. It was seldom that Rosalie cared for anyone and came to me for comfort, and it made me smile that Rosalie and the others have accepted and loved Bella from the start. We talked some more and agreed to go hunting together the next day after Esme drove Bella to school, and then everyone made their way to their rooms for some alone time with their mates. While Edward sat down on his piano with some noise-canceling headphones, probably composing. Bella paw. On Monday morning I was woken by my alarm, still feeling tired and restless. I got up reluctantly and went through my usual morning routine. I was so worried about the day that I felt really sick and didn't feel up to eating at all, but still ate a tiny breakfast since I had promised Carlisle and I didn't want to break his trust. I cleaned the kitchen thoroughly and waited outside for one of the Cullens to pick me up. I didn't want them to ring the bell when they arrived back. This would surely wake Charlie and I didn't want to risk upsetting him even in the slightest. It was freezing cold outside since it was the middle of November, so I walked up and down restlessly. I saw Carlisle's Mercedes coming down the street, but it wasn't Carlisle who was inside, it was Esme. She parked the car and got out to greet me and I ran straight into her arms, forgetting about my worries for the moment. Hi sweetheart, how are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you, and you? She smiled at me. I'm fine, too. Come on, let's get you in your seat and then to school, unless you've changed your mind. She asked hopefully. No, I still want to go to school today. I've already missed 2 days and I've just arrived here around a week ago. Esme put my backpack away and helped me into the seat. On the way to school I asked them what they were doing today. She said they'll go hunting since they couldn't do anything besides that or staying at home. We got to the school parking lot and Esme helped me out of the car. She told me to try not fall over, to have fun and text or call if anything was wrong. I thanked her and told her to have fun, too. I'll pick you up at 3 p.m., alright? Esme asked and hugged me goodbye. I then went to my first lesson. School was torture, it was no fun without the Cullens, and Lauren and Jessica made some really nasty comments. I really tried to ignore them, but they still got to me. They said that finally the Cullens saw how much of a burden I was and left for their own good. They called me freakin' nerd and threw little paper balls at me when the teachers weren't looking. I had to fight really hard with myself to keep my emotions in check and not show them how much their words were hurting me. In my Spanish class, one met a girl named Angela. She told me she had been sick over the last week, so that's why I haven't seen her around before. She was really nice and offered me to come to her if I needed anything. During lunch I hid away in the school library, not wanting to think about what Lauren and Jessica could do to me in the cafeteria, and I really didn't want to eat anything anyway. Luckily I hadn't promised Esme or Carlisle that I would eat lunch today. I just prayed that school would be over soon so that I could spend the rest of the day with the Cullens. After my biology lesson, I went to go to the bathroom. All was well until I washed my hands at the sink and Lauren and Jessica came in. I wanted to get out as fast as possible, but Jessica blocked the door. Well, who do we have here? If it isn't the little Cullen pet. Lauren spit at me, took my backpack from me and threw it in a corner and then grabbed my wrists tightly. Please let me go, I didn't do anything to you. I whimpered. Lauren and Jessica just laughed. You took the Cullens from us. Freak. We were going to become friends with them, but you had to get in the way. And they just do this for show. There is no way someone like them could like someone like you. You filthy little worthless girl. She kicked me in the ribs then, hard. I screamed. Tears were streaming down my face. Please, stop, I whimpered again. Everyone would be better off if you just went to off yourself. No one wants you here, and no one cares. You're just a waste of space. And don't even dare to tell anyone or we'll make you shut your stupid little mouth for you. I nodded slowly and whimpered. Lauren kicked me in my ribs again, so hard it knocked the air out of my body and made me crash against the edge of the bathroom stalls. It was hurting so bad I screamed out again. I was sure some of my ribs were at least fractured and the wounds on my back from Renee's belt that had been healing so nicely had opened up again. Lauren and Jessica left the bathroom laughing loudly. My body was shaking and running on adrenaline. I didn't even think to call the Cullens, I just wanted to get out of there. I ran out of the bathroom and out of the school as fast as I could, ignoring the pain as best as I could. I stumbled through the forest for a long time, falling down and getting up again, not paying attention to where I went. I was still crying and could barely see anything around me. After what could be minutes or hours, I stumbled over something on the ground and this time I hurt my leg, too. I didn't even try to get up anymore. My whole body was hurting, I was freezing and just wanted it all to stop. I crawled over to a tree, leaned against it and curled up in a tight ball, closed my eyes and kept crying, but I was in too much pain to fall asleep. Some time later, I heard fast footsteps approaching. Bella, a female voice exclaimed, and then someone was next to me, touching my cheek. I flinched back. Bella. The voice sounded hesitant but worried and really familiar. I opened my eyes anxiously and was met with Esme's worried eyes. Bella, what's wrong, are you hurt? She asked frantically. I didn't react. I didn't want to talk. They would ask me what was wrong and what happened and they couldn't know the truth. Sweetheart. I uncurled myself and held my arms out to Esme but winced at the motion. Esme picked me up carefully with my arms wrapped tightly round her neck and my feet around her waist. I winced and cried harder when my ribs came into contact with her body and then again when her arm came around my back to hold me. I hid my face in the crook of her neck and just sobbed. Shush sweetheart, can you tell me where you're hurt? I didn't react. Again, she pulled her phone out and pulled it to her ear, speaking quietly. I've found her in the forest. I think she's hurt really bad. She won't talk. She let me pick her up. Yes, I'll bring her. See you soon, love. I'm gonna run, honey. Close your eyes. I did as she said and could feel the wind around me. I could tell that she tried to keep me from hurting more, but I still whimpered now and then and tears kept streaming down my face. Then the running stopped. I heard a door open, then we were inside. It was warmer there. I heard several gasps. Suddenly large, gentle hands were touching me, stroking my hair, then feeling for my pulse at my wrist. Do you know what happened yet, Esme? I heard a concerned voice ask. Carlisle. No. She didn't talk and she is so cold. Carlisle. I think her ribs and her back are hurting. I heard her wince when I touched her there. Quote. I tensed. He would want to check and he would see. Carlisle would know then. He was smart. He would know exactly what had happened and who was the most likely suspect. But right now I didn't have it in me to fight. I would try and fight him off if he wanted to look under my shirts. Shush sweetheart. It's going to be okay. Esme whispered soothingly. Alice, get me blankets. Rosalie, a warm water bottle please, but not hot. Esme, carry her to my office please. I felt us moving again. Esme, please sit down with her still in your arms. Hopefully this will comfort her a little. I felt her sit down and she started stroking my hair. A blanket was pulled around me carefully and a warm water bottle was put between Esme and me, against my tummy. Tears were still falling down my cheeks but I wasn't sobbing anymore. Bella sweetheart, can you look at me? I opened my eyes and turned around to look at Carlisle brokenly. Oh honey. Shush, it'll be okay. Can you tell me what happened? He asked softly and wiped the tears from my face but new ones kept coming. I hid my face in the crook of Esme's neck again. All right then sweetheart, I'll take your temperature first, then we'll see about any injuries. I could feel him oot the thermometer in my ear and heard his sigh when it beeped. I was scared of what would happen next. Esme paused. Monday morning came soon enough as I had spent the night with Carlisle. We agreed that I would drive Bella to school and I was happy that I would see her again soon. Even if it would be for just a few minutes. I took Carlisle's car since it had tinted windows, just in case the sun came out early. He didn't need it today anyway. Bella was already waiting outside on the porch. She walked up and down, probably trying to warm up a bit. She smiled when she saw me. Bella ran up to me, surprisingly without stumbling once, and jumped right into my arms. I was really happy that she was so comfortable with us and seemed to love us just as much as we loved her. When I asked her if she still wanted to go to school, she said yes. To my disappointment, I still felt really uneasy about this. On the drive to school, I asked her to call if anything happened, while praying inwardly that she would be completely unharmed mentally as well as physically when I would pick her up later on. We hugged each other goodbye and then I drove off, hoping we made the right decision in allowing her to go today. As soon as I got home, the whole family got ready to go hunting. We went hunting close to our home because of the sun, so it took us only a few hours. When we got back, Carlisle found Bella's big medical file in our mail. He wanted to read it alone first before he talked to us, so he went upstairs to his office. Just a few minutes later, I saw Jasper run out into the forest frantically. "What's wrong?" I asked Alice as she ran after him. Carlisle's emotions were too much for him, she said as she hurried to catch up with Jasper. I wanted to go to Carlisle, comfort him, but I knew he needed time for himself now. An hour later, I heard Carlisle whisper my name brokenly, asking me to come upstairs. I ran to him at vampire speed. I opened the door to his office and saw him sitting there on his desk, eyes red-rimmed, with venom tears in his eyes that would never fall, a heartbreaking expression on his face. I wasn't so sure if I wanted to know what he had read. I took him into my arms, tears already in my eyes, too. "We'll make this okay. She's here now. She'll be okay. We will make sure of it," I whispered. "I know. But what she must have been through, there must have been years of abuse from what I've seen. The doctors found handprint bruises on her multiple times and never even called child services. And from around a year back, there is nothing in her file. She never went to the doctors again," Carlisle told me. He knew I didn't want to know the details just now. I would want them later on. But I wanted to hear it from Bella. When she was ready to talk about it, though I was Carlisle would try to get it out of her as soon as he could without forcing or overwhelming her. We heard footsteps at the door. "Mom, Dad," Rosalie whispered shakily. "Come in," we said together. The door opened and all our vampire children stood behind it. There were gasps when they saw us. "What's wrong? Did something happen to Bella?" Again it was Rosalie who spoke up first. I motioned for them to come closer. "No, sweetheart. I got Bella's medical file from Phoenix today, and let's just say that what we suspected must be true from what I have read," Carlisle told them. We had all suspected it, the children, too. But it was still hard to have heard that there was proof. It made it real. There was no denying it now. I got up from Carlisle's lap and we both stood up to hug our children tightly. The day went on with everyone feeling sad and depressed. There wasn't much we could do for Bella until she got home from school. At 2:55 p.m. I stood in front of the school, waiting for her. The sun was gone, so there was no risk of exposure. I waited there until 3:15 p.m. Most students have left, but there was no sign of Bella. I called Bella's phone, but she didn't answer. Next I called Carly's phone to see if she had called him, but she hadn't. Carlisle told me he would call Charlie to see if he knew something while I went into the school to go looking for her. I tried to stay calm, hoping Bella just had to talk to her gym teacher because of her assignment. I went to the front office first. Ms. Cope was still there. "Hello, Ms. Cullen, is there anything I can do for you?" she asked nicely. "I came to pick up Bella. She is staying at our house after school, but she didn't come out of the building. I was wondering if you knew something." She checked her computer. That's weird. Her gym teacher marked her absent today, though she has been in all of her other classes. I had a really bad feeling about this. Bella wasn't the girl to just skip classes. "Okay, thank you. I'll go looking around, see if I can find her," I told Ms. Cope and left the room at a quick human pace. I went to the biology classroom to follow Bella's scent from there. It led to the girls' bathroom. I went inside and gasped. There in the corner lay Bella's backpack. There was a faint smell of Bella's blood, but no Bella. I took Bella's backpack and followed Bella's scent out of the building, where it broke off due to the wind. My hands were slightly shaking as I got my phone out to call Carlisle. "Did you find her?" was the first thing he said. "No, Carlisle, I found her backpack in the bathroom and it smelled of Bella's blood in there. She must be hurt. I followed her scent back out of the school but the wind has blown away her scent out here." "Did you hear something from Charlie?" "What?" He sounded really upset, rightly so. Anything could have happened to her. "Charlie doesn't know anything either. I'll call the hospital, see if she is there. I'll send the children out looking." "Thank you, I'll go looking, too. Call if you find anything." I looked around the school grounds first, then I called the children, asking where they were looking so that we could cover as much ground as possible. No one has looked in the forest yet. So I ran around there, trying to cover every direction in a 10-mile radius. After around half an hour I picked up her scent again in a faint heartbeat. I followed her scent until I saw a little heap on the ground, next to a tree. I ran closer. Bella was lying there on the ground, curled up in a tight ball leaning against the tree. Her face was even paler than usual, her lips blue, eyes closed and tears streaming down her face. I was shocked. If my heart hadn't stopped beating years ago, it would have stopped now. "Bella," I exclaimed and rushed to her. I touched her cold cheek lightly, hoping to get her to open her eyes, but she flinched. Was she scared of me? Was she hurt? Bella opened her eyes hesitantly, her gaze anxious. I was getting frantic. Something was really wrong. "Bella, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" She just looked at me but didn't react otherwise. "Sweetheart." I tried again, sounding unsure. Finally she reacted. She uncurled herself and held her arms out to me. Wincing at the motion, I was scared to hurt her further, but I was sure she needed the comfort now. I would also need to get her out of this cold and home as fast as possible. So that Carlisle could take a look at her. I picked her up carefully and held her body to mine. She winced when her ribs and back came into contact with my body and made a mental note to tell Carlisle about that. Being sure that Bella wouldn't. I hated to be hurting her further, but this was the best option. She hid her face in the crook of my neck and started crying harder. I tried to comfort her and asked her again where she was hurt, hoping she would start talking to me. When she didn't react again, I called Carlisle. I probably should have called him as soon as I saw her, but in that moment I just wanted to get to her. When he picked up, I told him where I had found her and how she was doing. He was horrified as well, but relieved that we had finally found her. He told me he would call Charlie to tell him we'd found her and to bring her home and not to the hospital. As soon as we hung up I told Bella to close her eyes, not wanting her to get dizzy on top of everything else, so that I could run home with her at vampire speed. On the way home Bella repeatedly whimpered, and every single time she did I wanted to stop running, hating every second in which I had to unintentionally hurt her. The whole family was waiting inside our home, looking shocked, horrified and relieved at the same time when they saw us. Several gasps filled the room and Carlisle was instantly by our side, trying to comfort Bella and make sure she wasn't in any immediate danger. His eyes were filled with worry and love as he gently stroked Bella's hair and took her pulse, all the while Bella didn't move. It was as if she didn't even notice that we were home and the others were here, too. I was really worried about how unresponsive she was. He asked me if I knew what had happened yet. No, she still didn't talk and she feels so cold, Carlisle. I think her ribs and back are hurting. I heard her wince when I held her there. Bella tensed up in my arms. She never wants us to know when she isn't feeling well, so I knew she was hearing us. I tried comforting and soothing her, hoping to make this all easier for her. I knew Carlisle would insist on seeing her injuries now, one way or the other. I hoped he wouldn't fight him and let him help her. It would just make her lose trust in us if Carlisle would have to sedate her in order to have a look at her injuries. "Alice, get me blankets. Rosalie, a warm water bottle please, but not hot. Esme, carry her to my office please," Carlisle instructed. We made our way upstairs while Carlisle got his medical supplies. "Esme, please sit down with her still in your arms. Hopefully this will comfort her a little." I sat down on the hospital bed in Carlisle's office, with Bella in my lap turned around so she faced me. I started stroking her hair soothingly. Alice came in then, blankets in hand, and pulled them around Bella gently. A second later Rosalie came in with a warm water bottle and put it between Bella and me, hoping to warm her up some. Carlisle looked at Bella, calculating. I knew he didn't want to sedate her, he wanted her to trust him enough to let him see. Her sobbing had stopped now but tears were still falling down her cheeks. Bella sweetheart, can you look at me? Carlisle asked softly, he was standing right next to us. Bella turned her head a little to face Carlisle. Her eyes were red and swollen and she looked so hopeless and broken. Oh honey. Shish, it'll be okay. Can you tell me what happened? He asked softly, trying to ease her into this and wipe the tears from her face, but new ones just kept coming. Bella didn't answer but I instead hid her face in the crook of my neck again. It would be hard work to get the story out of her. If I hadn't been sure of it before, I was now. Carlisle, seeing that asking her about the events of today would be hopeless for now. He didn't ask her again and started his examination. All right then sweetheart, I'll take your temperature first, then we'll see about any injuries, he informed before he stuck the thermometer in her ear gently. It beeped a moment later and Carlisle sighed when he saw the readout. He looked worried. What was it? I asked him, too low for Bella to hear. She didn't need to be even more upset. 34C93, 2F, she's suffering from hypothermia. She already has a blanket and warm water bottle, her temperature will go up, there is nothing else we can do about that for now. I just hope that it won't make her even more sick and that she'll let me look at her injuries, he replied just as low. Bella paused. Kids, I need you to leave the room now, I'll have to look under her shirt. I tensed again and moved to hold the blanket tighter around me so that he couldn't reach my shirt. I heard the door shut. Bella sweetheart, I need to see what your injuries are. Can you please remove your hands from the blanket so that I can lift your shirt? I didn't let go. Instead I held it tighter around me. She's really tense Carlisle, Esme said worriedly while stroking my hair. Sweetheart, can you look at me again? Carlisle sounded desperate so I did as he said. Thank you, sweetheart. I know you are scared honey, but I need to see if you are seriously injured. I also know that you have been hiding injuries from us since the day we met you. I tensed even more. I asked for your hospital file from Phoenix since I was already suspicious. It just came today and I think I know what you're hiding and why you are so scared honey. Renee, I flinched, signed you over to your father completely, she can't take you back and we can protect you sweetheart. We love you Oni and we just want you to be happy and healthy. And we will protect you from whoever has hurt you today. I started sobbing again and hid my face in the crook of Esme's neck yet again. Carlisle knew. He must know I'm a bad child then. And that no one wanted me. Why did they want me? Why did they show me so much love? Why did they care about me? I was nothing. They both made shushing noises and waited until I had calmed down again. I promise we'll protect you sweetheart, do you trust me? He asked quietly. I thought for a second. He already knew. And he still cared. He moved his hand to the blanket, silently asking me to let go and to trust him. I let go. I didn't have much to lose. Thank you sweetheart. He moved the blanket down and moved his hands to the hem of my shirts at my back. I'm going to lift your shirt up now. Try to stay calm honey, you're safe here. I gripped Esme's shirt tightly as I felt warm air hit my back when my shirt was lifted up. I heard him gasp and started crying again. What is it Carlisle? I heard Esme whisper. It's worse than I thought Esme. Her whole back is bruised in different colors, it is scarred and there are whip marks and open wounds Esme and she's so skinny, he said. His voice sounded so broken and I heard Esme sob. Sweetheart, I'm going to need to remove your shirts completely so I have better access and I can look at your ribs, too. Carlisle said to me carefully. He waited for me to fight but I didn't and he pulled the shirts up further. I even pushed myself away from Esme a little and lifted my arms up so that he could take them off easier. He did so one by one. When the last shirt was off and my upper body was completely naked, Esme let out a broken sob as her eyes took in my bruised and bony ribs and arms. I looked down, too. There were many bruises in different colors, a new bruise in the form of a shoe already forming. My ribs were sticking out. Carlisle spoke again. Sweetheart, I'm going to feel for any breaks first. I'll try to be careful but it might hurt a bit. His cool fingers prodded carefully at my back. I winced a few times. Alright, I can't feel any breaks on your back. I'm going to clean the wounds now and cover them up. It really hurt and he apologized over and over all the while Esme made shushing noises and stroked my hair. After a few minutes he was done with my back. Esme, can you see Carefully turn her around in your lap so that I can see her front and look at her injuries there. She did as he said. I could see Carlisle's face now, it looked horrified at what he saw. He stroked my cheek again. Bella, you can lean against Esme now if you want. Esme, you can put your arm around her a bit under her waist, she doesn't seem to be injured there. Maybe it will comfort her. We both did as he said and it did feel better. He felt over my ribs to feel for breaks again and then softly touched the bruises on my arms and looked for any injuries there. Sweetheart, Esme will need to put you on the bed now. You need to be lying down so that I can take an X-ray of your ribs and check your abdomen over for any signs of inner injury. I whimpered but let them lay me down. Esme was so gentle. It didn't hurt my back too much when it touched the hospital bed. She held my hand in hers and rubbed soothing circles over it with her thumb while Carlisle got his portable X-ray machine and took pictures of my ribs. Then palpated my abdomen carefully. I had indeed some fractures in 3 of my ribs, but they weren't full breaks, so Carlisle just wrapped them up carefully. After that he put he blanket over my upper body and told me that he wanted to take a look at my legs, too. He carefully pulled off my shoes which made me wince when he took off the left one. He pulled off my socks and cut off my leggings so that he hurt my foot anymore by pulling over them. Carlisle moved the blanket to cover my legs and then took a look at my foot saying I had a torn ligament and I had to stay off of that foot for around 4 to 6 weeks. Then he put a splint around it. After that he moved the blanket from my legs again and inspected them. There were some bruises from falling down today and some older scars from where Renee had cut me with a knife a few times but no other new injuries. When he finally finished I was really exhausted mentally and physically. Carlisle went out for a second and came back with soft, loose pajamas and both of them helped me dress. The pajama felt warm and Carlisle told me that the girls had put it in the dryer to warm it up a bit. Then he looked at me apologetically and told me I needed an IV so that he could administer some better pain medication and get some fluids and nutrients into me, as he was sure I wasn't up to eating. Carlisle carried me to his and Esme's room and told me to close my eyes and squeeze Esme's hand if I wanted. I did as he asked and whimpered as I felt the needle pierce my skin. All done now, sweetheart. You should feel better soon, Carlisle said as he hooked up an IV bag and injected some medicine into it. Esme and I have to call Charlie now and tell him that you need to be staying with us for at least a few days because of your injuries. My heart started pounding faster. What would they tell Charlie? Would they tell him about Renee, or that something had happened at school? My breath came out in short gasps. Breathe, honey. Shish, calm down, it's going to be okay. Deep breaths in, long out. In, long out. There you go. You don't have to worry about a thing. Just focus on getting better. Esme and I will take care of the rest and no matter what happens next, we'll keep you safe. Do you want Jasper and Rosalie to keep you company while Esme and I are calling Charlie? Maybe you can let Jasper help you to relax a little. I nodded. I really did not want to be alone right now. He gave me a tiny smile at my reaction. I reached out my arms and thankfully they understood. The both hugged me gently, carefully avoiding my injuries, and kissed my forehead. Carlisle took my temperature again, smiled a little, and then went to open the door. Rosalie and Jasper came in and Carlisle turned around to me before he left. If you need anything just let Rosalie and Jasper know. We'll be downstairs for the call so we'll hear them if they call for us. I gave him a tiny smile and nodded and they left. I patted the bed next to me and lifted the blanket that Carlisle and Esme had tucked around me. Rosalie understood what I wanted and got under the blankets next to me carefully to not disrupt the IV. Jasper sat at my other side but over the blanket and leaned against the headboard. Do you want me to relax you, darling? I nodded and accepted the calming waves that he sent me and moved to curl up against Rosalie, who put her arm carefully around me. We love you, sweetheart, and you're safe here, just get some rest now. She whispered softly. I closed my eyes and as I felt the pain begin to fade when the medicine started working, I drifted off. Bella paused. During the night I felt something being placed into my ear. I stirred and moved my hand to pull it out but a cold hand caught mine gently and Aneth. Her smaller hand started stroking my hair. Shush, sweetheart, I'm just taking your temperature again. Go back to sleep, it's alright. Surprisingly I slept through the rest of the night without any nightmares, but I suspected it was Jasper's doing. When I woke up in the morning I noticed that my whole body was sore and my ribs, back and foot were really hurting. It made me whimper. A cold hand touched my cheek softly. "Are you awake, sweetheart?" Carlyle whispered and I answered him by opening my eyes. "There you are. Is the pain bothering you again? Do you need another dose of pain reliever?" He asked gently and I nodded. He quickly got the medicine into the IV bag. "It should be better soon, honey." I smiled gratefully at him. I wanted to say thank you but I just couldn't open my mouth to speak. I noticed that I needed to use the bathroom and tried to move into a sitting position, wincing. "Do you need anything, sweetheart?" I nodded. "Can you tell me what?" I shook my head. "No." I was getting restless. I knew I wasn't allowed to walk on my leg. Rosalie came into my view then. I hadn't even noticed that she was still on the bed, though a little further away from me than yesterday. "Do you need to go to the bathroom, sweetheart?" She asked gently and I nodded, relieved. "I know that you aren't allowed to move on that leg. Is it okay if I take you?" I blushed, but nodded. She carefully picked me up and carried me in my IV pole over to the bathroom and helped me get situated. I was just grateful that it was her and not one of the boys. When I was done she picked me up again and held me on her hips so that I could brush my teeth and then she brushed my hair for me. She asked me if I wanted to go downstairs and I nodded. I was still wearing my pajamas, seeing as I couldn't change them as long as the IV was connected and I would probably need to stay at home for a while anyway. Carlyle wouldn't let me go back to school like this, of that I was sure, and after yesterday, I defy. Knightley didn't want to go there anymore anyway. Everyone was waiting in the living room for me and I was a little confused. Shouldn't they be in school? And now that I thought of it, Carlyle at work. Esme saw my expression. "They wanted to be here for you, honey." A tear slipped out of my eye and Esme, who was now in front of us, gently wiped it away. "Hi Bella," everyone said softly. I smiled at the and let my head rest on Rosalie's shoulder who moved to sit on the sofa with me. "Carlyle wants to check your temperature again, okay honey. It was too low yesterday and he just wants to check if it's back to normal now." Rosalie asked quietly and I nodded. Carlyle checked my temperature again and said that it was all right and asked if I was up for breakfast. I felt sick even thinking about it and shook my head, no, and grimaced. "Okay, sweetheart, I can give you some nutrients through the IV for now, but it will only suffice for now. Well, have you get back to eating again soon, you can't afford to lose any more weight and intravenous feedings can only do so much." He looked at me apologetically. "How about some water? I'm sure that your throat feels dry." I nodded. He got a glass with a straw and kept a hold on the glass as I still felt really weak. When I was done drinking I smiled at him gratefully and snuggled into Rosalie carefully. Someone put a blanket over us. After a few minutes of silence Esme sat next to us and began stroking my hair softly. "Sweetheart," she asked, making me look at her. She looked really sad. "Can you tell us what happened yesterday?" My heart started deep pounding faster and I shook my head and hid it in the crook of Rosalie's neck. I didn't want to talk and I couldn't tell them what Jessica and Lauren had said and done. "Oh sweetheart, it's all right. I really didn't want to upset you." "Shush, you don't have to tell us right now." Why isn't she talking? I mean not at all, not just about what happened. Emmett asked quietly. I've never heard him this quiet or sad. Carlyle sighed sadly and answered just as softly as Emmett had asked. "I believe it was just all too much, what she's been through before she's moved here and then what had already happened the past week and then yesterday. She's probably just overwhelmed." Throughout the morning I rested snuggling with Rosalie the whole time, Esme and Carlyle sitting next to us, stroking my hair now and then and asking if I needed or wanted anything. I always just shook my head. Around noon, the doorbell rang and I looked up confused. No one ever came here. Carlyle stood up and I heard him open the door. Then I heard his voice and Charlie's. What is Charlie here for? Is he taking me back? But they promised. I was panicking now. Shush honey. It's all right. He's just bringing some things over. You can stay here if that's what you want. Esme tried to assure me and Rosalie gently put her hand on the back of my head and laid it against her neck, rocking me gently. I calmed down slightly but stayed alert. After a few minutes Carlyle came back in smiling with some papers in his hands. I think I have some good news for you sweetheart. He gave the papers to Esme who smiled a huge smile and I saw Tee up curiously in Rosalie's lap and she sat me around so I could lean up against her and look at the others better. I looked at him curiously. Carlisle crouched down before me and took my hands in his, being careful of the IV. What would you think if I told you that I called Charlie earlier about you staying with us until you were recovered and he asked if we wanted you to live here with us permanently? Of course I said yes, as we thought of you as a daughter already, and he offered to sign you over to us because he knew he wasn't a great dad and didn't know how to be one. I got big eyes, my heart filled with hope. We would love having you here, but it is still your decision. So is that what you want? You can be honest. He looked at me a little unsure now, but his eyes were full of love and hope, too. Finally, I found my voice again. Why you want me? I croaked out. At first he was shocked and happy that I spoke, and then he looked sad at what I had asked. Oh sweetheart, it's great to hear your voice again, and of course we love you, how could we not? You were a daughter to me and Esme and a sibling to the others from the first time we saw you. We love you honey, and we would be the happiest people on earth if you decided you want to stay with us. Yes, I want to stay, I said with tears in my eyes and held out my arms to him. He stood up and picked me up. My daughter, he spurred softly and hugged me tight to him, but not too tight. Our daughter, I heard Esme whisper then next to us and put her arms gently around the both of us. I love you mommy and daddy, I whispered now. It felt good to say those words. They felt so right. I heard broken sobs. We love you too, sweetheart. When we had all calmed down, we settled on the sofa together, me on Carlisle's lap and everyone else around us. Let's sign the papers then. One of us can hand them in later then and make it official. He picked up the papers and looked at me. I nodded and smiled. They signed the papers, grinning, and Alice brought an envelope. I curled up in his lap contently. We stayed like this for a while, just taking in this feeling of love and comfort. Carlisle asked Edward to replace my IV bag sink. It was nearly empty and Edward had medical degrees, too. When he was done, he got all my courage together and asked them what will happen now and how it all works. Well, we'll hand in the papers later and then we'll have guardianship of you and we can officially and legally be your parents. Renee, I tensed again, doesn't have a say anymore since she signed you over to Charlie completely, and now that he has signed you over to us. No one can take you away from us and we can decide about everything. The girls will get a room ready for you so you can have your own space if you need some privacy and alone time. You'll need to recover completely before we even begin to think about letting you get back to school, and we need to talk about what has happened yesterday before and if you go back there. And we do not want you alone there at any time, understood? He said sternly, and I nodded. I had expected that and I was really grateful. Sweetheart, do you think you could tell us now? You don't have to if you don't want to. He asked quietly, looking down at me. I hesitantly nodded and slowly and quietly told them what happened yesterday. I was sobbing the whole time, but all of them comforted me. Then I continued to tell them about how that reminded me of Renee and how I didn't want to have to go back, and answered some of Carlisle's questions about my life in Phoenix. When we were due, I was utterly and completely spent, and it was afternoon. Carlisle made me drink some more water to soothe my throat that was aching from crying and asked the others to get me a warm water bottle. He cradled me like a child, with a warm water bottle on my lap and a blanket tucked around me. Emmett put in a movie for children and Alice asked me about my favorite colors before I drifted off in Carlisle's arms while watching the movie. Knowing that I was safe and that I finally had a real family. Bella Pa, 30 years later. I was lying in my husband's arms contentedly, watching my skin sparkle as I enjoyed the sun and the calm of Isle Esme, where the family decided to spend the summer together. After that incident at school and my adoption, it took a while for my body and my mind to heal again. All the Cullens were by my side and gave me strength. We had moved to Alaska as soon as I felt a little better, deciding that a new start at a new place and at a new school would be best for me. I was never alone in classes and didn't go to school when the sun was out, just to be on the safe side. Over time and after many talks, crying jams and comfort from mostly Carlisle and Esme, I also overcame my eating problems. They helped me understand that I needed the energy to live and be happy, and that there was nothing that I could do that would make me not deserve food. All of the Cullens were there for me when I had nightmare or struggled with my past or just the anxiety of growing up. As I grew older, my bond with Edward grew stronger and we fell in love. We kissed for the first time when I was 15 and the rest of the family was overjoyed. They had confessed that Alice had seen this coming for years and that I had always been the missing piece the family has needed to finally be complete. When I was 17, I was changed on my wish after many discussions with the Cullens of what that would mean for my future, but in the end everyone was relieved because it would mean we could stay together forever and I wouldn't be as fragile anymore. I smiled to myself thinking about the last few years and how lucky I had been to find my family. What are you thinking about, love? Edward purred into my ear and kissed my neck lovingly. I turned my head so that I could look into his eyes. I smiled and whispered, about how lucky I was to get to be with you. Words can never describe just how much I love you. He tightened his arms around me. I love you, too. Forever and always. The end. Thanks for watching, subscribe our channel for more and don't forget to drop your review in comment box.